I traveling from a post-apocalyptic world to swallowed star. My wish fulfillment system also travel with me. Now see how I will conquer the universe, dominate the sea of the universe, and break through reincarnation. Chapter 201, 21.5%. Number 201 Chapter 201 God's Base. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. The 10 members of the Realm Lord team gathered. Soon, 6 figures approached from the distance. Some were tall and robust, others slender and enchanting, some exuded an aura of icy murderous intent, while others were all smiles and enthusiasm. Let me introduce you. Immortal God hath pointed at Xiao Yu and said, this is a new recruit, a Realm Lord warrior. You can call him Space-Time. Space-Time, that's quite an arrogant title. A Moro clansman, 6 meters tall, sat to the side, casually glancing at Xiao Yu. Kami, don't cause trouble. Zhu Yi frowned slightly and said softly. Kami, little Yi Yi is right, a nightmare clanswoman, as enchanting as a dark elf, smiled. Please call me by my full name, Zhu Yi, or call me Bee Sting. Don't just give people nicknames, Zhu Yi said, somewhat annoyed. Little Yi Yi is angry, the nightmare clanswoman giggled, covering her mouth. Captain Heth smiled as he watched this scene, then pointed to the tall young man. This is also a new recruit, a Realm Lord warrior. You can call him Gold Brick. Space-Time, Gold Brick, Heth continued, you've met Bee Sting. Let me introduce you to the other 6 veteran members. Succubus is an excellent illusionist. Very few Realm Lord experts can escape her charm. As you know, the Nightmare clan is naturally gifted with illusion. The succubus, constantly shrouded in a faint mist, smiled slightly, adding to her allure. Gale is a powerful Realm Lord martial artist. A martial artist with pointed ears wearing a golden mask on his expressionless face glanced at Xiao Yu and the other, without speaking. Mad Wolf is a spiritual master. A handsome, silver-haired Realm Lord with a smile nodded at Xiao Yu and the other. Divine Eye, that's the guy who always wears golden armor. Even though he knows the battlefield is full of danger, he still wears the most conspicuous golden armor. He's also a spiritual master. Wearing golden armor and having some silver scales on his head, the warm feeling made Xiao Yu certain that this was a Realm Lord with a high level of attainment in the Law of Light. Kami, that's the giant-like guy who is 6 meters tall, is a powerful Realm Lord martial artist. Finally, you can call him Wise, he is an illusionist. The 3-eyed ape man smiled at Xiao Yu and the other. I am a martial artist, Xiao Yu smiled. I am also a martial artist. Gold Brick raised the double axes in his hands. From then on, this Realm Lord team had 2 new members. After submitting his application, Xiao Yu joined this Realm Lord team numbered 039-3584691. Over the next 10 days, Xiao Yu and Gold Brick often listened to the veterans' experience and guidance. Even Xiao Yu listened carefully to the experience imparted by the battlefield veterans. The mortality rate exceeds 95%. The battlefield is truly cruel. Gold Brick exclaimed in surprise. Cruel, not cruel. As far as I know, the large-scale race wars that occur every 1,000 epochs are major decisive battles. Those are vast and earth-shattering clashes of countless experts. Even king-level immortals can die if they're not careful. That's when it's truly cruel, with a survival rate of less than 1%. When is the next decisive battle? It's still a long way off. Xiao Yu had already found this information. However, Xiao Yu also listened carefully to the details of survival and killing on the outer territory battlefield that these veterans described. 10 days later, Xiao Yu's newly joined Realm Lord team completed its preparations and officially set off. The 10 of them arrived in a hall with a diameter of over 30,000 kilometers, where millions of universe warriors were gathering. Thousands of universe spaceships were queuing up. Let's go, get into the spaceship, Heth shouted in a low voice, while quickly releasing a saucer-shaped universe spaceship with a diameter of 100 meters from the world ring he carried with him. The spaceship appeared out of thin air in the hall. Yes, here we go. Xiao Yu and the others quickly flew into the universe spaceship, and the universe spaceships queued up, entering the passageway in order. E9 grade material. When boarding the ship, Xiao Yu glanced and knew the material of this universe spaceship. During his years at the Virtual Universe Company, Xiao Yu's knowledge had increased rapidly. Go to the lounge, Heth called out. Shortly, Xiao Yu and the others arrived at the lounge, which was a room about 20 meters in diameter and 10 meters high, with a space of 400 square meters, which was quite spacious for 10 realm lords to sit in. It's so comfortable in a safe little nest. Zhu Yi jumped and landed directly on a sofa. Xiao Yu's heart stirred, and he glanced at the entire lounge, saying softly, "It's all F9 grade metal tungsten flame stone mother." F9 grade metal. Gold Brick looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment. Yes, Divine Eye smiled, the lounge is the safest place in the entire spaceship. The main material of the spaceship is E9 grade alloy, but it can't withstand some of the alien race's terrible attacks on the battlefield, so the captain ordered this lounge to be completely cast from tungsten flame stone mother, so that there can be reaction time in case of danger. Xiao Yu nodded. This was also a smart choice. If you can't afford an F-grade universe spaceship, buy a cabin cast from F-grade metal, which can also increase safety. External virtual scenery. The saucer-shaped universe spaceship traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a straight line before starting to turn, flying along a curved passage. All universe spaceships were doing the same. Shortly, the outermost passage gates of the entire huge barracks base began to open, with tens of thousands of passages densely packed, but only a few hundred passage gates were opened. Activate energy defense. Departure. Captain Heth ordered. The saucer-shaped universe spaceship that Xiao Yu and the others were riding in instantly flew out of one of the passage openings. After flying out, Xiao Yu saw the entire huge barracks. The entire barracks base was at least several million kilometers in diameter. The periphery of the barracks base was filled with mechanical gunports with diameters of hundreds of kilometers, covered with powerful solidified Law's secret patterns, and the periphery was covered with colored energy shields. That seemingly backward mechanical gunport, when fired, turns a piece of starry sky into nothingness. Divine Eye's eyes contained a trace of fanaticism. This was definitely the most violent war machine, even a perfect existence that rose to the stage of art. What a shock to see it up close. This is the God base, the AAA God base, even a universe country lord can't destroy it, Sting Zhu Yi said softly, her eyes glazed over. The entire 7th battlefield only had 100 AAA God bases. God bases were already the pinnacle of super large weapons, and each God base was extremely expensive, while AAA God bases were the highest level of God bases owned by the human race. The entire starfield, except for the barracks base, is a battlefield. Those seemingly safe wrecks may be hiding terrifying alien enemies, Gale reminded, pointing to the spaceship wrecks and some human wrecks floating in the distance. Our goal this time is a place about 80,000 light-years away from the 039 barracks base, which is a place where many experts fight extremely fiercely. Elite Realm Lord teams like us do things like knives. Captain Heth smiled slightly. Dark Universe Shuttle, everyone has 3 days of rest. In the lounge, everyone chatted. Space-time, what is your military merit amount? Gale asked. My military merit amount is 1 billion, Xiao Yu said casually. What, did I hear correctly? Divine Eye in golden armor widened his eyes. Chapter 202, 21.7%. Number 202 Chapter 202 Military Merit Quota. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Damn, 1 billion, my god. It's 1 billion. Even the usually calm Captain Hess stood up, and the team members looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment. Wise suddenly turned his head to look at Gold Brick. Gold Brick, what is your military merit quota? Mine is 200 million, Gold Brick said. That's not bad. That's very impressive. Gold Brick's military merit quota was considered the normal level for a World Master General. The 1 billion quota Xiao Yu mentioned was already the upper limit of a World Master Warrior's military merit quota. Generally, ordinary World Master Warriors have between 1 million and 10 million. Elite World Master Warriors have between 10 million and 100 million. World Master Generals have between 100 million and 1 billion. A military merit quota of 1 billion means that the virtual universe system issued such a high quota, which represents one thing: you possess strength no weaker than an ordinary undying god. The team members looked at Xiao Yu in shock. A military merit quota of 1 billion. Xiao Yu could only grin. The life and death training that the virtual universe company gave him required 100 million military merits. Only by completing 100 million military merits can he leave the extraterritorial battlefield and end his life and death training. Is it easy to complete 100 million military merits? It's difficult, but it's also easy. Generally, alien powerhouses who dare to come to the extraterritorial battlefield are at least at the World Master level. Killing an ordinary World Master Warrior can earn 100,000 military merits, killing an elite world master can earn 1 million military merits, and killing a world master general can earn 10 million military merits. Killing a low-level undying military lord rewards 100 million military merits, and killing a high-level undying military lord rewards 1 billion military merits. Killing a beginner-level marquis rewards 10 billion military merits, killing a high-level marquis rewards 100 billion military merits, and killing a peak-level marquis rewards 1 trillion military merits. Killing a beginner-level king rewards 10 trillion military merits, killing a high-level king rewards 100 trillion military merits, and killing a peak-level king rewards 1,000 trillion military merits. As long as Xiao Yu kills 10 peak-level king powerhouses, his life and death training will be immediately completed. Of course, it's not easy to kill peak-level king powerhouses. The disc-shaped spaceship flew in the dark universe for 3 days, and then underwent a universe shuttle. This was a cleared area, and some wreckage floated everywhere on the periphery, either remains of corpses, or wreckage of spaceships, wreckage of weapons, etc. Be careful, don't be careless. Hess reminded in the lounge, while pointing to the void outside that was unobstructed by any wreckage. It will take more than a month to fly from this cleared area to the destination. These months will be spent flying in dangerous places, and battles may occur at any time. Got it, Captain. Mad Wolf held a wine bottle and smiled. We old soldiers have been on the extraterritorial battlefield for more than 7,000 years at the shortest. Even if we are drunk, we will still be vigilant. These 2 recruits need to be careful. Don't hold us back, Cammy snorted. Space-time, gold brick, just be vigilant. Captain Hess said, for your first battle, I don't expect you to cooperate well. If other team members are in danger, just provide timely support. The spaceship flew cautiously at sub-light speed, avoiding places where strong individuals might be hiding. Suddenly, warning, warning, a harsh intelligent voice suddenly resounded throughout the lounge, causing the faces of the old soldiers who were still talking and laughing to change instantly. Almost at the same moment, each old soldier quickly took out their weapons. Xiao Yu also took out his weapon, the Chaos Blade. The surrounding space-time around the battle blade fluctuated. Boom! The entire E9 level spaceship instantly disintegrated. Only the lounge cabin was relatively safe, rolling around like a kicked-away soda can. Captain Hess instantly spread out his powerful undying divine power, enveloping the entire lounge cabin, and shouted, "Quick, get out!" The 4 cabin doors of the lounge opened simultaneously. "Go!" Mad Wolf shouted, and his battle armor instantly extended to cover his entire body, only revealing his eyes. One old soldier after another quickly darted out along the cabin door, and Xiao Yu followed with his Chaos Blade. Everyone be careful. Captain Hess transmitted his voice, and instantly put the lounge into his world ring. Where are the enemies? Gold Brick's eyes were like lightning as he looked around in the void. Don't panic. Just be careful, Succubus said crisply with a smile. This is the downside of insufficient detector functions. Although Xiao Yu had already purchased a set of high-level detectors, the detection radius was 1 billion kilometers. With his current strength, 10,081 times his genes, and 100 times body amplification, equivalent to 1 million times the power of a 9th-level world master, comparable to the power of a peak-level king powerhouse. Moreover, he also had a venerable god armor, and even an invincible king powerhouse might not be able to break through his defense. Even a venerable might not be able to kill him instantly. Moreover, he also had 4,000 vine star-eating grasses equivalent to peak-level kings, and 360 vine cloud-touching vines equivalent to high-level kings. Little Mo, Xiao Yu called out in his heart, and the cloud-touching vine instantly wrapped around Xiao Yu's entire body. He wanted to use the cloud-touching vine to conceal that he possessed the venerable god armor, such a treasure comparable to a supreme treasure. Cloud-touching armor, Captain Hess exclaimed, it's even undying level. Hess was also an undying god, so he could see that the cloud-touching vine had been promoted to the undying level, but when the cloud-touching vine restrained its aura and did not unfold its battle form, its specific strength could not be known. But even if there were only 108 vines, it would be equivalent to 108 undyings. Space-time is still a rich man. The team members exclaimed one after another. Hee. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, vigilant about the surrounding situation. Since the other party is not showing up, let's go. Hess suddenly darted forward. The other 9 team members also followed the captain, quickly cutting through the void and fleeing into the distance. Suddenly, in 9 directions in the cosmic starry sky, respectively in front, behind, left, right, above, and below Xiao Yu and his group. These 9 points simultaneously shot out dazzling electric light, and the electric light instantly penetrated the void. The electric light erupted from the 9 points, and in a moment, they connected together, forming a huge lightning cage, enveloping Xiao Yu and the other 10 people. At the moment the lightning cage formed, countless electric snakes instantly penetrated the void, and countless electric snakes spread throughout the space with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers on the entire lightning prison. Lightning prison, it's the lightning prison, the old soldiers exclaimed in voice transmission. This is a method of the mechanical race, and it is a powerhouse of the mechanical race. Big trouble, Hess transmitted his voice and shouted. With Xiao Yu's vision, he could naturally see that this lightning prison that could spread over a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers would probably cost millions of mixed units to set up successfully. It would be cheaper for the mechanical race, but it would also cost more than hundreds of thousands of mixed units. This was definitely not something that an ordinary mechanical race world master could set up. It must be an undying level mechanical race. Rumble. From the 9 base points of the lightning prison, dense light spots suddenly erupted, and these dense light spots quickly surrounded and killed Xiao Yu and the others from 9 directions. They are mechanical puppets, Xiao Yu saw at a glance. They are lightning mechanical puppets. Hess said solemnly. Lightning prison, paired with lightning mechanical puppet legion, is a relatively common combination in the mechanical race, and it is also a very terrifying combination. Generally, those with such a large scale should be undying gods of the mechanical race. Everyone listen to the order. Follow me and break through at the fastest speed. We must rush out of the lightning prison as soon as possible. Hess ordered. Yes, Xiao Yu and the others responded, and immediately darted out at an astonishing speed. Chapter 203, 21.8%. Number 203 Chapter 203 Mechanical Immortality. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. In the cabin of a damaged spaceship far away, a member of the mechanical race grinned. Still want to escape? 8th Legion, C8 plan, execute. These mechanical race puppets are relatively inflexible and shouldn't be able to catch up. Xiao Yu and his team evaded the pursuing mechanical puppet legion and quickly escaped. The nearest mechanical puppet legion suddenly absorbed a large number of electric snakes. Instantly, countless electric snakes scurrying around in the thunder prison were absorbed. More than 100,000 lightning mechanical puppets seemed to form a circuit. Countless electric snakes scurried and gathered, and dazzling lightning spheres appeared on 26 of the mechanical puppets. The 26 lightning spheres formed a special secret pattern, like a thunder fishing net, instantly blasted out. Traveling at the speed of light, quickly catching up with Xiao Yu's elite World Lord team, a powerful binding oppression quickly descended, directly covering the entire team. This was actually an energy attack containing the law of space. Inside the thunder fishing net, Xiao Yu began to prepare to collect soul power. System, activate soul power collection within 1,000,000 kilometers. Open black lens bracket second wish, activate soul power collection within 1,000,000 kilometers, collecting World Lord level soul power in the scattered soul power of undying level powerhouses, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket deduction, 100 wish coins per day, close black lens bracket. The soul power of undying powerhouses is already integrated with their bodies in divine power. Only by killing an undying level being can one collect the scattered divine power and then decompose it to obtain fragmented soul power. It is precisely because this operation is extremely difficult that the system's charges are high. Kill, Captain Hess roared, and undying divine power in the law domain erupted simultaneously. Countless golden light spots spread over a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Each light spot was terrifyingly sharp, bombarding the huge thunder fishing net, and undying divine power also bombarded it rapidly. Open for me, Moro Race Kami roared, hammering the fishing net with a large hammer. Break, Golden Armor Divine Eye also manipulated other psychic weapons to continuously bombard the fishing net. The 9 team members all used their moves. Xiao Yu also wielded the Chaos Blade, exerting slight force to attack the thunder fishing net, instantly shattering the thunder fishing net within dozens of kilometers around him. Subsequently, the entire thunder fishing net collapsed. The powerful lightning energy exploded instantly, causing a chain reaction, instantly tearing the surrounding void apart. The powerful energy wave impacted Xiao Yu's team, and was blocked by Captain Hess. Captain. Golden Brick looked at the captain worriedly. I'm fine, Hess said in a low voice, these are troublesome. We are surrounded by mechanical puppets. It seems we can't avoid this battle. Avoid what? Anyway, going to the destination is also a battle, and so is being here. Bee Sting Zui licked her lips, her eyes flashing with brilliance. Succubus, Wise, you two be careful. Hess ordered, the rest of you, kill. Self-preservation is not a problem, but killing enemies mainly relies on you. Wise sighed. The void automatically repaired itself. Xiao Yu and his team were surrounded by 4 mechanical puppet legions, each with more than 100,000 mechanical puppets, and more than 10 mechanical puppet legions were rushing from afar. Xiao Yu wasn't worried at all. Once he allowed the star-devouring vine to restore its main body, each vine would reach 1,000,000 kilometers, enough to entangle all the mechanical puppets. In the cabin of that damaged spaceship far away, a member of the mechanical race chuckled, the layout is complete, it's time to harvest. In the starry sky, 4 mechanical puppet legions launched an attack instantly. Kill. These mechanical puppets were all 13 meters tall. At the same time, they uniformly drew out the alloy giant swords behind them, and then roared from their mouths, directly hacking towards the 10 members of Xiao Yu's team. Kill. Golden Armor Divine Eye roared, releasing the world projection to bind the speed of the surrounding lightning mechanical puppets, manipulating a derivative divine weapon, and using the 7th level of the derivative divine weapon, one strike shatters the heavens and earth. A golden pillar about 20 centimeters thick and 6 meters long repeatedly bombarded the surrounding lightning mechanical puppets. Newbie, use heavy attacks. These mechanical puppets are all E9 grade alloy. It's too much effort to completely destroy their bodies, not worth it. Golden Armor Divine Eye reminded. Understood. Golden Brick released the world projection while wielding 2 battle axes, killing towards the surrounding mechanical puppets. Each axe carried a wonderful vibration. When it struck the lightning mechanical puppets, although only a little axe mark was left on the surface of the lightning mechanical puppets, the inside of the mechanical puppets was instantly shaken and destroyed. A gust of wind was rushing around in the lightning mechanical puppet group. The gust of wind carried a cold blade light. As the gust of wind swept past, 1/3 of the hid lightning mechanical puppets lost their combat power. Gale, you're not good enough. Succubus smiled charmingly, manipulating a circle of soft water surrounding her. The soft water-like psychic weapon easily blocked the surrounding lightning mechanical puppets. At least I kill more than you. Gale snorted coldly. Xiao Yu released the world projection, only releasing a world projection of 10,000 kilometers, and then transformed into tens of thousands of phantoms. Tens of thousands of phantoms attacked almost simultaneously. Each blade vibrated mysteriously. The force of the blade seemed not great, and no trace was left on the mechanical puppets, but the vibration broke through and entered the inside of the mechanical puppets, instantly destroying their core. With a wave of his hand, he put the tens of thousands of mechanical puppets he destroyed into an empty world ring. Afterwards, he continued to attack other mechanical puppets. As expected of a world lord recognized by the origin of space, his strength is truly powerful. Three-eyed ape man Wise sighed, constantly manipulating psychic weapons to bombard the approaching mechanical puppets. Collect all the destroyed mechanical puppets, let the enemy's heart ache to death. Zui stood in the void manipulating psychic weapons, turning them into tens of thousands of bee stings, quickly drilling into the bodies of the mechanical puppets to destroy their insides, and quickly collecting the destroyed mechanical puppets. Mechanical puppets were quickly being eliminated, and Xiao Yu destroyed the most mechanical puppets. Captain, be careful. Among the 1,000,000 lightning mechanical puppet legions, 3,000 lightning bolts suddenly emerged, besieging Captain Hess. These 3,000 lightning bolts all contained space law-type attacks. Countless mechanical puppets frantically absorbed lightning, and transmitted it to the 3,000 core puppets at the same time. Kill, Hess roared, and in a flash, he arrived in front of one of the core mechanical puppets, punching the mechanical puppet and directly blasting the E9 grade alloy on the surface, revealing the purple pure metal inside. Purple B Iron Mother. It's Purple B Iron Mother. It's actually an expensive F-grade mechanical puppet. This mechanical race undying is really an old yin bai. The faces of the 7 veterans changed. These 3,000 F8 grade mechanical puppets alone were enough to easily entangle the captain, and countless ordinary mechanical puppets, absorbing the energy of the Thunder Prison, and transmitting it to the F8 grade mechanical puppets, were enough to allow the 3000 F8 grade mechanical puppets to suppress the captain. Be careful, there are other F8 grade mechanical puppets. Captain Hess transmitted his voice. Indeed so. Countless lightning bolts were transmitted to 1800 core mechanical puppets, and these 1800 core mechanical puppets instantly besieged Xiao Yu and his 9 World Lord members. Space-time, save me. Succubus's face changed drastically, and she shouted. Xiao Yu possessed undying Mo Yunvine, and it could be said that he was the strongest among the 9 team members. Everyone, fight desperately. Don't be reluctant to use your trump cards. Golden Armor Divine Eye transmitted his voice. Chapter 204, 21.9%. Number 204 Chapter 204 Team Approval. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The Golden Armor Divine Eye, manipulating the Divine Evolution weapon, unleashed the 8th level of Golden Sword slices the void, each strike creating spatial rifts in the void. Damn it, these guys are really troublesome, Hess raged. These F-class mechanical puppets have strong defense but weak attack. Even with the large amount of lightning energy provided by countless ordinary mechanical puppets, an F-class mechanical puppet is only equivalent to a World Master General in combat power. However, 3000 F-class mechanical puppets, scattered around Hess, bombarded him repeatedly. If Hess hadn't dodged quickly enough, the consequences would have been unimaginable if even a third of the attacks had hit him. Captain Hess was surrounded by 3000 F-class mechanical puppets, unable to break through for a time. Everyone be careful, these F-class mechanical puppets, after absorbing a large amount of lightning energy, each one is comparable to a World Master General, Hess anxiously transmitted. Zhu Yi, I'm counting on you, the enemy doesn't know your strength, give it your all. Take Succubus and Sage into your world ring. In Shi Kong, Hess thought of Xiao Yu possessing an immortal level Mo Yunvine, definitely an immortal level combat force. Understood. Xiao Yu nodded. While attacking the 1200 F-class mechanical puppets surrounding him, each attack destroying at least one F-class mechanical puppet. Xiao Yu's figure flickered, dodging the combined attacks of the F-class mechanical puppets again and again, breaking through the encirclement. He quickly approached the Succubus, who was having the most difficult time defending. Succubus. Xiao Yu arrived like lightning, the Chaos Blade flashing continuously. The 50 F-class mechanical puppets surrounding Succubus were destroyed and stored in the world ring. Shi Kong, I love you to death. The extremely embarrassed Succubus immediately cried out in joy, and then was taken into the world ring by Xiao Yu. 100 dark green vines stretched out from Zhu Yi's body, constantly resisting the 250 F-class mechanical puppets surrounding him. On the battlefield, Xiao Yu's figure flashed like lightning, shuttling through the mechanical puppet legion. Clusters of mechanical puppets were destroyed. Shi Kong, I really admire you. The illusionist sage, who was also surrounded, laughed strangely when he saw Xiao Yu appear beside him. The illusionist sage was stored in the world ring. Come to me quickly, Kami shouted anxiously, I can't hold on anymore. Kami was a martial artist, strong in attack and defense, but lacking in flexibility. He was often hit by some F-class mechanical puppets, and would have died long ago if not for some innate abilities. Swoosh. As the 50 F-class mechanical puppets surrounding him were directly destroyed, Kami was also taken into the world ring by Xiao Yu. Then Mad Wind, Mad Wolf, Gold Brick, and others were taken into the world ring by Xiao Yu one by one. Only Divine Eye, Zhu Yi, Xiao Yu, and Captain Hess remained in battle. Apart from the 3000 F-class mechanical puppets and ordinary mechanical puppets surrounding the captain, and the 300 F-class mechanical puppets surrounding Divine Eye and Zhu Yi, the remaining 1500 F-class mechanical puppets all became materials in Xiao Yu's world ring. Haha, Shi Kong, give me a hand. Captain Hess transmitted. Xiao Yu's speed was as fast as lightning, appearing and disappearing. A large number of ordinary mechanical puppets couldn't stop his speed at all. The Chaos Blade in his hand released rays of blade light, and then hundreds of F-class mechanical puppets were almost simultaneously destroyed and stored in the world ring. The Chaos Blade in Xiao Yu's hand was too sharp, even F-class alloy couldn't resist it at all. Instantly, another 500 mechanical puppets were destroyed and stored in the world ring. Haha, Shi Kong, well done, Hess rejoiced. Only 2000 F-class mechanical puppets were surrounding him. Rumble. The entire Lightning Mechanical Legion, that had originally surrounded Xiao Yu and his team suddenly began to retreat rapidly, retreating directly in 9 directions, and the lightning prison, which had been in the open state, also closed instantly. They're retreating. Should we pursue? Xiao Yu asked. We can't pursue. Hess shook his head. The mechanical race who can create such a large-scale operation must have a source crystal, comparable to the self-destruction of an ordinary immortal god. Even the cheapest fire god source crystal is very expensive. Using it to attack us is a losing proposition for that mechanical race. But if we continue to pursue and provoke him to fight desperately, if a fire god source crystal explodes, we might all be finished. A fire god source crystal, even the cheapest one, costs 600,000 points, and maybe even cheaper for the manufacturing-savvy mechanical race. Of course, Xiao Yu's world ring not only has 2 fire god source crystals exchanged for 200 million points, but also a high-level fire god source crystal worth 30 billion chaos units. Far away, inside a damaged spaceship cabin, the mechanical race member sitting on the alloy chair roared, "A world master 9th level actually excels at the space origin law. His strength is even more powerful than an ordinary immortal. To think that I lost more than 2,000 F-class mechanical puppets at once. If I hadn't suffered too much loss from killing the Marquis-level immortal last time, and the entire lightning prison attack system was incomplete, how could I have retreated? Consider yourselves lucky. I hope I don't run into you again." In the void, Hess took out another E9 class spaceship, exactly the same as the previous disc-shaped spaceship. Captain Hess stood in the internal passage of the spaceship, pointing to the front. The lounge cabin appeared out of thin air, and then was locked by many card slots, immediately forming a perfect hole. "Awesome, Captain," Xiao Yu sighed. Immediately, Xiao Yu and the other 3 walked into the lounge, and then Xiao Yu released Succubus and the other 6. "Shi Kong," Succubus said crisply, "I love you to death. Our team has another expert." Cheers filled the lounge. A few days later, the disc-shaped spaceship flew cautiously, avoiding one seemingly dangerous place after another. Inside the spaceship's lounge, Xiao Yu and the other 10 were sitting on the sofa. Captain Hess used immortal divine power to control the wine bottle and wine glasses, pouring 10 glasses of delicious fruit wine in a row, the crystal glasses floating in front of the 10 people. "For the luck of this battle, for our 2 excellent recruits in this battle, cheers." Cheers, cheers. After drinking the wine, Hess put down his glass. As usual, let's reflect on the previous battle. The veterans did very well, and Gold Brick among the recruits also did very well. What makes me happiest is that we have gained a powerful member, Shi Kong. Hess looked at Xiao Yu. Shi Kong, Shi Kong. A group of people looked at Xiao Yu and cheered. This battle also allowed this World Master team to recognize the abilities of the 2 recruits, and they were truly accepted from the bottom of their hearts, especially Shi Kong, who was recognized as the 2nd strongest in the team. Xiao Yu didn't care about such rankings. In 2 more days, we will arrive at the destination, the 003894059682 Star Combat Area, Star Ring Zone, Hess said. The Star Ring Zone is a relatively famous combat zone for experts. A large number of alien experts are lurking there. The Star Ring Zone was originally a huge planet. The planet's core was destroyed by alien super experts in a battle hundreds of thousands of eras ago, leaving only the outer periphery to form a huge star ring. Its core has now collapsed into a black hole with huge gravity. The gravity in the core area is extremely huge, only the Star Ring Zone is moderate. Even the magnetic field in a star-level body is enough to resist the gravity. Chapter 205, 22%. Number 205 Chapter 205 Star Ring Belt. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Time passed. We'll reach our destination, the Star Ring Belt, in 1 hour. Captain Hess's gaze swept solemnly across the 9 World Lord warriors present. The Star Ring Belt is extremely dangerous. Shi Kong and Jin Zhuan probably know very little about it, so I'll give you a brief introduction beforehand. Xiao Yu and Jin Zhuan listened attentively. Xiao Yu didn't dare to be careless either. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there were many powerful alien races with bizarre and unpredictable methods. Even with strong strength, carelessness could lead to destruction. The entire Star Ring Belt is a battlefield, and battles can erupt anywhere. There are no safe zones here. Battles can be divided into 2 types. Legion battles and elite squad skirmishes. Some ordinary World Lord warriors, without invitations from elite squads, can only lead large groups of universe-level and domain lord cultivators, forming legions. These legions, led by undying gods, engage in wars with other alien race legions. The other type is elite world lord squads like us. A single squad can rival an entire legion. In the 7th battlefield, many areas are empty void, where you can see enemies from afar and escape early if they're too strong. Therefore, these places cannot serve as battlefields. Thus, the 7th battlefield has formed special zones where countless human and alien powerhouses lie in wait, fighting each other. The Starry Sky Battle Zone numbered 003894059682. The Star Ring Belt, which we are going to today, is a well-known battle zone where countless alien powerhouses have fallen over billions of years. Hess gently tapped the screen on his wrist, and a 3-dimensional virtual image floated in the air within the rest area. It showed a massive star ring area, filled with a dense amount of meteorites, appearing as a smooth ring when viewed from a distance. This is the Star Ring Belt. The entire Star Ring Belt has a diameter of 1.2 light-years and a width of 1 trillion kilometers. The core of the star ring formed a dense black hole billions of years ago. Within the Star Ring Belt, there are massive meteorites every million kilometers, with countless remnants in between, Captain Hess said. Perhaps because it used to be a cosmic secret realm, the planet fragments are extremely cold and hard, making it difficult to shatter them even with a full-force attack from a world lord, Hess said. You too must remember that there are too many alien powerhouses lurking in the Star Ring Belt, so prolonged battles are forbidden. Prolonged battles can attract attacks from other alien powerhouses, making it difficult to escape even for a marquee-level powerhouse. So, the mechanical race's ambush earlier was just an appetizer. Xiao Yu laughed. The disc-shaped spaceship finally arrived at the Star Ring Belt. Even inside the spaceship, Xiao Yu could still feel an invisible killing aura invading. After decades of cultivation in Visca Star, living alongside the killing aura, he was extremely sensitive to it. The entire Star Ring Belt was so massive, and to generate this level of killing aura, the number of powerhouses from various races who had died here was unimaginable. It was a veritable meat grinder. These 11 battlefields in the human territory were deliberately preserved by the 4 major races for life and death training, to produce true powerhouses from among the countless world lords and undying gods. The true decision-makers of the human territory's size were those universe overlords, universe masters, and the giant axe. The Shattered Star Belt, where countless powerhouses have fallen, has a terrifying killing aura, Zhu Yi chuckled. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send a wisp of consciousness into the virtual universe network. In fact, one could enter the virtual universe by splitting off a consciousness upon reaching the universe level. Luo Feng even participated in the universe-level qualification battle when he received the inheritance in Demon Sound Mountain. Of course, Xiao Yu didn't need to do that. His main soul only needed to focus on matters within the primal universe, leaving all virtual universe affairs to the split soul. Xiao Yu's main soul could simultaneously know everything about the split soul, including all the insights of the world tree split soul within his inner world. There's a human world lord squad 300 million kilometers away. There's a human world lord squad 700 million kilometers away. The virtual universe system pushed the coordinates of human comrades and allies within 1 billion kilometers. In addition, in emergencies, one could use the virtual universe system to call for help, and all humans and allies within a range of 10 billion kilometers would receive the distress signal. These two functions were the virtual universe system's applications on the battlefield. There are many alien powerhouses in the Star Ring Belt, Kuang Feng smiled. There are also many human powerhouses, as well as alien allies. Within 1 billion kilometers, we've already discovered 2 human comrade coordinates and 1 alien ally coordinate. As one of the 6 peak races of the universe, the human race had many groups attached to and sheltered by them, such as the Golden Horn race. These races would naturally participate in the human race's main battlefields, both to assist the human race and to temper their younger generations. Stop. Captain Hess gave the order. We'll temporarily set up our base in the Star Ring Belt here. The spaceship's hatch opened, and Xiao Yu and the others flew out. Captain Hess individually stored the rest area, and then the spaceship. A group of 10 descended onto a fragment of a star. We just discovered a deep cave lair. It's probably left over from a previous team, so we don't have to bother. Hess pointed to a raised area in the distance. The 10 powerhouses quickly flew through the air and arrived at the raised area 100 kilometers away. There were 18 deep passages around them, all leading to caves inside the fragment. Xiao Yu and the other 10 flew along the deep passage for dozens of kilometers before arriving at a spacious cave with a diameter of about 100 meters. Just right, Captain Hess pointed to the ground, and the rest area cabin appeared out of thin air. The rest area cabin door opened, and the 10 entered this safe little nest. I'll first contact the comrades and allies within a range of 1 billion kilometers to understand the surrounding alien powerhouse situation, Hess said, closing his eyes and entering the virtual universe with his consciousness. Xiao Yu sat on the sofa, thinking about his future path on the battlefield. He had 2 quotas, 1 billion military merits from the army system. Once completed, he would be free, no longer restricted to traveling alone or with a squad, and he could also return to the camp for supplies and rest from time to time, as well as exchange military merits. Completing these 1 billion military merits with an elite squad would also allow him to quickly become familiar with the entire battlefield and learn more about the details and experience of the battlefield. Combat was not just a competition of hard power, but also about favorable timing and terrain, and how to create better conditions was also key, such as the time they encountered the mechanical racist trap. Setting traps, creating a combat environment that was favorable to oneself, and being able to fight and retreat, with more room for combat choices, would increase the chances of survival. Once I complete the 1 billion military merit quota, I'll act alone, Xiao Yu thought. Whether it's to complete the life and death training goal set by the Virtual Universe Company, or to collect soul power and complete the 3rd level of the Origin Soul, I need to show a certain amount of strength. If I don't leave, it will bring disaster to this World Lord squad. Xiao Yu still preferred the atmosphere of the current World Lord squad. Haha, I've already contacted our 3 neighbors. They are also World Lord elite squads led by undying gods. We've formed a defensive alliance. If an alien super powerhouse comes, the 4 of us can join forces. Hess opened his eyes. Chapter 206, 22.1%. Number 206 Chapter 206, Thunder Clan. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. The next day, assemble. Captain Hess barked in a low voice. Xiao Yu, Jin Zhuan, Divine Eye, Gale, Succubus, and the others all quickly stood up. This is our first mission in the Star Ring Belt, it must be a success. Hess's eyes swept across the 9 team members, Shikong and Jin Zhuan. You must remain calm when encountering special situations, and see how the veterans respond. Yes, Xiao Yu and Jin Zhuan nodded. Okay, let's go. Hess ordered with a smile. Haha, we've already exchanged a lot of military merits, and we're all out of money. Those veteran team members laughed. These veteran team members have experienced countless life and death trials to become Sector Lord War Generals, and have long completed their military merit quota, and can freely exchange various items they need using military merits. Under normal circumstances, 100,000 military merits are equivalent to 1 primal unit. Xiao Yu and the others quickly darted out of the lair, and Captain Hess naturally put away the resting geniuses. Then, he released a C-9 class cosmic spaceship. In this star ring belt, there are many alien powerhouses, and they can be attacked at any time. Once attacked, the cosmic spaceship will be destroyed. And Xiao Yu and the others have to wait here for a long time. If they use an E-class cosmic spaceship, and several spaceships are destroyed in one mission, even Captain Hess would be reluctant. Xiao Yu and the others rode the C-9 class cosmic spaceship through the star ring belt, flying at sub-light speed, always avoiding the shattered stars and maintaining a certain distance. The detection instrument that the captain carries with him is relatively low level, and can only detect a radius of 100 million kilometers, worth 120 primal units. The detection distance is 10 times lower than what Xiao Yu exchanged for, and the price is hundreds of millions of times cheaper. Although the virtual universe system allows us to know the coordinates of our comrades and allies within 10 kilometers, it cannot know the location of alien powerhouses. To find out the location of alien powerhouses, we must be equipped with detection instruments. Hess said with a smile. The spaceship continued to move forward. On the first day, it was almost entirely within the sphere of influence of the main human race and allied races. On the second day, they gradually discovered many alien powerhouses. Inside the spaceship, quickly change direction. Hess quickly ordered, and the cosmic spaceship slightly changed direction. What's wrong, Captain? Jin Zhuan asked. I actually detected the fluctuations of 8 undying gods. Hess sighed. What? Except for Xiao Yu, everyone else was shocked. 8 undying gods gathered together. Kami even widened his eyes. Yes, don't worry, we have been maintaining ultra-high-speed flight, almost the limit speed of the star ring belt. It is estimated that the 8 undying aliens have also discovered this, and are too lazy to chase. Hess said with a smile. Flying in the starry sky of the star ring belt, they were cautious all the way. After experiencing several dangerous incidents. Target found. The distance is 82.84 million kilometers, there are a total of 8 targets, they should all be Sector Lord level. Hess said, 8 Sector Lords, no difficulty. Golden Armor Divine Eye smiled. Everyone be careful, those who can come to the star ring belt are not easy to deal with, even if all 8 are Sector Lords, they probably have some tricks. Zhu Yi reminded, understood. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. Immediately, the cosmic spaceship began to slowly decelerate and turn, flying towards the target. The distance is shrinking, 80 million kilometers, 70 million kilometers, 10 million kilometers. These 8 alien sector lords are still in the star ring belt, and they are not moving at high speed. It is estimated that their detection instruments are relatively backward and cannot detect too far. Hess smiled. After a distance of 1 million kilometers, the spaceship quickly decelerated and stopped temporarily. The accurate appearance of the alien target has been detected, everyone look at these 8 alien sector lords. Hess's arm guard shot out a beam of laser light, forming a 3-dimensional virtual image in midair. I saw that these 8 alien sector lords were between 21 meters and 25 meters tall, all wearing thick battle armor. The upper body is similar to a human body, the lower body is the body of a reptile, with 6 thick hooves, and a scaled tail, the whole body including the upper body is covered with cyan scales. The secret pattern between the eyebrows indicates that all 8 are sector lords recognized by the law of Thunder origin. Thunder Clan. Divine Eye said in a low voice. Thunder Clan, I remember the Thunder-type force weapons I obtained during my time on Earth were from the Thunder Clan, and I also obtained the Space Secret Technique Inheritance Orb and the Time Secret Technique Inheritance Orb. Xiao Yu said to himself, what a coincidence. Benefited yesterday, and today I will kill them. No wonder they dare to come, they are more difficult to deal with. Each of them is good at the law of thunder, and a few also comprehend the law of time origin. Zhu Yi nodded. They are allies of the Zerg race. The veteran team members discussed one after another. Everyone get off the spaceship, sneak up quietly, and launch an attack instantly. Hess ordered. Yes. Xiao Yu and the others quietly left the cosmic spaceship one after another, and Hess also put away the spaceship. A group of people quietly approached the target. At this time, the 8 Thunder Clan sector lords were talking and laughing in the cave. Prince, we have gained a lot of military merits this time. At this rate, within 10 years, you will be able to collect enough military merits, and when you go back, your status will definitely be further improved. A Thunder Clan man with a lion-like body, 6 hooves, covered in cyan scales, with a strong human upper body, and about 25 meters tall, said with a smile. Yes, those who looked down on you back then will definitely regret it. They thought you would die on the extraterritorial battlefield. My staying in the clan back then was destined to fail. If I stayed, I would only be driven away from the core of power, so I forced myself to embark on this path to find the only opportunity. Coming to this extraterritorial battlefield has only 2 results, one is to die on the battlefield, and the other is to successfully return and take back everything I have lost. A Thunder Clan man with a height of only 21 meters and a cold face said. Suddenly, the Thunder Clan prince looked at the detector and exclaimed, not good. Run. The 8 Thunder Clan people fled in a panic, just rushed into the deep passage and ran out. A powerful compressed undying divine power exploded, the entire star fragment exploded. The powerful energy fluctuations spread rapidly along the passage and cave, and the terrifying shock wave tore apart the cosmic space, slamming in all directions along the many deep passages. Naturally, it also bombarded the 8 Thunder Clan people. PFF'd. The 8 Thunder Clan people spat out purple blood, and the cyan scales on their bodies shattered. Outside the star fragment, Xiao Yu and the others had surrounded the entire small star fragment. The captain's artillery fire is still so powerful. Divine Eye smiled. At this moment, the 8 Thunder Clan people ran wildly on 6 hooves, rushing out of the shattered star like lightning. Kill, Hess shouted in a low voice, instantly casting undying divine power in La Domain. Endless golden light spots enveloped, each golden light spot was like a sharp sword, frantically smashing towards the 8 Thunder Clan people. Xiao Yu and the others also surrounded them according to the plan. La Domain. It's actually an undying god. The faces of the 8 Thunder Clan people changed drastically. Everyone be careful, it's very simple to kill these 8 sector lords, but don't let anyone fall here. Hess transmitted his voice. Don't worry, understood. Seeing the human sector lord team and the undying god surround them, the faces of the 8 Thunder Clan sector lords changed drastically. Among them, the Thin Thunder Clan man said, I will deal with this undying god, and the others will be handed over to you. Your Highness, Prince. The other 7 Thunder Clan people were anxious. Chapter 207. Remember our declaration when we came to this battlefield. Either die on the battlefield or return with everything we desire. Let's fight, the Petite Thunder Clan prince telepathically urged. Yes, Your Highness. The 7 Thunder Clan members were almost all wielding shields nearly 18 meters high and spears about 60 meters long, with electric serpents coiling around their bodies. Humans, take my attack. The Petite Thunder Clan prince held both shield and spear, but the spear in his hand was over 80 meters long, covered in intricate secret patterns. His 6 hooves stomped through the void, directly creating countless spatial rifts, as countless forces of the world converged on the spear. Instantly, the spear transformed into a massive bolt of lightning, violently stabbing towards Hess in the void. The tip of the spear became a vortex of lightning, momentarily altering the flow of time. The attacked immortal Hess instantly felt his reaction speed slow down, and his expression changed. It's actually a genius of the Thunder Clan who has cultivated the laws of thunder and time to an extremely high level. In the distance, Xiao Yu's figure flickered as he arrived beside a Thunder Clan world lord. The chaos blade in his hand erupted slightly, and the Thunder Clan member's eyes widened in horror, frozen like a wooden puppet, allowing the chaos blade to pierce his neck. Countless spatial rifts traveled through the Thunder Clan member's neck and into his body, rapidly destroying his life core. His inner world collapsed, and countless items appeared. Gain 10 million military merits, the virtual universe system prompted. At the same time, Xiao Yu collected a wisp of scattered soul force into his life core space. Quickly resolving his opponent, Xiao Yu rapidly assisted his teammates, while also observing the situation on the battlefield. He would immediately provide assistance if any teammate encountered danger. It's actually the law of time. The time law displayed by the Petite Thunder Clan member naturally couldn't escape Xiao Yu's perception. Kill. Hess, affected by the law of time, instantly threw a punch. It was as if an endless mountain was pressing down, coupled with the strong restraints of the law, making it impossible for the spear to dodge. The fist collided with the spear. The Thunder Clan prince was sent flying thousands of kilometers away by the impact, purple blood spurting out. The power of the world spread, and he discovered that 2 of his subordinates had already died. Die, die, all of you die. The Thunder Clan prince's face was incomparably twisted as he charged towards Hess in the void again. The spear in his hand seemed to instantly lengthen, and the scales on the Thunder Clan prince's arm cracked, making his arm much thicker. The electric serpents that enveloped his entire body suddenly disappeared, converging at the tip of the spear. The thunder spear instantly left his hand, seeming to spin rapidly, giving a faint illusion of time flowing, and directly pierced towards Hess. It was as if traversing thousands of kilometers of void required no time at all, as it instantly arrived before Hess's chest. Good, immortal Hess shouted loudly, taking a step forward. The void burst open, producing countless spatial fragments, forming turbulence, and he directly threw another punch. Boom! The surrounding hundreds of kilometers of space completely collapsed, and countless spatial turbulences surged. The thunder spear was actually blasted backwards, returning to the Thunder Clan prince's hand. Haha, the stronger you are, the more military merits I'll get for killing you. Hess laughed loudly. If it were when I first came to this extraterritorial battlefield, I might have been suppressed by you, but now, you'll directly become my military merits. Hess looked at the Thunder Clan prince who had vomited blood several times and threw another punch. This punch was several times stronger and more terrifying than the previous 2. Your Highness, Your Highness, the 3 surviving Thunder Clan world lords cried out miserably. The Thunder Clan prince's world power spread out, easily aware of the battles that were happening around him. Just now, when he was fighting the human immortal, 4 of his subordinates had already been sacrificed, and the 2 strongest subordinates were killed by the black-clothed kid with the strange weapon. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. The Thunder Clan prince roared madly. He wanted to live, but under the suppression of the law domain, he couldn't escape and could only fight. Pong! Under Hess's third punch, the Thunder Clan prince was directly blasted into countless pieces of flesh and blood, and his inner world collapsed, with countless items appearing. Hess collected the spoils and then looked at the two remaining Thunder Clan world lords, who were being besieged by Divine Eyes, Gale, Succubus, Wise, and Gold Brick. Before long, the two Thunder Clan world lords were also eliminated. Quickly collect the spoils, let's go, Hess ordered. Yes, Xiao Yu and the others also quickly collected the spoils, and then the group transformed into streams of light and quickly left. Then, they boarded a spaceship and left at sub-light speed. In just a few minutes, several alien teams arrived here. An ally is dead, the murderer escaped so quickly. The several alien teams also left one after another. In the spaceship, we've gained a lot this time. The Thunder Clan also left us a lot of spoils. Let's divide them up, Hess said with a smile. Captain, the strongest member of the Thunder Clan was killed by you. Whoever kills has the right to choose. Captain, you choose first, the giant Camille said. I want the spear of my opponent. You can distribute the rest yourselves. Hess only took the Thunder Spear. The team members distributed the rest among themselves. Shikong, what about you? What do you want? I don't need anything. Xiao Yu sat on the sofa, holding a glass of fruit wine, shaking his head in refusal. He didn't care about these items. He had already obtained everything he wanted. The scattered soul force from the 8 Thunder Clan world lords all gathered in his life core. This is the demeanor of a strong person. Succubus winked at Zhu Yi. Little Yi Yi, you should also show the demeanor of a strong person. Damn, I need money to buy consumables. Zhu Yi grabbed the world ring and began to explore the large number of spoils inside, scavenging for some valuable items. After searching for a long time, she took 2 items and threw them to Succubus. I have enough, you guys choose. Black-hearted guy. So ruthless, he took the best ones. Succubus, Divine Eyes, and the others complained. Soon, the spoils of this harvest were distributed. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu sat at his desk, sipping tea. Mist, how much military merit do I have? Xiao Yu said in a low voice. Your military merit has reached 21 million, Mist said. So, all 3 of the people I just killed were World Lord War Generals, Xiao Yu thought to himself. In the previous battle with the Thunder Clan, only one of the 3 Thunder Clan World Lords he killed was killed alone. The other 2 World Lords were considered cooperative kills, but Xiao Yu contributed the most, so he naturally obtained the most military merit. Xiao Yu and his elite World Lord team continued to ride the C-9 class spaceship cautiously. They retreated early when they encountered strong enemies, and quietly and quickly attacked when they encountered someone they could handle, and the battle time was extremely short. They left quickly after the battle. In the blink of an eye, they had been wandering around for nearly a year, with 33 bloody battles. There were 4 times that were more dangerous. Gale and Wise were both seriously injured, but fortunately Xiao Yu rescued them. Shikong, I owe you one again. In the resting cabin of the spaceship, Gale came out of the world ring and thanked Xiao Yu gratefully. Even if I didn't save you, Zhu Yi would have, Xiao Yu said with a smile. While everyone was chatting, Gold Brick was sitting in the corner of the cabin, only occasionally responding. Chapter 208, 22.3%. Number 208 Chapter 208, Fighting Immortal. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Jin Zhuan and Xiao Yu entered the team at the same time, but the gap in strength was too great. Even if Xiao Yu held back, the strength he showed was still equivalent to an immortal military leader. Moreover, this was without his immortal level Moya Vine showing its power. On the battlefield, it is like this, you need to recognize yourself in order to better integrate into the team. Jin Zhuan was too self-regarding, but did not have the corresponding strength. Let's fight one more time, then go back to the lair to rest, Hess said. Yes, after killing them, we can go back to rest. The team members laughed, appearing very relaxed. In the past year, Xiao Yu and his team returned to the lair to rest 5 times, each time for 10 days. In the 33 bloody battles this year, Xiao Yu killed a total of 60 world masters, obtained more than 300 million military merits, and obtained all the soul power dissipated by 326 world masters. A biological spacecraft, entirely blood red, was flying in the star ring zone. Biological spacecraft are generally only popular among the demon race. Humans and mechanical races mainly use alloy spacecraft and metal spacecraft. Inside the biological spacecraft, an immortal god, 2 meters 6 tall, covered in emerald green scales, with a dog's head, stretched out his claws to pick up a wine glass and drank it down. Next to him were two creatures that looked almost identical. A short World Master level demon respectfully said, "Free captains, the swallowing and absorption are complete, the integrity of the biological spacecraft has reached 100%. In the control room, there were also 30 World Master level individuals, generally between 2 meters 3 and 2 meters 7 tall, and basically all with wolf heads. They are a branch of the canine race within the demon race, the canine race. Joe Mook, the detection instruments have detected combat fluctuations," one of the sturdy canine immortals said. "Move closer," the slightly shorter immortal of the three immortals said, "and investigate the strength of the other party at the same time. Already discovered the fluctuations, there is one immortal among them, and the rest are all World Master level," the sturdy canine immortal said excitedly. "Prepare for battle," the strong canine immortal, who had not spoken before, said, his voice echoing in the control room. The 30 canine World Master level individuals in the control room all stood up, a layer of body armor immediately appeared on their bodies, and weapons also appeared in their hands. Their eyes were full of madness and ferocity. In the Star Ring Zone, Xiao Yu and his elite team were fighting an elite team attached to the Zerg race. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yu's team had the upper hand, and only 2 World Masters were left on the other side. Xiao Yu's gaze swept towards the distant dark void. There are enemies. As early as when those people entered the range of 1 billion kilometers, Xiao Yu's detection instruments had detected their strength, knowing that they were 3 immortal military leaders and 30 World Master level individuals. Xiao Yu did not take this combat power to heart. Canine race. Xiao Yu had seen the relevant introduction of the demon race in the Virtual Universe Company's data, knowing that the canine race was a branch of the wolf race, liked to devour the corpses of opponents, and was a ferocious race. Far away, the canine race, who were quietly flying closer, did not know that their whereabouts had been exposed. The strong canine immortal ordered, "Joe Mook, Tu Duya, slow down, the 3 of us will give them a cannon, seriously injure them." The 3 canine immortals immediately slowed down, and a large amount of immortal divine power began to condense crazily between their claws, constantly compressing and condensing, even denser than immortal divine crystals. Compressing divine power. The actions of the canine race in the distance had been sensed by Xiao Yu's detection instruments. "Haha, quickly clean up the spoils, after cleaning up we will return to the lair," Captain Hess ordered. "Finally can rest." Golden Armor God I smiled. A group of World Masters were cleaning up the battlefield, while Xiao Yu pretended to look around, suddenly pointed to the distance, and shouted, "Enemies." Hess and everyone else immediately looked in the direction Xiao Yu pointed, and saw 3 streams of light rushing towards them. Immortal divine power compressed body attack. Hess's face changed, and he immediately stretched out his hands. 3 beams of light shot directly from Hess's hands, directly towards the 3 streams of light in the distance, while shouting, "Retreat, retreat quickly." The World Master team quickly fled. The 3 beams of light and the 3 compressed immortal divine power balls instantly collided together, producing a terrible explosion. The powerful divine power fluctuations instantly tore apart the surrounding thousands of kilometers, and terrible immortal divine power fluctuations spread in all directions. This, immortal divine power. Hess's face suddenly changed. This earth immortal divine power. It's them. The god I, who had a smiling face, suddenly turned ferocious. The atmosphere of the entire team instantly changed. All fell into a kind of madness. Xiao Yu and Jin Zhuan were a little surprised. What's going on? Shi Kong, Jin Zhuan, that team is our mortal enemy. Don't hold back, kill them, kill all those ghouls. Hess transmitted the sound. Kill, kill. Hess and the 7 old team members all turned into streamers and rushed towards the distance. Xiao Yu and Jin Zhuan naturally followed. And in the distance, a group of streamers flew over. Although it was 33-10, the momentum on Xiao Yu's side was even more crazy. "Haha, didn't escape. Early detection of you humans who survived by chance, I didn't expect you to dare to fight back." The 3 canine immortals said excitedly. They knew very well the strength of the team in front of them. This human team only had 1 immortal god who was difficult to deal with. The two sides met in the starry sky, and almost instantly they fought. Children, kill them all, eat them all. The strong canine ordered. Yes, yes, sir. A group of canine world masters laughed frantically, each holding a war knife, scimitar, etc., each very fast and very agile, and rushed over directly. Zhu Yi's expression was frantic, and 100 dark green vines stretched out from the armor on his body, frantically extending towards the canine world masters hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he manipulated the thought power weapons like bee stings, thousands of bee stings constantly gathered together, and finally formed a golden 1-meter-long giant bee sting, flashing dazzling secret patterns. Strands of invisible fluctuations constantly impacted the surrounding time and space, and flew towards the sturdy canine immortal. Hess also instantly fought with the strong canine immortal god. The killing started instantly. Xiao Yu's figure moved, and 10,000 phantom bodies appeared. The chaos blade in his hand exuded a rich wave of time and space, and rushed towards the slightly shorter canine immortal. The 10 canine world masters who passed through the phantom body were all killed by a divine knife. The corpses of the canine world masters floated in the starry sky, their inner worlds collapsed, causing countless items to spill around. Shi Kong is really fierce. Awesome. The other party has 3 immortal gods. Xiao Yu must go crazy once, slightly show more strength, otherwise, he feels that this team that is not bad will probably go to the abyss. Xiao Yu whispered, "Little Mo, it's up to you. Don't worry, master." The crystal Moya vine that originally covered Xiao Yu's whole body quickly left Xiao Yu's body. An incomparably terrifying aura spread from Xiao Yu's side, almost instantly causing Hess and God Eye to turn their heads sharply to look at the source of the aura, and also causing the 3 canine immortal powerhouses in the distance to look in shock at the source of the bursting aura. Both humans and demons could hardly believe what they were seeing. The two sides were so shocked that they almost stopped fighting. Chapter 209. Floating around Xiao Yu were plant-like vines, which almost instantly transformed into a true, celestial giant. "Kill them all," Xiao Yu whispered. The golden Moyan vine, with its 360 main tendrils, frantically thickened and lengthened, reaching nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in an instant. The current Moyan vine, comparable to a high-level king, had a fully expanded form even larger than the sun. Heavens, my god, it's actually a perfect grade immortal Moyan vine. Hess was completely shocked. Although he had previously seen that Xiao Yu possessed an immortal grade Moyan vine, he had not expected it to have 360 tendrils. This was equivalent to a high-level king. It was extremely difficult for ordinary immortals to cultivate even a 108 tendril immortal Moyan vine, yet Shi Kong had a 360 tendril immortal grade Moyan vine while still at the world master level. Perhaps Shi Kong's true identity was that of a core member of the human race's 5 major powers. Hess was shocked by his own conjecture. Immortal plant, it's an immortal plant lifeform. The muscular canine immortal's eyes were filled with horror. How could their team have an immortal plant lifeform? And such a powerful one. His strength among the immortal army leaders was considered very formidable. Even if he encountered a marquee-level powerhouse, he could escape with ease, but now, facing a plant lifeform, he felt an insurmountable sense of powerlessness. It's over. Everything is over. The slightly shorter canine immortal felt a pang of grief, but still roused all of his immortal divine power and merged it with his law domain, preparing for the final strike of his life. Just as everyone was either shocked or horrified, the Moyan vine's 360 tendrils shone with golden light, either piercing like spears or coiling towards their targets. In an instant, they surrounded the 23 targets. In fact, the 20 world master levels didn't even last a moment before their bodies were crushed by the golden vines. Under the invasion of immortal divine power, their inner worlds collapsed, and countless items appeared around them. No, the 3 canine immortals screamed and roared, instantly going mad, with violent immortal divine power surging, each trying to struggle. One after another, the vines frantically coiled around the 3 canine immortals, wrapping them tightly, with each vine exuding a rich immortal divine power and law domain. No matter how much the canine immortals resisted, they were still unable to withstand it. The immortal divine power of the 3 canine immortals was rapidly eroded by the Moyan vine's law domain. Immortal divine body 70%, 30%, 10%. Ah, no. Explode. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 immortals all chose to self-detonate when their divine bodies reached their limit. Even their final self-detonations did not harm the Moyan vine's tendrils in the slightest. The immortal divine power and world power of the demon race enemies that had dissipated within a radius of 10 million kilometers were all collected by an invisible hand, and then decomposed into ownerless divine power and soul power. The life imprints in the soul power were erased, turning it into the purest soul power, which entered Xiao Yu's life core through the deepest level of the space-time channel. And that ownerless divine power was absorbed by the unknown. The three immortals were dead beyond dead. Under normal circumstances, immortal divine power contains soul imprints, even if it dissipates. It can be instantly absorbed to restore a complete immortal divine body. And if one cultivates to the point of immortal body, even if one is blasted to pieces, and even immortal divine power begins to collapse and shatter, and the soul imprint is shattered, as long as there is a trace of fragment remaining, it can instantly absorb countless other shattered energies to restore a complete immortal divine body. But whether it is the primary immortal divine body or the advanced immortal body, as long as they face Xiao Yu, this cheat, all of this is useless. As long as the immortal divine body is blasted open and dissipates, it is no longer theirs, but becomes Xiao Yu's. This is the power of the system. Overbearing. In the virtual universe. Received 133.5 million military merits, Wu reminded. Military merits have reached 1.7 billion, it's time to leave. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Primitive universe, 7th battlefield, in the star ring zone. After the Moyan vine strangled 33 targets, it quickly shrank, and then transformed back into armor, attaching itself to Xiao Yu. Quickly collect the spoils of war. The commotion just now was too big. If we take a little longer, many foreign race powerhouse teams will definitely come over, Hess said, feigning composure, and gave the order. Shen Yan, Kuang Feng, and the others looked at Xiao Yu eagerly, and then collected the various spoils of war around the battlefield. In fact, the most valuable items were the 5 demon race immortal world rings that Xiao Yu had obtained. However, there were also some good things scattered from the world master worlds. Hess flew to Xiao Yu's side. Shikong, thank you this time. You helped us avenge our blood feud. If it weren't for you, our team would probably be finished this time. Captain is joking. I've also been taken care of by the captain during this time, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Hess glanced at Xiao Yu, lost in thought. Let's have a drink. For old 5, for the brothers and sisters who have died over the years, cheers. There is no mistake, all the content is in 69 Shuba. Cheers. Hess, Xiao Yu, Shen Yan, and the others all raised their glasses, celebrating the joy of avenging their blood feud. From the day we stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield, death has always accompanied us. I have been in the extraterritorial battlefield for more than 30,000 years, from world master to immortal. Many of my brothers who went through life and death together back then, oldest, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, have died one by one. Hess glanced at everyone. Shen Yan and the others also took a deep breath. Old brothers die, new brothers and sisters come in. Hess sighed, everyone has their own goals. In our team, like Zhu, he retired after completing his goal. I estimate that he will retire in about 10,000 years. I wish everyone a safe retirement. Yeah, a group of people raised their glasses. Live to retire. Raised their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Shikong, Hess looked at Xiao Yu. The entire lounge suddenly quieted down. Yeah, Xiao Yu looked at the captain he had spent a year with. I didn't expect that there would be a powerhouse like you in our team. The immortal grade Moyan Vine instantly killed 3 immortal powerhouses, one of whom was a peak immortal army leader. If I'm not mistaken, that's a 360 tendril Moyan Vine, which is equivalent to a high-level king. Hess revealed a smile. That's right, Xiao Yu nodded. You're just a world master, yet you possess a king-level auxiliary life, and you're also a world master recognized by the origin of time and space. Although you haven't used your full strength before, compared to that, your strength should also be able to kill the 3 immortal demon races we encountered before. Hess said. Too crazy. Zhu Yi sighed. I know the core member world masters of the giant axe fighting arena, and they're not this strong. Jin Zhuan said, I'm afraid only the core of the 5 major powers is this powerful. It's my honor to join the extraterritorial battlefield at the same time as you, Jin Zhuan said. Shikong, I feel a sense of inferiority in front of you, Shen Yan said with a look of lament. Stop showing off. The other team members all laughed. Xiao Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Although the time they had spent together was only a short year, It felt like it had been a long time. Brothers and sisters, Xiao Yu looked at everyone. Everyone quieted down and looked at him. Chapter 210. 22.5%. Number 210. Chapter 210. The Final Hunt. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Besides the simple requirements for military merits in the army, I also shoulder other tasks when I came to this extraterritorial battlefield. Xiao Yu smiled and said, I believe everyone has guessed it, even if I don't say it. God's Eye, Gale, and others nodded. 1 billion military merits are too simple for Xiao Yu, who has a moan vine comparable to a high-level sealed king. Even if it is increased tenfold or 100-fold, it is not challenging at all. Just now, after I killed 3 immortal gods, I have collected 1 billion military merits and am already a free man. Xiao Yu continued. Do you mean? Hess felt relieved. His guess was indeed coming. You're leaving, Gale said in a low voice. A group of team members looked at Xiao Yu. That's right, I'm leaving. Xiao Yu nodded. Hess, God's Eye, Gale, Gold Brick, Zhu Yi, Succubus, Mad Wolf, Cammy, and Wise glanced at each other, their expressions rather complicated. Although they were reluctant, they also understood that the difference in strength between themselves and others was too great, and Xiao Yu would definitely not wander in the Star Ring Zone, which is such a dangerous area. Sorry, Xiao Yu said softly. No need to apologize. Hess said, being with us is a waste of time for you to deal with the weak, and we will be a burden to deal with the strong. No matter what, I, God's Eye, was once your teammate. God's Eye said, time and space, you have never mentioned your real name, but we have your virtual universe number. Tell us when you feel you can reveal it. Genius, don't forget about us little people when you become a big shot in the future. Succubus looked at Xiao Yu with a charming look and said softly. These are the world rings of the 3 immortal demon clans I killed. The items inside are useless to me. I believe everyone needs these spoils more than I do. Xiao Yu took out a world ring, manipulated the power of the world, and controlled the world ring to float in front of Captain Hess. Wow, so many treasures. This is worth tens of thousands of chaos units. This is equivalent to our harvest for thousands of years. The team members checked the world ring one by one. For a monstrous genius like Xiao Yu, meeting is always short, and separation is the norm. After Xiao Yu reluctantly bid farewell to the team members who were adventuring in the extraterritorial battlefield, he turned and flew out of the spaceship's hatch. Whoosh! Xiao Yu flipped his hand and a Class E9 disc-shaped spaceship appeared, and then he boarded the spaceship. Before coming to the extraterritorial battlefield, Xiao Yu had already checked the relevant information and purchased nearly 100 Class E9 spaceships, all of which were custom-made. The entire control room of the Class E9 spaceship was made of Class F9 metal, which made the price of this spaceship reach tens of thousands of points. In the control room, Xiao Yu sat on the chair. His consciousness sank into the core of his life. Looking at the power of the soul he had harvested from the system, equivalent to 5,000 Ninth Order World Masters, Xiao Yu frowned. He didn't expect that the amount of increase after the soul power transformation was not much. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu was sitting in the study, studying various combat secrets in controlling time and space. He had already completed the second move of slaying time and space, universe / but there were still many things that needed to be improved. He always felt that he was not performing well enough, so he studied various secrets of controlling time and space, for mutual reference. Xiao Yu, there's an email. Wu reminded. Xiao Yu opened the email, which was directly sent by the military system. The content was, Warrior Xiao Yu, you have completed your military merits and left the team. You now have 2 choices. 1. Continue fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield. 2. Retire and leave the extraterritorial battlefield. Continue fighting, Xiao Yu said softly. The monitoring system received Xiao Yu's voice answer and quickly sent another email. The content of this email was roughly that Xiao Yu, as a free man, had the right to exchange military merits, with every 100,000 military merits being equivalent to 1 chaos unit. Since Xiao Yu was a core member of the virtual universe, every 100,000 military merits could also be exchanged for 1 point. In addition, the military system gave Xiao Yu 2 choices. One was to continue fighting alone. The other was to lead an army, which consisted of 100 world masters, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 universe levels. I choose the first option, alone, Xiao Yu said softly. He had no intention of being a nanny. Being alone was good. Being with the elite team before was mandatory by the military system. Then the virtual universe system sent a star map of the 7th battlefield. Star Ring Zone, inside the Class E9 spaceship. Immortal level law fluctuations of the demon race have been detected within 1 billion kilometers, with the lowest being a primary immortal military lord and the highest being a peak immortal military lord. Wu reminded, they are besieging 2 elite human race teams, and the human race comrades have sent out a distress signal. Let's go, the hunt begins. Xiao Yu smiled. Before leaving the Star Ring Zone, he planned to have a good hunt first. The disc-shaped spaceship quickly changed direction and flew towards the battlefield. In a short while, it had approached within tens of millions of kilometers. Near a star fragment with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. 2 elite human race teams in the void, gathered together, with a total of only 2 immortal gods and 3 world master generals comparable to immortals, as well as 18 ordinary world master generals. In this 7th battlefield, there are not many world master generals with immortal strength, but there are not a few either. Almost every elite team has 1 or 2, all of whom have experienced countless life and death trials. Bang Shu, has the distress signal been sent out? The 3-eyed black-robed immortal looked at the side with despair, at an immortal with black-robed scales and armor who was 6 meters tall. It has been sent, but I estimate that we will be finished before the surrounding allies arrive. The black-robed scaled immortal said in a low voice. Now we can only fight desperately. Everyone, take out your trump cards and fight for your lives. The 3-eyed black-robed immortal's eyes went crazy. The 2 immortal gods and 21 world masters took out their desperate measures. This scene was seen by the demon race immortals surrounding them. One of them, a man with a human body and a snake's head, shouted, "Humans! You still have to struggle before you die. Can't you just die quietly?" Then the man with the human body and snake's head disappeared out of thin air, and at the same time, a huge snake like a giant mountain appeared in the starry sky. This snake was about 200 meters thick and 12 kilometers long, with green snake scales, 6 wings on its sides, and the ends of the wings were like sharp metal swords. Ziqian 10,000 snakes. The moment Ziqian 10,000 snakes appeared, 10,000 miles were frozen. Even if the 2 human race immortals used the law domain to resist, the world masters still felt the bone-chilling cold. At the same time, the other 9 demon race immortals also took action. "Brothers, kill!" the 3-eyed black-robed immortal roared. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura spread from the distant void, and then a moan vine, even larger than a star, appeared on the periphery of the demon race immortals. 360 extremely thick vines, carrying a golden law domain, almost instantly broke through millions of kilometers and entangled the 10 demon race immortals in the void. What's going on? Both the demon race and the human race were shocked. What exactly happened? The Ziqian 10,000 snakes was entangled by the vines, unable to break free no matter what, and was horrified to discover that its immortal god body was being rapidly wiped out. Chapter 211, 22.6%. Number 211 Chapter 211 Leaving the Star Ring Belt. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. The 9 demon race immortals, including a horned dragon covered in scales and a rat-like demon race, were all in despair. "Ah, no, I'm not reconciled." Having learned from the previous battle, the Moyan Vine didn't give these 10 demon race immortals a chance to self-detonate their bodies, and their divine bodies were quickly obliterated. The system absorbed almost instantly all the divine power and soul power that dissipated from these demon races. Xiao Yu retrieved the Moyan Vine, collected the world rings of the 10 immortals, turned around and left, without greeting the elite squad below. This time, he annihilated 10 immortals, gaining 3.7 billion military merits, and also harvested 21,000 portions of domain lord level soul power. Adding the soul power he had obtained before, it was enough for him to improve 2 layers of derived structure of the origin soul. In the following 10 years, Xiao Yu wandered throughout the entire Star Ring Belt, hunting down more than 3,000 alien race immortal gods, the highest level being a marquee level beginner, and the origin core structure reached 7,300 layers. The news that an immortal god with an immortal plant life appeared in the Star Ring Belt spread like wildfire, and countless alien race powerhouses with insufficient strength left the Star Ring Belt one after another. Even the marquee level immortals were much more cautious, worried about becoming the target of being hunted. As for those Marquis-level peak and King-level existences, they would not specifically run to the star ring belt because of one existence. Xiao Yu looked at the star map sent by the virtual universe system 10 years ago. The star map of the entire 7th battlefield is very complex, densely packed with special areas, such as the star ring belt and the fragment star belt. There are tens of thousands of these, as well as lower-level dangerous areas, which are generally the areas of activity for domain lords, world lords, and universe levels. In the star ring belt, there are many world lord levels, but very few immortal levels, and generally the levels are not high. Even marquee levels are rare. Xiao Yu looked towards the nearest extremely high-level combat zone from the star ring belt, Yan Sacrificial Continent. Then quickly zoom in on the star map. Yan Sacrificial Continent, an extremely high-level combat area within the 7th battlefield. The main continent of Yan Sacrificial Continent has a maximum diameter of 1.8 light-years, and there are thousands of continental fragments floating around the continent, the small ones having millions of kilometers in diameter, and the large ones having trillions of kilometers in diameter. Humans and countless alien race powerhouses who dare to enter the Yan Sacrificial Continent, whether it is an elite squad or an army, must have immortal gods leading the team, and there are a large number of marquee-level immortal gods, and very, very few, king-level. System, change the soul aura and appearance to the three-eyed space world lord. Open black lens bracket deducting 100 wish gold coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu immediately transformed into the three-eyed space world lord. The virtual universe system had previously recorded this process. With the authorization of the Chaos City Lord, it would still define the three-eyed space world lord and Xiao Yu as the same person. The military merits obtained by the three-eyed space world lord still belong to Xiao Yu. It's just that no one except the initial virtual universe system and the Chaos City Lord knows about this matter. Wu, go to Yan Sacrificial Continent immediately, set off. Xiao Yu ordered. Yes, with Xiao Yu's advanced detection equipment, he could discover some enemies early and easily avoid them. The spaceship flew all the way to the universe shuttle point, without being attacked. Then Xiao Yu transferred to the F9 spaceship and performed a universe shuttle, traveling at 50 times the speed of light in the dark universe. 2 hours later, the triangular spaceship arrived at the shuttle point near Yan Sacrificial Continent. After that, Xiao Yu transferred back to the E9 class disc-shaped spaceship, and then flew for another 6 days before arriving at the Yan Sacrificial Continent area. External virtualization. In the distant starry sky, there is a vast and boundless continent. Outside that suspended continent, there are also some equally large continental fragments. Perhaps I will stay here for thousands of years. I hope I can complete the cultivation of the third layer of Origin Soul by then. In the starry sky, the E9 class spaceship quickly flew towards the Yan Sacrificial Continent, passing through a huge continental fragment. Although it is said to be a continental fragment, it is still 900 billion kilometers in diameter, almost the same size as the Blood Luo world in the primordial secret realm. This is the number 09 land fragment of Yan Sacrificial Continent. Wu said, to pass through this number 09 land fragment, even at a speed of 290,000 kilometers per second, it will take more than a month. Immortal gods leading legions, or is it a marquee-level immortal god leading them? Through the detection equipment, Xiao Yu clearly saw many teams within a range of 1 billion kilometers, with various races existing. This number 09 land, although it is only a continental fragment, still has many alien race powerhouses lurking. Each team is much stronger than the Star Ring Belt. The hunt has begun. Xiao Yu chuckled. Then he quickly flew towards an alien race legion led by a marquee immortal and 2 immortal army leaders. When approaching, the Moyan Vine had already launched its attack mode. Before Xiao Yu had flown to the alien race legion, the legion of more than 1,000 people was killed by the king-level Moyan Vine. After cleaning up the battlefield, Xiao Yu boarded the spaceship again and headed towards another target. After a month of frantic hunting, Xiao Yu took a short rest in the control room of the E9 class spaceship. Suddenly, SOS, SOS. We have encountered 3 demon race immortals. The strongest of the demon races possesses the strength of a marquee-level beginner immortal. A distress message was directly issued to Xiao Yu by the army system through the virtual universe network. The call for help is directly sent to all allies and comrades within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. Xiao Yu's spaceship is 100 million kilometers away from the battlefield, but Xiao Yu's detection equipment is advanced, shielding the other party's detection, but the other party can still see his coordinates through the army system. Xiao Yu, one of the human immortal gods fighting below, is requesting a call with you. Wu said. Transfer it to the arm guard screen. Xiao Yu nodded. A white-robed immortal appeared on the arm guard screen, with a look of urgency. Comrade, please help us. My detection equipment cannot detect you, comrade, and I still rely on the army system to know the location of surrounding comrades and allies. Your strength should be stronger than ours, especially with the addition of our 3 immortals. We should be able to deal with that demon race immortal. Please help, the 3 of us can't hold on any longer. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. He came to this battlefield to kill alien races, and he didn't mind helping his comrades. Turned off the communicator. Prepare for battle. The venerable divine armor covered his entire body, and the golden moan vine turned into a golden moan armor. Even ordinary king-level immortals would find it difficult to break through the defense of the moan vine armor. Xiao Yu held the chaos blade, and the wings of time and space were absorbed into his body. They would not be used easily unless necessary. The hatch opened, and Xiao Yu quickly darted out. Then swooped down. Boom. ... Above the endless mountain range, 2 teams of humans and demon races were fighting. On the stone walls of this mountain range, you can still see some huge ancient carvings, which were left by the natives of Yan's sacrificial continent in those years. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and the natives are long gone. Shanggong, I have already called for help from a comrade, and he will arrive soon. The immortal god, who looked like he was cast from copper, burning with flames all over his body, transmitted excitedly. Haha, I hope he doesn't come too late. The man, who looked weak, surrounded by water currents, was also full of smiles. If he comes too late, we will fight desperately. The man, who looked sturdy, surrounded by a heavy aura, had a firm look in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. The 3 immortals on the human side were pleasantly surprised, while the scaled armor demon race immortal with 2 ferocious heads let out a low roar. Chapter 212, 22.7%. Number 212. Chapter 212, Space-Time Nightmare. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Those 3 demon race immortals were also extremely cautious, even weakening their attacks on the 3 human immortals, carefully preparing to escape at the first sign of trouble. Clearly, they had done this sort of thing many times. But in just a split second, the 3 human immortals were stunned, and even the 3 demon race immortals felt like they had been played. What? The seemingly weak immortal Shanggong widened her eyes. A Sector Lord. How could it be a Sector Lord? Roar. The demon race immortals, however, were incredibly excited. Their sensory perception was extremely sharp, and they instantly determined that the golden armored man diving down with overwhelming momentum was a Sector Lord. No matter how overwhelming his momentum, it couldn't change the fact that this golden armored man was only a Sector Lord. Xiao Yu, diving straight down, immediately saw the demon race marquee level immortal with 2 ferocious heads, and naturally knew what race this demon belonged to. Time-Space Nightmare Beast, one of the 18 royal families of the demon race. A mature peak time-space nightmare beast can naturally reach the domain lord level. One of its 2 heads has golden pupils, and the other has silver pupils. The golden pupils can affect space, and the silver pupils can affect time. Once the golden and silver pupils are used simultaneously, they have a strong control over the surrounding time and space, and when combined with the law domain, they can double the power of the law domain. The time-space nightmare beast below should be considered a disgrace to the time-space nightmare beast race. Possessing the 2 major trump cards of time and space, and being stronger, and even having 2 marquee-level servants, it still couldn't win the battle instantly. Although the time-space nightmare beast's time talent is far inferior to the devouring beast's talent of time stop, even the weakest time talent can achieve extremely impressive results if used well. Leave this time-space nightmare beast to me, and the other 2 demon race immortals to you. Xiao Yu transmitted his voice to the 3 human immortals below. Xiao Yu, diving down, instantly gripped the chaos blade in his hand, and the power of the world within his body surged. The chaos blade suddenly became like a dark-colored 1,000-meter giant blade, shattering the space around it. The black giant blade seemed to be splitting the heavens and the universe. What is this? The 3 human immortals were horrified, and the demon race time-space nightmare beast was even more shocked, widening its pair of golden and silver pupils. The scaly armored demon race immortal was also shocked. And a large number of sector lords, domain lords, and universe-level beings from both the human and demon races all crashed down from midair, all falling to the ground, collapsing one by one, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The mere pressure was already unbearable for the sector lords. Open double angle bracket severing time-space close double angle bracket first move, severing kings. Xiaoyu stared at the time-space nightmare beast. I'll use you as a test. Roar. The time-space nightmare beast below roared angrily, and suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, the eyes of its two ferocious heads shot out two beams of light. The powerful law domain was controlled by the time-space talent, and its power suddenly skyrocketed, directly pressing down on the human sector lord in golden armor, who it thought should be very weak. HMPH. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Boom. The surrounding time and space twisted, and grassland and sky appeared out of thin air. The powerful world projection directly collided with the law domain. With only a 30,000-kilometer world projection, the law domain was forced to retreat and shrink continuously, eventually only able to surround the time-space nightmare beast within a range of nearly 100 kilometers. The eyes of the time-space nightmare beast's two heads both revealed an unbelievable color. Its law domain, as a marquee-level immortal, was actually suppressed by a sector lord's world projection. Die, Xiaoyu muttered in his heart. Immediately, the dark-colored 1,000-meter giant blade fell from the sky, instantly turning into a 10,000-kilometer giant blade, slashing at the time-space nightmare beast, shattering tens of thousands of kilometers of space, forming a turbulent storm of space. The time-space nightmare beast's immortal body shattered into countless tiny fragments. Gather. The time-space nightmare beast roared in its heart, but those fragments that had been shattered into immortal divine power were then prevented from reassembling by an invisible force, and instead disappeared rapidly. How could this be? This was the last question left by a trace of the time-space nightmare beast's soul. Not bad. Xiaoyu sensed the vast, pure soul power in his life core and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the other two demon race immortals, both of whom were peak immortal military lords, with strength comparable to the three human immortals. Since Xiaoyu had come to rescue them, he would help them to the end. Then, with two more moves of severing kings, the two demon race immortals followed in the footsteps of the time-space nightmare beast. There are actually 10.8 billion military merits. Xiaoyu thought to himself. The information obtained from the virtual universe was always known to him as the human main soul. Escape, escape. The thousands of demons roared, uttering the common language of the demon race, and scattered in all directions. Those sector lord level, domain lord, and universe level beings who had been suppressed before joined forces in twos and threes to quickly hunt down their targets. The three human immortals naturally wouldn't lower themselves to chase after them, but walked towards Xiaoyu with smiles. Thank you, brother, the bronze caste immortal came over. Thanks, brother, the sturdy immortal said with a smile. Thank you for your help, the weak immortal god carefully observed Xiaoyu. The one with the bronze caste body is Feng Wu, the other one is Yuan San, and I am Shang Gong. We are all immortal military lords. I believe you, my comrade, should be a prince from one of the five major forces. I am called Three-Eyed Time-Space, Xiaoyu said with a smile, and the venerable god armor contracted, revealing his appearance. When he came to this Yan sacrifice continent, he had already changed his appearance to the appearance and aura of the Three-Eyed Time-Space sector lord, so naturally no one would recognize him. He casually put the chaos blade in his hand into his inner world. Three-Eyed Time-Space, Feng Wu, Yuan San, and Shang Gong, the three human immortal military lords, all remembered this name. They also knew that this name was just a code name. Looking at the time-space secret pattern above his third eye, one could clearly see that the sector lord in front of them was definitely not simple. Moreover, they had personally witnessed Xiaoyu instantly killing a marquee-level early-stage demon race immortal. They would believe it if they were told that the sector lord in front of them possessed the strength of a peak marquee-level immortal. Three-Eyed Time-Space, the commotion just now was very big. I estimate that some alien powerhouses will come over soon. Let's leave here quickly, Feng Wu invited, leave with us. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. He was new to the Yan sacrifice continent and was not very familiar with it. He would follow this legion for a while to familiarize himself with the environment here, and then go to the main continent. Haha. Feng Wu, Yuan San, and Shang Gong immediately laughed. It was naturally what they wanted to have a sector lord who was capable of killing a marquis-level early-stage immortal follow them. Being able to kill a marquis during the sector lord stage meant that Xiao Yu's law comprehension was at least at the peak marquis level. Assemble. Feng Wu transmitted his order, and at the same time waved his hand, and a silver large flying saucer appeared, about 300 meters in diameter. Whoosh! The abdomen of the flying saucer directly separated, revealing a large passage. Assemble. Some other peak sector lord powerhouses ordered their other warriors, quickly enter the spaceship and leave immediately. Inside the spaceship's control room. Three-eyed time space, if it weren't for you this time, one of us three brothers would probably have fallen. Feng Wu used immortal divine power to control the wine bottle and poured 4 glasses of wine, suspending them in front of the 4. Chapter 213, 22.8%. Number 213 Chapter 213 Misty Sand Island. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. We three will remember this life-saving grace. Here, have a taste. This is ice spirit wine, we just exchanged for at the military base. Although it's not expensive, it has a unique flavor, said Feng Wu. Xiao Yu held the wine glass and took a light sip. As soon as the wine entered his throat, it transformed into strands of radiant light, entering his body and making him feel refreshed all over. Not bad, Xiao Yu nodded. To run into three-eyed spacetime at such a crucial moment, haha, it's truly our good fortune, Yuan San laughed heartily. Since we are comrades in arms, I should naturally lend a hand when I can, Xiao Yu said. As fellow humans, he should help when needed, especially since he also wanted to hunt alien races. The three of you, I just arrived on this Yan Sacrifice continent and would like to learn about it, Xiao Yu asked. On the star chart, this belongs to Land 09 of the Yan Sacrifice continent, Shang Gong smiled. Actually, many of us humans and countless alien races who fight on the Yan Sacrifice continent call the main continent the continent, and these land fragments, islands. Island 09, Xiao Yu asked in surprise. And the island we are on is called Mist Sand Island, Shang Gong smiled. The main continent has experts as numerous as clouds, with many marquis-level undying experts, and even many peak marquis-level undying experts. There are also many king-level undying experts. So it's very dangerous. Many of us who recognize our inferior strength venture on the islands. And Mist Sand Island is considered a large island, with about 36 marquis-level undying gods on the island. Now it should be 35. All marquis-level experts possess an undying body, making them extremely difficult to deal with. However, when they encounter Xiao Yu, they are just like ordinary undying military lords. The spaceship flew for more than a day before entering a mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist. The reason Mist Sand Island is named so is that 1/3 of the island is covered in mist year-round. The entire hinterland of the mountain range was hollowed out, forming a military camp. Haha, we're back alive. Thanks to that mysterious domain lord expert who suddenly appeared, we've accumulated a lot of military merits this time. Back at the military camp, many army members exclaimed. Xiao Yu followed Feng Wu, Yuan San, and Shang Gong into a quiet palace. Three-eyed spacetime, you can stay here for now. Later, I'll give you some detailed information about our Mist Sand Island. We'll probably rest for half a month before setting out again, Feng Wu smiled. Shortly after, Xiao Yu received detailed information through the virtual universe network. Most of it was about Mist Sand Island. Detailed information about the other 35 marquis-level undying experts, each with a large number of pictures and text. Among the 35 marquis-level undying experts, the demon race accounts for 9, the insect race accounts for 9, and the human race accounts for 9. On this Mist Sand Island, Xiao Yu had a new plan, to eliminate all non-human Foss's marquis-level undying experts, a total of 26 marquis-level undying experts, which should be resolved within a year. In the following half-month, Xiao Yu also constantly reviewed the details of his previous hunts of early-stage marquis-level experts. Where could he have done better? Could he have used less power? Could the power of King Slayer be even stronger? 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wu, Yuan San, and Shang Gong led a large army on a spaceship, flying around Mist Sand Island, preparing to find a target. But this time, they were much more confident. Usually, they would look for alien races with the strength of undying military lords. Last time was an accident. This time, they directly targeted an early-stage marquee-level expert. Xiao Yu, Feng Wu, Yuan San, and Shang Gong were all in the control room. Found a target. Feng Wu slightly raised the screen on his arm guard, projecting it directly. A screen appeared in midair, showing densely packed scale-armored creatures, Chu Shi clan, warriors. At first glance, there were at least 10,000 Chu Shi clan warriors. These small-scale armored creatures are very ferocious. They are all energy lifeforms. Even if ordinary domain lords and world lords blast them apart, they can still condense again. They have one early-stage marquee-level undying expert and 10 undying military lords. He looked at Xiao Yu and the others. Shall we do it? Do it, Yuan San and Shang Gong nodded in response. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. Good. Feng Wu immediately transmitted an order to all his subordinates in the 3 cabins. Listen to my command, the battle is estimated to begin in 4 minutes. The target is the ugly scale-armored creatures. Each World Lord Captain distributed the task to their respective team members. Just a bunch of ugly scale-armored creatures. Everyone, try to accumulate more military merits later. Yes, Captain. Understood. The domain lords and universe levels under their command responded excitedly, eager to move. Nearly 20,000 cosmic warriors rushed out rapidly along the wide cabin channel. The 4 human experts, one with flames burning all over his body, one surrounded by flowing water and cold air, one shrouded in a heavy aura, and the last one with baleful aura-like substantive flames. The 11 enemy undying gods, each with a mountain-like aura, shattered space with every punch. The one fighting Xiao Yu was a spiritual master, controlling 9 sharp swords. Countless sword energies spanning tens of thousands of kilometers blocked Xiao Yu's close combat. In the desperate fight, the Chu Shi clan's marquee-level undying expert's sharp sword constantly collided with the Chaos Blade's 1,000-meter giant blade, shattering the void within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Spiritual masters are just troublesome, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Then, with a movement of his figure, he instantly appeared beside the Chu Shi clan's marquee-level undying expert. Teleportation. The Chu Shi clan's marquee-level undying expert was extremely horrified. Teleportation was a standard sign of a high-level king's law comprehension. He instantly mobilized his law domain, attempting to restrain Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu's world projection was too powerful, and he broke free almost instantly, instead constantly suppressing the Chu Shi clan's marquee-level undying expert's law domain. Then, the Chaos Blade in Xiao Yu's hand slashed down. He once again used the first move of slaying spacetime, King Slayer. The Chu Shi clan's marquee-level undying expert's body shattered, annihilated into an undying divine power state, and then absorbed by the system, without any chance of recovery. Then, Xiao Yu saw the 3 human undying military lords fighting ordinary undying military lords beside him. The bodies of the 10 ordinary undying military lords were constantly shattered, and then condensed again. Only after dozens of times was one undying military lord killed, and the dissipated undying divine power was absorbed, turning into the purest soul power. After Xiao Yu killed the early-stage marquee-level undying expert, he helped kill 8 undying military lords. Their 3 undying military lords also killed another alien undying military lord. This time, the human legion had a great harvest. In the military camp, Feng Wu, Yuan San, Shang Gong, I think it's time to leave, Xiao Yu said, holding a glass of fruit wine. Leave. Feng Wu, Yuan San, and Shang Gong understood that an expert like Xiao Yu could not stay with them for long. Afterward, Xiao Yu launched a hunting operation on Mist Sand Island, targeting all alien undying experts, especially teams with marquee-level undying experts. Hunting was not the goal, but rather studying swordsmanship, combat secret techniques, and collecting soul power. Therefore, Xiao Yu never used the wings of spacetime or the sky-piercing blade, only the Chaos Blade. Chapter 214, 22.9%. Number 214 Chapter 214 Leaving Wuxia Island. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Boom. A saucer-shaped E9 class spaceship flew at near light speed towards a certain mountainous area of Mist Sand Island. According to the information given to him by Marquis Fengwu, Fire Forest Marquis, a peak Marquis level immortal of the insect race's Ka Wu clan, was hiding in that mountainous area. Xiao Yu, it has been detected that Fire Forest Marquis is located 860 million kilometers away, and no other alien immortals have been found nearby, Wu said. Okay, today's target is him, Xiao Yu nodded in satisfaction. The detection equipment Xiao Yu purchased cost as much as 50 billion chaos units, which is extremely high-end, and even a king-level powerhouse may not be equipped with it. Such high-end detection equipment can shield the detection of any equipment that is not as advanced as this detection equipment. The detection equipment carried by Fire Forest Marquis is obviously much lower end. There are still 50 million kilometers left, and the other party has not moved, Wu said. Okay, prepare to act. After a while, the hatch of the E9 class spaceship opened, and Xiao Yu swooped down. The Fire Forest Marquis was still in a lake on the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a large lake with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, which was larger than the entire Earth. The lake water was extremely cold. Fenya, a burly Ka Wu clan immortal with a height of 12 meters, was soaking in the lake. It's strange to say that Fenya, as an immortal who cultivates the origin law of fire, especially likes water, especially extremely cold water. The colder the water, the more he likes it. Suddenly, Fire Forest Marquis Fenya looked up at the sky, and saw a figure in golden armor swooping down quickly in the sky. Bold! Fire Forest Marquis Fenya shouted, flew out of the lake, and an invisible pressure spread out. Flames began to burn around his body, and the flames began to spread, instantly covering tens of thousands of kilometers around. The law domain covered Xiao Yu in the sky, and the world projection was immediately displayed. The world projection of only 10,000 kilometers can only be regarded as a small part of his inner world. Now Xiao Yu's inner world has reached a diameter of nearly 100 billion kilometers, which is too heaven-defying, so naturally it cannot be displayed casually. The world projection directly pressed towards the flame law domain, and the super-powerful world projection forced the flame law domain with overwhelming power, and it was about to collapse the law domain. Humph! Fire Forest Marquis Fenya, standing in the flames above the lake, snorted angrily. Suddenly, the originally ordinary flame law domain began to operate internally, and the flame laws in the domain were coordinated, making the entire flame law domain more stable. Xiao Yu directly increased the world projection to a diameter of 30,000 kilometers, and Fire Forest Marquis Fenya's flame law domain collapsed immediately, and could only maintain tens of kilometers in front of him. It's you, three-eyed world master. You dare to come to my door. When Fire Forest Marquis Fenya saw Xiao Yu's three-eyed appearance, he immediately thought of a certain world master who had been rumored recently, the three-eyed world master, who possessed the strength to kill the early Marquis-level powerhouses. When Xiao Yu fought against alien races with Marquis Fengwu and others before, some alien world masters and domain masters escaped every time. Some of them witnessed Xiao Yu killing Marquis-level immortals with their own eyes, and suddenly Xiao Yu's name began to spread. Yes, it's me. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed, and his whole body instantly left a series of strange figures in the air, crossing Fire Forest Marquis Fenya's body. The Chaos Blade in his hand followed the spatial fluctuations and drew strange traces, crossing Fire Forest Marquis Fenya's body and then leaving. The surrounding thousands of kilometers of space shattered, and the space turbulence formed a huge space fragment storm, and Fire Forest Marquis Fenya was swept by the space turbulence. These space turbulences were all blessed by the origin of space that Xiao Yu had comprehended. Even if Fire Forest Marquis Fenya's body was comparable to F-level metal, it still could not resist. The immortal body was rapidly annihilated. 80%, 60%, 40%, 20%. No! Fire Forest Marquis Fenya roared, and transmitted the image data of the three-eyed world master through the racial virtual network. Fire Forest Marquis Fenya's body did not even have time to shatter and was directly annihilated into immortal power and decomposed. It could no longer be aggregated, and it had been annihilated and disappeared, and then absorbed by Xiao Yu's system. Xiao Yu is now a perfect gene life 10,081 times, with a body amplitude of 100 times, which is equivalent to possessing the power of a million World Master 9th ranks. Coupled with his law perception, he is already comparable to the 20th floor of Tongtian Bridge. His strength is definitely comparable to the peak of King level, or even the limit of King level. On Mist Sand Island, three-eyed world master, run away quickly. Run away quickly. The speed is too fast, his speed is too fast, it should be King level. 10 alien powerhouses at the peak of the immortal army master fled in panic, but the golden armored man in the air was flying too fast, as if he was integrated into the spatial fluctuations. Everyone, run away separately. Escape as many as you can. The poor alien immortals were ravaged again. As time passed, the legend of the three-eyed world master spread on Mist Sand Island. In the conversations between many alien marquee-level immortals, they all believed that the three-eyed world master had at least king-level strength. Once you encounter the three-eyed world master, it is a disaster. At least on this Mist Sand Island, no one can compete with the three-eyed world master who possesses king-level strength. No mistake, 1 first, 1 hair, 1 inside, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. One alien marquee-level immortal after another was hunted down. Finally, in order to protect themselves, many alien marquee-level immortals joined forces in teams of 3 or 5. But they still could not escape Xiao Yu's hunting. In order to ensure the smooth hunting, Xiao Yu began to use the wings of time and space. With the assistance of the wings of time and space, Xiao Yu's flying speed was faster. Even if a team of dozens of immortals possessed dozens of immortals, they still could not escape the fate of these alien immortals. For a full 3 years, all 26 alien marquee-level immortals on Mist Sand Island, whether they were early marquee-level immortals or peak marquee-level immortals, were all strangled. For this reason, Xiao Yu's third layer of Yuan Soul had 50 more structures. Xiao Yu's military exploits accumulated to 5 trillion. Then Xiao Yu directly took the E9 class saucer-shaped spaceship, and the name of the three-eyed world master was still circulating throughout Mist Sand Island, circulating among the major alien and human marquee-level immortals. Mist Sand Island almost became a forbidden area for alien marquee-level immortals. Even 100 years after Xiao Yu left, only a few alien marquee-level immortals dared to go to Mist Sand Island. This incident even alarmed a Demon Clan King-level high-level immortal powerhouse, Storm King, on the main continent, who went to Mist Sand Island to investigate, and returned to the main continent after 30 years without any gain. After leaving Mist Sand Island, Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to go to the main continent, but wandered around various large islands. For a full 100 years, from Island No. 02 to Island number 160, there were traces of Xiao Yu everywhere, and the name of Three-Eyed Time and Space was left behind. In 100 years, all the immortal army masters and all the marquee-level immortals of these continents were strangled by Xiao Yu. On these 159 islands, the smallest island number 160 also had 18 marquee-level immortals, while the largest island number 02 had as many as 162 alien marquee-level immortals. Xiao Yu's military exploits reached 200 trillion, and the Yuan core structure of the third layer of Yuan Soul reached 8,000 layers. In 100 years, Xiao Yu used slicing time and space countless times, and his understanding of slicing time and space was extremely profound, and he could already exert 100% of the secret technique's strength. Using other people's secret techniques, the strongest is to exert 100% of the strength, and if it is a self-created secret technique, it is possible to exert 120%, 160%, or even more than 200% of the strength. This is the advantage of self-created secret techniques. Chapter 215, 23%, Number 215 Chapter 215 Yansheng Continent. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. In 100 years, Xiao Yu became more adept at using the wings of spacetime, and with the law of spacetime origin he comprehended, he improved and optimized the plundering the universe secret technique, making it more suitable for himself. The demon race's king-level high-level immortal powerhouse, Storm King, always followed behind Xiao Yu, always one step behind. When Xiao Yu left Misty Sand Island, Storm King arrived at Misty Sand Island. When Xiao Yu left Island 02, Storm King entered Island 02 to search for traces of Three-Eyed World Master. In the virtual universe, since becoming a personal disciple of the City Lord of Chaos, Xiao Yu often needed to go to Thunder Island's Chaos Shrine to consult his teacher. The shrine in the misty chaotic airflow at the highest point of Thunder Island is the shrine of his teacher, Chaos. Inside the shrine, teacher, Xiao Yu respectfully saluted. What is it? City Lord of Chaos asked casually. Teacher, I previously created a combat secret technique that has achieved initial success, considered minor success. I asked the teacher to evaluate it, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Use it, City Lord of Chaos glanced at Xiao Yu. Yes. Immediately, Xiao Yu began to use the first move of his self-created, Genesis, secret technique, creation of heaven. Over the past 100 years, based on his experience using, slicing spacetime, he gradually optimized this first move, creation of heaven. As Xiao Yu's figure swayed, the wings of spacetime unfolded. While flying, Xiao Yu coordinated with the wings of spacetime, and with a strange slash, the space within tens of thousands of kilometers shattered. The space repaired itself, and Xiao Yu's figure stood firm again, the wings of spacetime retracted. Teacher, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Xiao Yu was quite confident. In the past 100 years, the power of his self-created move, creation of heaven, had increased dozens of times, and it was even more powerful when combined with the wings of spacetime. Your combat secret technique can be considered to have entered the door. Clearly, this secret technique of yours is not yet perfect. If it were perfected, it should be much stronger. However, it may be difficult to find suitable opponents in the extraterritorial battlefield to hone your skills. From today onwards, you will often be in your training field, and I will arrange some special opponents for you, targeting your various weaknesses, and let you fight them to hone your combat secret technique, City Lord of Chaos said. Yes, teacher, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Go. Xiao Yu respectfully saluted and then disappeared into thin air. In just a few thousand years, Xiao Yu has already been able to kill peak marquee level beings, and with his own ability. And looking at this self-created combat secret technique of his, it should be enough to face even king level beings. City Lord of Chaos sat cross-legged. If his self-created secret technique reaches completion, it may be comparable to a peak secret technique. Virtual Universe, Rain Phase Mountain, Original Area. Xiao Yu's training field, arranged by the City Lord of Chaos, is like a slaughterhouse, with an infinitely vast internal virtual space. The training field, a vast starry sky. Xiao Yu stood in the void. A blurry shadow suddenly appeared in the cosmic starry sky and gradually solidified. Xiao Yu's first opponent appeared. It was a foreign race god, more than 10 kilometers tall, covered in black rocks, with flames erupting from the gaps in the rocks, and eyes that were completely burning purple flames. The powerful aura spread out, and he held a blood-colored long fork about 30 kilometers long in his hand. Xiao Yu estimated that the opponent's strength was comparable to a high-level king-level being. The first battle began instantly. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu was tirelessly refining his self-created, Genesis, secret technique according to the arrangements of his teacher, Chaos. The opponents arranged by his teacher, Chaos, came from various races and levels, and possessed various talents. And only by defeating one would a new opponent appear. If you can defeat 500, it means that the secret technique you created is already top tier. If you can defeat 1000, it means that the secret technique you created has reached its peak. If you can defeat 2000 opponents, it means that the secret technique you created has reached the ultimate level, which is the level of the secret techniques I created. These were the original words of the City Lord of Chaos. In the virtual universe training field, Xiao Yu's physical level was fixed, and he could only rely on his comprehension of the laws, integrating the comprehended laws into his self-created secret technique. Each opponent was difficult to kill. After each battle, Xiao Yu would reflect, study, and improve his secret technique. It took as little as 1 or 2 days to defeat an opponent. It took as long as 1 or 2 years to defeat an opponent. For Genesis, he originally planned to develop 9 slashes, but he only had the first slash, creation of heaven, for the time being. In his heart, this first slash was not perfect enough, let alone developing the second slash. To perfect it, he might have to wait until he fully comprehended the law of spacetime origin. Meanwhile, the human main soul in the 7th battlefield had already left the island and begun to enter the main continent of the Yan Sacrifice continent. The main continent of the Yan Sacrifice continent has a maximum diameter of 1.8 light years. The combined strength of the powerhouses on the thousands of islands surrounding it is less than a fraction of that on the main continent. Without exception, one by one post, one send, one inside, one content, one is at 6, one 9, one book, one bar, one look. Above the vast desert on the main continent, a black E9 level universe spaceship was flying at sub-light speed. Xiao Yu, 980 million kilometers away, there is a foreign race team with 4 immortal gods and more than 10,000 troops, including 1 high-level marquee-level immortal among the 4 immortal gods. Momentarily, 960 million kilometers away, A foreign race team is stationed deep in the mountains, with 3 immortal gods and 36 foreign race world masters, including 1 peak marquee level immortal among the 3 immortal gods. Wu constantly reminded him of the information on the detection instruments. On this main continent, each foreign race team would have at least 1 marquee level immortal. Soon, Xiaoyu selected a target. Located 300 million kilometers away, there was a biological spaceship flying, completely dark green. Inside the spaceship were 2 immortal gods from the Tail Remains race, all of whom were high-level marquee level immortals, and the strongest demon race immortal was a peak marquee level powerhouse. The spaceship also had nearly 100 world masters. The Tail Remains race is a powerful race in the universe, and not an affiliated race of any of the 4 peak races: human race, demon race, machine race, and Zerg race. The battlefields of the 4 peak races of human race, demon race, machine race, and Zerg race not only attracted the participation of affiliated races of various races, but also the participation of some independent races in the universe, and even the participation of some powerhouses from the other 2 peak races. According to monitoring, they are drinking and haven't discovered that they have been shrouded in the shadow of the 3-eyed world master. Wu laughed. Ignorance is a blessing, and not having advanced detection instruments is also a blessing. Xiaoyu said silently. In midair, a biological spaceship was flying rapidly. In the control room, a wolf-headed demon race immortal with a human body and scale armor picked up a glass of fruit wine. I heard that a fierce person has appeared on the important islands around the Yan Sacrifice continent in recent centuries, sweeping the demon race's marquee-level immortals on the surrounding islands. I've also heard about this. It is said that this fierce person is a world master, known as the 3-eyed world master. It is said that he has killed several peak marquee-level immortal powerhouses, and more than a dozen peak marquee-level powerhouses of the demon race have died at his hands. This kind of loss is comparable to the total number of marquee-level losses in the last 1,000 eras, said the Tail Remains race woman. These losses are acceptable to our demon race. These dead marquises, as long as they are from our demon race, and are valuable, will basically be placed on the next resurrection list, said the wolf-headed demon race immortal with a human body and scale armor. Chapter 216, 23.2%. Number 216. Chapter 216, Open Heaven. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. That 3-eyed world master should be a core member of the human race's 5 major forces. The Tail Remains tribe man said. I wonder if it's Xiaoyu, who is number 1 on the demon race's must-kill list. It's hard to say. Based on past experience, the core members of the human race's 5 major forces will change their names and appearances once they enter the extraterritorial battlefield. To confirm, we can only rely on their soul aura. The wolf-headed man with scales and armor on his human body finished his glass of fruit wine in 1 gulp. If I could encounter that, Xiaoyu, I could rise to prominence and perhaps even become a venerable in the future. The rewards offered by various races for killing Xiaoyu are quite generous. The demon race even offered an ordinary supreme treasure armor and guidance from a universe master. Let's wish ourselves good luck. The Tail Remains tribe men and women laughed. There's not much good wine left. I have to quickly find the next target. I hope I can get some high-quality wine like last time. The wolf-headed man with scales and armor sighed. Unknown spacecraft detected 10 million kilometers ahead. The bio spaceship issued a warning. Quick, leave. The wolf-headed man with scales and armor ordered. The bio spaceship quickly turned around. What? They were allowed to get within 80 million kilometers before being detected. The Tail Remains tribe man exclaimed. Their detection equipment must be more advanced than ours. They might even be a king-level powerhouse. Inside the black saucer, they're turning around and running away, Wu said. Trying to run now, isn't it a little late? Xiaoyu smiled. Fire the Star Destroyer cannon. 4 massive beams of light shot towards the bio spaceship less than 10 million kilometers away. These 4 beams contained a concentrated amount of energy capable of destroying F-level spaceships, flying towards the bio spaceship at the speed of light. Although the bio spaceship was relatively agile, turning around still reduced its speed, and flying on this continent was at most at sub-light speed. A moment later, the bio spaceship was destroyed by the Star Destroyer cannon, and dozens of figures flew out. They're here. The wolf-headed man with scales and armor looked at the saucer-shaped spaceship chasing from behind. Even if it's a king, don't think you can easily take our lives. The tail remains, tribe man said in a low voice. In front of the wolf-headed man with scales and armor, immortal power continuously compressed and condensed into a ball of light, quickly flying towards the distant saucer-shaped spaceship. Boom! The E9 level spaceship that Xiao Yu was riding in was instantly torn apart, and a large number of alloy debris fragments flew in all directions. The entire spaceship exploded with a rumble, and the universe space was torn apart, with countless space fragments vibrating. Space gradually stabilized and calmed down. A black figure was standing in the void, holding a battle blade. The scaled armor wolf head man and the tail remains tribe men and women finally saw the strength of the person who came. It's actually a world master, the tail remains tribe woman's voice was shrill. 3 eyes, could it be the rumored 3-eyed world master? The tail remains tribe man said in a low voice. Haha, just a world master, so be it. He actually dared to come to my door. The scaled armor wolf head man shouted in a low voice, and at the same time he thought to himself, I thought I had encountered a king-level powerhouse. If my brothers and sisters knew about this, they would laugh to death. This is so embarrassing. I must make this guy who made me a joke die a horrible death. 3 alien immortal beings completely surrounded Xiao Yu in different directions, and those alien world masters only dared to guard the periphery. How annoying. Xiao Yu slowly drew out the chaos blade. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 tail remains tribe immortal spirits simultaneously transformed into hazy phantoms, leaving S-shaped twisted trajectories in the sky tens of thousands of kilometers away, directly pressing towards Xiao Yu. At the same time, they simultaneously shot out a large number of white silk threads from their hands, which at first glance looked a bit like spider silk, but Xiao Yu could clearly distinguish it. When the silk thread crossed the sky, the universe space seemed to be cut by the silk thread, and space cracks appeared. Tens of millions of silk threads wrapped around Xiao Yu from all directions, obviously trying to bind Xiao Yu first. Really? A small trick? Xiao Yu shook his head. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside the tail remains tribe woman tens of thousands of kilometers away, without causing a trace of spatial fluctuation. Teleportation. And it was a high-level teleportation. The tail remains tribe woman was extremely frightened. The chaos blade in Xiao Yu's hand had an extremely strong temporal and spatial origin fluctuation, the surrounding space was shattered, and time within a radius of tens of kilometers seemed to stand still. Creation. For the first time in the 7th battlefield, Xiao Yu used the first move of Genesis, creation, which incorporated all the temporal and spatial origin laws he had comprehended. The tail remains tribe woman maintained a terrified expression, staring wide-eyed as Xiao Yu's chaos blade slashed across her divine body. The power of the world containing temporal and spatial laws was full of destructive power, and her divine body was rapidly destroyed, directly destroyed and decomposed into immortal divine power, and the mark of life was erased. Xiao Yu was surprised that the temporal and spatial origin laws could also display the act of destructive power. Hicks. The tail remains tribe man exclaimed when he saw the tail remains tribe woman's divine body rapidly dissolving. It's actually teleportation and time stop. The scaled armor wolf head man exclaimed. Run. Teleportation. It meant that they could not escape, and time stop meant that they could not resist. Combining the two, perhaps their fate was only one. The two immediately fled in different directions, and the surviving dozens of world masters immediately fled when they saw that the situation was not good. Xiao Yu killed the tail remains tribe woman with 1 blow, and then followed with 2 more slashes, 2 creations, like 2 rivers of sword light, one rushing towards the scaled armor wolf head man and the other rushing towards the tail remains tribe man. The dark sword light destroyed space, and countless spatial turbulence accompanied the dark sword light to rush towards the two. The two were simultaneously locked by the sword move, creation, and fell into a time stop, maintaining the action of fleeing. Although the body could not move, the scaled armor wolf head man's thoughts actually broke free and sent out a message: the 3-eyed world master has entered the main continent. The law domain was broken by the huge river of sword light, and the divine body was destroyed by a trace of destructive power contained in the river of sword light, decomposed and transformed into the most original energy in the universe. Only the soul power was absorbed by an unknown force. This teleportation and time stop are good, but the consumption is a bit high. If my body wasn't more than 90,000 kilometers long, plus my inner world has a lot of world power. If it were an ordinary human world master, even if they comprehended teleportation, they might not be able to withstand this consumption. Xiao Yu sighed. Then he quickly cleaned up the spoils of war. He didn't care much about the few world masters who escaped in the distance. After cleaning up the spoils of war, he took out a new customized E9 level spaceship, a triangular one, from his world ring. The hatch opened, and Xiao Yu flew in. Continue forward. The demon race's ruling class in the extraterritorial battlefield. Confirm the information. A human world master has been discovered on the main continent of Xianxia continent. That human world master has the combat power of a king and can kill a peak marquis immortal being in seconds. He should be a peerless genius among humans, ranked in the top 3 human world master geniuses. Looking at the results pushed out by the battlefield intelligent life displayed on the screen. 2 black puppet bodies were sitting there. Being able to kill the peak marquis in seconds, he must have comprehended at least 1 or 2 profound mysteries of time or space, a black human-shaped man resembling a lion's head said in a low voice. Chapter 217, 23.3%. Number 217 Chapter 217, Peak Skills. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Among human geniuses, there are indeed dozens who possess the battle power of a king at the World Lord stage. Some of those top geniuses who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands or millions of years in the World Lord stage have extremely few who have reached the 18th level of law comprehension. With various trump cards, they can also unleash the battle power of a king. However, it's difficult for them to even kill a beginner-level marquis, let alone instantly kill a peak-level marquis. I didn't expect that three-eyed World Lord to possess such strength. Could he be Xiao Yu, of the Virtual Universe Company? Another black-skinned man with 99 small heads said in a low voice, wasn't it rumored that Xiao Yu had passed the 19th floor of the Tongtian Bridge? That means he might have comprehended a kind of spatial mystery. If a World Lord wants to instantly kill a peak-level marquis, it's difficult unless he comprehends spatial strangulation. But regardless of whether it's Xiao Yu or not, this kind of peerless genius is already so strong at the World Lord stage. Once they become an undying god, they'll definitely be an undying king. At that time, with an undying body, the cost of killing them might be 10 million times greater, said the black-skinned lion-headed man. Although their battle power isn't low now, they don't have an undying body, so it's easy to kill them. It's best to eliminate this kind of threat as soon as possible. I will immediately report to the clan and have them issue an order, the black-skinned man with 99 small heads nodded. Since the black-skinned man with 99 small heads reported the three-eyed World Lord's matter to the demon race immediately issued a mission. Killing the three-eyed World Lord will grant 1 trillion military merits. Killing a World Lord actually has the same reward as killing a peak-level marquis. This news immediately aroused the excitement of many kings in the demon race on Xianxia continent, especially those high-level and peak-level kings, who took on the task one after another. Such tasks are not exclusive, whoever completes it gets the reward. On Xianxia continent, the entire demon race alliance has a total of 329 kings. But even the peak-level kings can only kill 1 peak-level marquis at most. As for beginner-level kings, no undying king on this Xianxia continent dares to say they can do it. Generally, marquises already possess an undying body, and the strength of kings is even more powerful. Even if they can't win, they can still lose some divine body and run away. The difficulty of killing a beginner-level king is extremely high. Not to mention peak-level kings. Even invincible kings can't guarantee they can definitely do it. Killing a human World Lord actually grants the same military merits as killing a peak-level undying king. This is naturally a lucrative task, a tempting lucrative task. The captain of the Purple Vault Squad, Purple Vault King, as a king who comprehends teleportation, naturally took on this task as well. Similarly, other king squads also took on the task, such as Storm King, Flying Fox King, etc. On the edge of the main continent of Xianxia continent, in the depths of endless ice mountains, there is an ancient palace, which is now the territory of the demon race's Purple Vault King. Deep within this palace, an incomparably beautiful silver fox-headed woman wearing a gorgeous black robe was extremely annoyed at this moment. Damn it, it's been 3 full years, and I still haven't found any trace of that human World Lord. Purple Vault King is a powerful king with the ability to teleport. Teleporting 1 or 2 light years is very easy. It can be said that the entire Xianxia continent is within Purple Vault King's teleportation range. As long as she obtains the accurate coordinates of that human World Lord, she can teleport over and kill that human world lord to obtain huge military merits. What a simple task this is. Unfortunately, after 3 full years, she hasn't obtained a single piece of information. It can't be said that she hasn't obtained a single piece of information, at least from some traces that some surviving World Lord members of the recently disappeared Marquis squads can find. But after she teleports over, she finds that the person has long disappeared. She can only blame those undying squads for their lack of strength, being instantly eliminated, and not even being able to send coordinates. The intelligence system is really bad. There hasn't been a single accurate message in 3 full years. Purple Vault King was furious in her heart, watching a piece of fat meat fly to her mouth, but she just couldn't eat it. Human World Lord, I don't believe your luck will always be so good, always resolving battles so cleanly and neatly. Purple Vault King gritted her teeth. At this time, Xiao Yu had no idea that his identity as the three-eyed time-space world lord had become an important target of the demon race, and some people even suspected his true identity. The dark river of saber light streaked across the ocean sky, and the space directly cracked into a huge gully. A short alien peak-level undying Marquis was directly annihilated, turning into the purest energy in the world. Teleportation and time stop are really useful when combined. Xiao Yu sighed, then quickly cleaned up the spoils. In the past 3 years, he had been relentlessly searching for and hunting alien undyings. As long as he didn't encounter a king, he would directly rush up and fight. In 3 years, more than 500 marquises and more than 1,000 undying military lords died under the Chaos Blade, and countless world lords. This number was unimaginable on the island before. For this reason, his military merits have accumulated to 1.586 trillion, and the third layer of Origin Soul has increased to 8,200 structures, only 1,800 structures away from completion. During this period of hunting, Xiao Yu had been using his self-created saber technique, Opening Heaven. He constantly improved this saber technique in actual combat. In the virtual universe, Xiao Yu had already defeated 890 opponents. Opening Heaven is now a top-level secret technique, close to a peak-level secret technique. In the 200 years since leaving the initial universe, the speed of Xiao Yu's comprehension of the origin laws of time and space has not slowed down, but because the world tree can enter the universe's origin land, coupled with the fusion of divine crystals that increased the comprehension speed by 50 times, he has now almost comprehended the second type of time-space profound mystery. Several of the dozens of branch systems of spatial strangulation have been comprehended, and time variable speed can also slightly accelerate his own time. This is different from the acceleration in the magic weapon he made before. One is what he has mastered, and the other is a skill possessed by a prop. There is no comparison in terms of mastery. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu had been on the main continent of Yuanji continent for nearly 100 years. During these 100 years, Xiao Yu had a very fulfilling life, spending his time in constant combat and cultivation, and his strength was constantly improving. In 100 years, Xiao Yu had forgotten how many alien undyings he had hunted. At least his life and death training mission set for him by the Virtual Universe Company had been completed, reaching 2.7658 trillion military merits. The third layer of Origin Soul had also been cultivated to 9,700 layers, with only the last 300 layers remaining. In the virtual universe, the 1,300th opponent, a special life form in the universe, World Tree, was finally resolved after blocking Xiao Yu for a full 36 years. The World Tree possesses the ability to control time and space. Even if it is only at the ordinary World Lord level, it still possesses terrifying strength. Before, Xiao Yu was always in a passive position in battle, always losing, even when using the full power of the time-space wings. It was not until recently that Xiao Yu's comprehension of the laws of time and space further deepened and integrated it into Opening Heaven, that he won this battle. Although he has not yet completed his goal, he has already exceeded the goal set for Xiao Yu by his teacher, City Lord Chaos. It's time to see my teacher, Xiao Yu thought to himself. With a flicker of his figure, Xiao Yu had already disappeared. Chapter 218. At the highest point of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, within the chaotic currents, stood a temple. The temple was devoid of any servants, utterly empty, with only the endless chaotic currents swirling around it. Xiao Yu appeared within the temple. Teacher, Xiao Yu said gratefully, bowing respectfully. Having lived 2 lives, the City Lord of Chaos was his best teacher. Over the years, through thousands of years of interaction, he had guided him greatly and resolved many of his problems. Moreover, on the issue of Earth, he had changed his previous style and clearly favored him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Gratitude had always been in his heart, so he always treated the City Lord of Chaos with utmost respect. To actually create a pinnacle-level ultimate technique, and a relatively excellent one at that. Although it's just a single move, it's enough for your current needs, the City Lord of Chaos said, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Pinnacle-level ultimate techniques were also divided into levels. According to the opponents set by the City Lord of Chaos, from the 1000th to the 1999th opponent, all belong to the pinnacle-level ultimate technique tier. For example, Luo Feng's self-created, Bright Moon strategy, initially only barely defeated the 1000th opponent, touching the pinnacle-level ultimate technique level. And the secret technique created by that golden-horned race's Xiluo duo was probably at the 1200th opponent's pinnacle-level ultimate technique level, still quite a bit worse than the move Xiao Yu had created now. Do you want to continue challenging further? The City Lord of Chaos asked with a hint of a smile. Of course, I want to continue. I still want to elevate my self-created secret technique to the ultimate level. Xiao Yu said respectfully. Very good, the City Lord of Chaos nodded in satisfaction. Does your ultimate technique have a name yet? I've already thought of a name, Xiao Yu said. The entire set of secret techniques will be called Genesis, and the first move is Creation of the Heavens. Haha, the City Lord of Chaos laughed loudly. Not bad, ambitious. The City Lord of Chaos was extremely satisfied with Xiao Yu. From the name of the self-created secret technique, it could be seen that this little disciple's ambition was definitely not small. Xiao Yu stood respectfully. However, if you want this set of ultimate techniques to live up to its name, you need to work even harder, the City Lord of Chaos said with a smile. This disciple will certainly live up to this name, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Good, I'll wait for the day you elevate this set of ultimate techniques to the ultimate level, the City Lord of Chaos said. Actually, you've done very well this time, exceeding my expectations. I originally thought that with my full assistance, it would take you 1,000 or 2 years to develop a pinnacle-level ultimate technique. Who would have thought that it would only take 100 years to elevate that move to the level of the 1300th opponent? The City Lord of Chaos was indeed providing full assistance. Targeting Xiao Yu's strengths and weaknesses, changing opponents, and always targeting his shortcomings, this allowed him to elevate Creation of the Heavens to the pinnacle-level ultimate technique level in such a short time. If it were him alone, this time might have been extended 100-fold, even with his soul clone possessing 3,000 times the soul calculation speed. I didn't expect that you have already exceeded the requirements for the life and death training mission. The City Lord of Chaos had just probed a trace of his consciousness to check on Xiao Yu's mission completion in the 7th battlefield. This look startled him. The life and death training mission was actually completed. What kind of efficiency was this? Since you have completed the life and death training mission, you can leave the outer domain battlefield at any time. Do you want to continue staying in the 7th battlefield for now? The City Lord of Chaos asked curiously. Teacher, on the 7th battlefield, although I have killed some marquee-level immortals, I haven't killed a king level yet. I want to wait until I kill a king level before leaving the 7th battlefield, Xiao Yu said. Go then. The City Lord of Chaos turned and walked into the misty currents. Continue fighting with the strong in the outer domain battlefield, your ultimate technique will become more perfect, and your progress will be faster. Yes, Xiao Yu bowed respectfully and then disappeared into thin air. On the edge of the Yan Sacrifice continent, in an ancient palace deep within the endless ice mountains. 100 years, it's really infuriating. There's still no accurate clue. King Zaichong raged. They're all trash. So many marquee-level immortals have died, and they can't even transmit an accurate coordinate. Wasn't it ordered that they must act in groups of 10 or more? How can 10 marquee-level immortals still fail to transmit an accurate coordinate? Are they all pigs? King Zaichong cursed. It took a long time for her to stop. It seems I can only wait for that three-eyed world master to encounter a beginner king level. Perhaps having a king level expert hide in a world ring and act together might give us a chance to encounter him. Unlike the demon race, the mechanical race possesses its own virtual world. Although it's not as powerful as the human virtual universe, it's still countless times stronger than the demon races. The mechanical race's virtual world headquarters is also called Yulan world. The currency they use is generally also called Yulan, which is considered the most stable currency unit of the mechanical race, similar to the human's primal chaos unit, and also equivalent to the virtual universe company's points. The entire ruling structure of the mechanical race is a pyramid structure. No mistake, one head, one hair, one content, all in 69shu.com. A universe master controls a large number of universe venerables, and the universe venerables control more mechanical race immortals. Although they also possess emotions, such as resentment, jealousy, anger, excitement, and happiness, recognizing a master is a core ability of intelligent life. Once they recognize a master, they will absolutely obey the master from the essence of their life. Even if they have emotions, they will never rebel, and they will not even produce a trace of dissatisfaction, jealousy, or other negative emotions. A pyramid spaceship was flying over the Yan Sacrifice continent. The mechanical race youth, Sivaiman, wearing blood-red battle armor, left Yulan world, opened his eyes, and revealed a smile. My master is so good to me. As long as I complete 80% of my master's mission, I can get another treasure. He also thought of the faces of his fellow disciples when he met them in Yulan world just now, each of them looking at him with jealousy because he was favored by his master. When the master was not around, they would ridicule him in various ways, trying to interfere with his mentality to complete the mission. With the detector that my master gave me, which is much more advanced than even the invincible king level experts, completing my master's mission is no problem at all, Sivaiman thought to himself. Just wait, you bunch of idiots. Sivaiman was quite confident. Over the years, he had killed many alien immortals, including quite a few marquee level ones, and had even severely injured a high king level, just a little short of killing the opponent. Countless killings had also forged his confidence. A human world master, detector, projection. Sivaiman ordered. Immediately, sitting on the alloy chair, Sivaiman saw a three-dimensional projection formed in front of him. In the projection, a human world master wearing golden battle armor was soaking in a lake. A human world master. There's actually a human world master on the Yan Sacrifice continent. Sivaiman stroked his nose. This detector is really high-end. I'm afraid only those invincible king-level experts can afford to equip it. If it were an alien, then definitely only my master's level could equip it. A weak human world master is actually equipped with such a high-end detector. Fortunately, my detector was given to me by my master, and it's the same model as the one he uses himself. Sivaiman slapped the alloy chair and stood up directly. This human world master is definitely a top-tier genius of the human race. The greater the background of a human genius, the harder they are to hunt, but the greater the wealth that can be gained once they are hunted. Maybe, he has human treasures on him. Sivaiman's eyes lit up, and he directly ordered, "Approach, I want to kill this human world master." Chapter 219, 23.5%. Number 219 Chapter 219 Space Blockade. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. For the past 100 years, Xiao Yu had been relying on his advanced detection instruments to constantly hunt down alien race immortal gods. He was currently leisurely soaking in a hot spring with a diameter of nearly 500 kilometers, deep within a misty mountain range. This hot spring was discovered 10 years ago while hunting down a demon clan feudal lord level team. After 100 years of non-stop hunting, he was a bit tired, so he planned to rest comfortably here for a while before taking action again. Suddenly, boom, 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 9 beams of light flew at the speed of light simultaneously, directly towards Xiao Yu. The 9 attacks were powerful and savage, even the universe's space could not withstand them and shattered. Not good, Xiao Yu thought to himself. In the next instant, he had already appeared 10,000 kilometers in the air. Only then did he see that there were a total of 9 pyramid spaceships suspended in all directions around him. Based on the angle of the 9 beams of light just now, they should have been fired from these 9 pyramid spaceships. The mechanical race, Xiao Yu thought to himself, I didn't go looking for you, but you came looking for me first. During his 100 years on Yangji continent, Xiao Yu generally would not actively hunt the mechanical race. Even if he encountered them, he would bypass them in advance. For Xiao Yu, hunting the mechanical race only gained him military merits and not soul power, which wasn't worth the effort. especially since the mechanical race had too many puppets, making it troublesome to kill them. With that effort, Xiao Yu didn't know how many alien race immortals he could hunt. Xiao Yu, the detection instruments can't find the target, it should be shielded. The enemy has more advanced detection instruments than us, Wu communicated mentally, detection instruments more advanced than ours, the opponent's strength is at least a feudal lord limit expert. It shouldn't be a feudal lord limit, otherwise they would have teleported over and started already, Xiao Yu transmitted back. Each of those 9 pyramids was much stronger than his customized F9 class spaceship. Damn it, if I can't find the enemy's tracks, I can't quickly resolve the battle, but I have the Venerable God armor, so unless it's a powerful being among the universe Venerables, I don't need to worry. I'll see what happens first, and if it doesn't work, I'll teleport away, Xiao Yu weighed in his heart. He still planned to try if he could directly kill the guy who ambushed him. Little guy, he actually comprehended teleportation. It seems I have to use a big move directly, otherwise, he might run away, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Xiao Yu in midair. Sivaiman was watching this scene with great interest in the spaceship control room. The moment Xiao Yu arrived in midair, he ordered, attack, Plan 001. 9 Absolute Blockade, his real trump card, the terrifying mechanical race weapon specially manufactured for him by his master, a mechanical race super expert who had ventured through life and death with him and treated him as a true close brother. In midair, the 9 pyramid spaceships simultaneously emitted a dazzling silver light, and the bases also cracked open at the same time. Dense silver light flew out from the bases, connecting with each other, covering a range of 1 million kilometers centered on Xiao Yu. Communicating with the space origin fluctuations, Xiao Yu immediately sensed that the surrounding space was blocked, and the teleportation ability could not be used. Here, neither Xiao Yu nor the mechanical race could teleport, they could only fly. Rumble. The bottoms of the 9 pyramid spaceships directly split open, revealing a channel entrance hundreds of meters wide. Whoosh, 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 like countless locusts, black mechanical puppets flew out of the channel entrance like lightning. Millions of black mechanical puppets flew out of each pyramid spaceship. 36 million. Xiao Yu was shocked as he looked at the dense mechanical puppets in the 9 directions. Each of these black mechanical puppets was 10 meters tall, with weapons such as giant axes, battle knives, or giant swords on their backs. All of them were cast from F9 grade metal, black swan pattern mother. Even if the strength of each mechanical puppet was only equivalent to a 9th level domain lord, even invincible feudal lords would have to avoid the edge of 36 million peak domain lords. This mechanical race person on the opposite side is really rich. The price of each of these mechanical puppets is at least 10 chaos units. Just these mechanical puppets alone are at least 360 million chaos units. Wu sighed. If Xiao Yu hadn't contributed treasures and obtained 1500 heavy treasure points before, this wealth would have been very extravagant for Xiao Yu. True precise control, a million units is generally the limit, and anything more is definitely a waste. Buzz. 9 major camps, each camp with 4 million F9 class mechanical puppets, divided into 4 teams, each team with 1 million mechanical puppets. At this moment, the million mechanical puppets in one team closest to Xiao Yu were simultaneously gathering energy in their chests. Boom! A million beams of light converged into a huge beam with a diameter of 100 meters, blasting towards Xiao Yu. Whoosh! Xiao Yu dodged instantly, avoiding the attack. Although he couldn't teleport, Xiao Yu's instantaneous speed with his current space-time perception was still extremely fast. Boom! 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 The 9 major camps, 36 teams, took turns accumulating energy and attacking in turns. As the distance closed, starting from the 13th round of bombardment, even if Xiao Yu dodged harder, he could not completely dodge with his own speed. Instantly, the wings of time and space unfolded. Communicating with the origin of space-time, the moment a round of attacks was launched, he had already sensed it through space fluctuations. After the wings of time and space increased his acceleration by nearly 10 times, rounds of bombardment missed. Damn it, he can really dodge. He was able to dodge my 36 waves of collective energy attacks. Sivaiman, who was controlling the entire battle from afar, was furious and ordered, start the 9 camp joint attack. The initial attacks were from one team at a time. Even if the distance was close, as long as Xiao Yu's speed was fast enough and he was more agile, he could still dodge. But when one team in the 9 major camps, a total of 9 directions, 9 teams attack simultaneously, cooperating with each other. Xiao Yu will no longer be able to dodge. Boom. If he couldn't dodge, he could only withstand it head-on, which meant he had to expose some treasures. He decided to expose the defensive capabilities of the Wings of Time and Space. With a thought, the silver Wings of Time and Space wrapped Xiao Yu entirely. The origin of space-time surged, and waves of law fluctuations. The space around Xiao Yu shattered, space turbulence surged, as if adding a layer of defense. The 9 energy attacks from 9 directions, each comparable to a full-strength attack from a feudal lord beginner, were blocked by the space turbulence layer. Activate energy. Flame mode, trapping style. Sivaiman in the distance ordered again. The originally silly mechanical puppets instantly lit up with dazzling red light on their surfaces. These mechanical puppets are not cheap metal lumps, their energy cores are also very high-end. Each of these mechanical puppets is worth at least nearly 1,000 chaos units. Altogether, there must be hundreds of billions of chaos units, Wu exclaimed. Of course, it would definitely be much cheaper in the mechanical race. Suddenly, the surfaces of 36 million mechanical puppets ignited with flames. With a whoosh, uniformly, they all pulled out the weapons on their backs, either battle axes, battle knives, or giant swords. All the mechanical puppets suddenly waved the weapons in their hands, pointing at Xiao Yu from afar. Beep. The flame energy was rapidly converted into a red light through the giant sword, shooting directly at Xiao Yu. Tens of millions of red light rays converged, forming a shape similar to a net from all directions, directly wrapping around Xiao Yu. Chapter 220, 23.6%. Number 220. Chapter 220, Fighting the Machines to Become the King. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. What a terrifying attack. Xiao Yu felt a chill in his heart. It seems this is the only way. Instantly, the aura of the law of space-time wings became intense. The space-time wings unfolded in an instant, rapidly expanding to a size of 50,000 kilometers. The surrounding space shattered, and space-time turbulence appeared. The originally sealed space was immediately unsealed. Xiao Yu had already mastered the second function of the space-time wings. He could control the space-time turbulence within a diameter of 100,000 kilometers around him. The energy net formed by the red light instantly shattered, swept into the space-time turbulence. The energy exploded, further increasing the intensity of the space-time turbulence. The 36 million mechanical puppets besieging Xiao Yu were instantly swept away by the space-time turbulence. Time and space were distorted in the space-time turbulence, and the powerful force of destruction swept through all the mechanical puppets. One by one, the mechanical puppets were torn to pieces, and some parts were swept into the depths of space. What kind of treasure is this? It's definitely comparable to a top-tier treasure. Sviman gritted her teeth. You dare to destroy so many of my mechanical puppets, three-eyed world master, I will definitely kill you. As long as I kill you, all these losses will be recovered. Even though she was favored, Sviman still felt an immense heartache at the destruction of 36 million specially made F9 grade mechanical puppets. With the mechanical puppets destroyed, the space-time turbulence subsided. The space-time wings shrunk to the size of a person, and countless F9 grade mechanical puppet wreckage scattered in the surrounding midair. Space restored. The million-kilometer range returned to a state of space blockade. God King, activate, Sviman ordered through gritted teeth from the distant. The bases of the 9 pyramid spaceships opened, and a large number of special weapons flew out instantly. Some were 100-meter-long blades, and some were special puppets only 0.01 meters high. These special weapons rapidly assembled, turning into 243 fully armed giants, standing in all directions around Xiao Yu, surrounding him. The giants ranged in height from about 8 meters to about 80 meters. This is G-grade metal. They are all made of G-grade metal, and some parts are made of top-tier G-grade metal. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. The mechanical race people ambushing him were really rich and generous. The cost of these 243 mechanical giants definitely exceeded 100 billion mixed yuan units, which was higher than the net worth of an ordinary sealed king immortal. G-grade metal is very expensive. The weapons used by ordinary sealed king experts are all made of G-grade metal. Three-eyed, you destroyed all my mechanical puppets, next year today will be your death anniversary. A purple giant looked up at Xiao Yu. Unless you hand over the winged treasure on your body, I will let you leave. Xiao Yu looked at the purple giant as if he were an idiot. These 243 giants of mine are my trump card. Each of them has the strength equivalent to a high-level sealed king. This is just in individual combat. Once I use the forbidden move, the 243 giants will attack together. Even a sealed king immortal with an undying body will be severely injured and lose most of his divine body. Not to mention you are just a world master level. The purple giant threatened. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the treasure. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Yu sneered. Too much nonsense. Xiao Yu really wanted to use these guys who didn't understand the mysteries of space and only possessed 30,000 times the power of a world master level 9 to test his blade. You are the first to make me use such an ultimate move, you should be glad. The purple giant said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 243 god kings suddenly erupted with a heart-palpitating energy, each turning into a stream of light, and besieged Xiao Yu from all directions. In Xiao Yu's hand, the chaos blade was covered in dark energy, the space-time wings unfolded, and the flight trajectory was strange. Bang, 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 the chaos blade collided with the weapons of the giants. In front of Xiao Yu, the 243 giants seemed very clumsy, and could only passively accept Xiao Yu's attack. Space, rend, Sviman ordered, in the sealed space formed by the 9 pyramids. The 243 giants waved their palms at the same time, one palm like a knife, cutting down so seemingly easily. 243 arc-shaped blade lights tore through the sky and earth, completely rushing towards Xiao Yu. During the flight, the 243 arc-shaped blade lights naturally began to touch and merge, forming a huge and clear blade. About 1,000 meters long, like a real knife. Wherever the blade passed, the universe space directly cut out a very thin crack. Xiao Yu immediately closed his wings, the space-time wings protected himself tightly, leaving no gaps. The seemingly ordinary giant blade cut open the space crack and slashed on the silver wings in the blink of an eye. Boom! Xiao Yu flew backwards, and the surrounding space was shattered by the huge impact, and space-time turbulence appeared. After flying backwards for several thousand kilometers, Xiao Yu unfolded the space-time wings and quickly stabilized his body. Being a target was not Xiao Yu's habit. The space-time wings trembled slightly, and Xiao Yu accelerated quickly. The speed is not fast enough. Xiao Yu thought to himself. The newly comprehended slight time-varying ability was immediately used to accelerate the flow of time around him, and Xiao Yu's speed instantly doubled. How is it possible? It actually exceeded the speed of light. Sviman exclaimed from afar. No, this is time-varying. This three-eyed not only has the ability to teleport, but also has the ability to time-vary. When did the human race produce such a heaven-defying world master? This three-eyed, could it be that evildoer of the human race? It's really possible. No, I have to immediately report to the master. Regardless of what Sviman thought, the dark chaos blade in Xiao Yu's hand simultaneously launched 9 attacks, each attack like a river of sword light. The 9 rivers of sword light flew towards 9 directions. The speed of the rivers of sword light exceeded the speed of light, and they flew rapidly towards the giants in the 9 directions. Each river of sword light locked onto at least 2 giants. Dozens of giants remained still in the void, motionless. What? There is even time stop. Sviman, who was remotely commanding, found that she could not urge the locked god kings, and that other god kings who approached the locked god kings also became uncommandable. Rumble. The 9 rivers of sword light swept across the giants, and the internal cores of the giants were instantly destroyed. 9 huge holes were broken open in the space, each tens of thousands of kilometers long. Violent space-time turbulence swept everything around, and nearly 20 god kings were affected and fell into the space-time turbulence. Countless tiny space fragments in the space-time turbulence constantly scoured the trapped god kings with space storms. None of the trapped god kings could escape, but instead turned into fragments and fell into the depths of the space mezzanine. The remaining less than 200 giants hurriedly dodged. No, I have to leave immediately, otherwise, if I let that three-eyed attack a few more times, my 243 god kings will not be left with one. Sviman quickly thought about the current situation. The remaining 186 god kings flew back to the 9 pyramids at high speed, the pyramid bases were tightly closed, and they flew away quickly. They actually escaped, Xiao Yu whispered, and transmitted his voice. Little Mo, clean up the battlefield. Yes, master, Mo Yunteng said. 360 main vines instantly extended, sweeping away all the wreckage of the mechanical puppets, and putting all the items into the world ring, and then restored to the golden armor state. System, Check the coordinates of the mechanical race. Open black lens bracket 1000 wish gold coins deducted. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 221. A three-dimensional virtual image appeared in Xiao Yu's mind, with a red dot and a green dot. The green dot represented himself, and the red dot represented the alien race of the mechanical race. There was also a set of coordinates below the red dot, constantly changing. He's already run 1 billion kilometers. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, the mechanical race decisively fleeing when they saw the situation was bad. Then, he teleported directly, one teleport being 1 billion kilometers. Xiao Yu directly appeared next to the pyramid flying at sub-light speed. With the Chaos Blade in his hand, he struck with all his might, and, opening the sky, was unleashed again. The entire pyramid was locked, the surrounding space-time was paused, and a dark blade light river exceeding 1,000 meters swept across, instantly shattering the space of tens of thousands of kilometers. The G-class pyramid spaceship was destroyed, and Sivaiman, the mechanical race's initial stage Undying King in the control room, had his energy core destroyed and his life extinguished. In the Yulan world, within a mechanical temple, a tall black armored mechanical master sat on a huge throne, looking at the three subordinates below, and was extremely angry. Sivaiman has already logged off. I invested so much in him, but he was killed by a human world master. Master, that Sivaiman has low strength. He usually relies on your favor and always considers himself extraordinary, which is why he disappointed you, said a mechanical race member in emerald green armor below. Feng Jing, you are right. However, Sivaiman's logout is still valuable. He sent a message before logging off. According to intelligent deduction, there is a 90% chance that the three-eyed one is Xiao Yu, said the black-armored mechanical master. According to the rules set by the master, Sivaiman has made a significant contribution to our race. The next time the master revives the tribe, Sivaiman will also be revived together. At the same time, I will issue a reward for 80% of the mission progress in advance. The three Undying King mechanical race members below sighed in their hearts. Sivaiman, that annoying guy, is really lucky. I remember that all three of you are currently at the Star Tower. Return to Yanji continent immediately. Once you find the three-eyed one, or Xiao Yu, immediately enter the virtual world to notify me, and I will teleport directly to Yanji continent to kill him, the black-armored mechanical master ordered. Only beings below the Universe Venerable level appear on the extraterritorial battlefield. Human Universe Venerables and Alien Universe Venerables are forbidden from entering. Violation will result in destruction. However, the black-armored mechanical master didn't care about destruction. His master had already given him orders, and he would faithfully carry out his master's orders, just as the three below would faithfully carry out his orders. Yes, master, your subordinates will certainly live up to your trust, the three Undying King mechanical race members respectfully saluted. Not long after Xiao Yu killed the Undying King Sivaiman. In a certain plane of the virtual universe, within a vast hall, 108 ancient thrones were occupied by powerful beings, either human powerhouses or powerhouses from other alien races, each exuding a powerful aura. The reason for gathering everyone is because, according to the information from the extraterritorial battlefield army system, the human world master Xiao Yu successfully killed an initial stage Undying King. Said a purple armored human. Impossible. He cannot kill an initial stage Undying King. I demand to watch the video monitored by the army system. The purple armored human's proposal was met with denial from the other beings. Everyone, although it's unbelievable, no matter how Xiao Yu killed the Undying King, even if it was with treasures, slaves, etc., as long as he killed the initial stage Undying King, we should absorb him, said the purple armored human. Everything should be done according to the rules. Since he meets the requirements, Xiao Yu should be absorbed. I second that. Immediately, most of the powerful beings expressed their approval. The formal members absorbed by the Hong Alliance must be the true powerhouses of many races. I am worried that it was a slave controlled by Xiao Yu who killed him, and the army system will still record it on him, an alien powerhouse insisted. Therefore, I request to view the video of that battle. Viewing the battle video can prove everything. Venerable Yi Zheng, bring up the battle video. Many venerables looked at the purple armored human. The authority to view all of Xiao Yu's battle videos far exceeds our authority, the purple armored human said in a low voice. What? How is that possible? This is the authority personally set by the City Lord of Chaos, Venerable Yi Zheng said in a low voice. The hall was silent. Are there any objections to absorbing Xiao Yu into the Hong Alliance? Venerable Yi Zheng asked. No objections. No objections. Xiao Yu obtained a large number of spoils this time, plus the gains from the previous 100 years, his world ring was already full. It was time to clean it up and return to the barracks base for a rest. He flew from Yanji continent to the teleportation point, then traveled through the dark universe, and then teleported back to the original universe to the number 039 barracks base. It took more than 2 months. The E9 class saucer-shaped spaceship approached the barracks base. Beep. Soldier Xiao Yu, from this moment on, your spaceship will be controlled by the barracks base. Resistance is prohibited. If you resist, you will be attacked by the base, and you will be responsible for the consequences. The spaceship was controlled, entering through one of the channels of the barracks base, and then flying along the circular corridor for a long time before entering a hall. Welcome, soldier, a human attendant in a silver uniform greeted Xiao Yu with a smile as he walked out of the hatch. Do you choose to retire or rest? Rest. Xiao Yu put away the spaceship. Please follow me, the attendant said with a smile. Xiao Yu followed. As a free soldier, you don't need to follow the military system's arrangements. You can choose when to fight and when to rest as you please. You can choose to lead troops or not, the attendant said as he walked. I prefer to be alone, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The attendant smiled slightly, and the two turned into 2 streams of light, quickly arriving at an area tens of thousands of kilometers away. The left leads to the entertainment area, restaurants, gatherings, and other entertainment venues. The front leads to the residences of free soldiers. The military system will randomly assign you a residence. Just move in according to the number sent by the system, the attendant said with a smile. Xiao Yu nodded. Then I won't disturb you, the attendant then left. Xiao Yu's residence was on an island in the center of a lake. The entire island was Xiao Yu's private island. Without his permission, no one else was allowed to enter the island. Walking on the soft beach, his heart felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The military camp base was the harbor of the battlefield, a safe harbor. System acquires an aura simulation treasure. Open black lens bracket 10 trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. 100 billion mixed yuan units of universe crystals disappeared out of thin air within his body. Invisible energy gathered in front of Xiao Yu and condensed into a purple mask. The mask emitted a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation was different from the 10 origin fluctuations. Open black lens bracket acquire, 1000 faces, mask, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket supreme treasure, 1000 faces, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability 1, conceals the user's aura and simulates any aura that has already been unsealed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability 2, can simulate the user to exert and manifest any stored power without changing the original power, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability 3, can be integrated into the user's body without affecting the use of functions, close black lens bracket. After Xiao Yu recognized the owner, he put the 1000 faces into his body and began to refine it. Chapter 222. Virtual Universe, Rain Phase Mountain, Primitive Region. Xiao Yu's manner. Your Highness, those are said to be envoys from the Hong Alliance, the guard captain Nick said, pointing to a group of people at the manor entrance. Oh, Xiao Yu walked over. Had he been accepted by the Hong Alliance just after hunting a beginner-level king? 9 immortals stood outside the manor gate, all of them king-level powerhouses, some human and some alien. Everyone, Xiao Yu walked forward. Your Highness, a human man in silver armor smiled. We are the special envoy team from the Hong Alliance, here to formally invite His Highness Xiao Yu to join our Hong Alliance. Well, please come inside to talk, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Yu and the 9 king-level powerhouses arrived in the huge living room, and servants brought tea. Your Highness Xiao Yu, I am human, Wuxian King, the silver-armored human man said. Human, Yuxin King, Mengqiang Clan, Zhui Dian King. Wuxia Clan, Di Shui King. The 9 king-level individuals introduced themselves, a total of 2 humans and 7 aliens. We are here this time to invite Your Highness to join the Hong Alliance. May I ask if Your Highness is willing to join the Hong Alliance? The silver-armored human man, Wuxian King, solemnly asked. Once you join the Hong Alliance, you cannot betray it. I am willing to join the Hong Alliance, Xiao Yu nodded. Xiao Yu still knew something about the Hong Alliance. This was an organization that spanned the human race and its affiliated races, with a minimum entry threshold of king level. All the super existences among humans had joined the Hong Alliance, and naturally he was no exception. His teacher, City Lord Chaos, was a palace lord of the Hong Alliance. Ding! As soon as Xiao Yu spoke, a dazzling star condensed in midair in the living room, and then gradually shrank into a stream of light, flying directly onto Xiao Yu's arm guard, revealing a small star. Boom! A human light and shadow suspended in midair. Under the invisible pressure, all 9 king-level individuals lowered their heads, unable to look directly at the human light and shadow. Although Xiao Yu could feel the pressure, it was not so strong. Perhaps this was the difference between perfect gene life and ordinary creatures at the soul level. Human Xiao Yu. The light and shadow made a sound, the voice indistinguishable between male and female, penetrating directly into the soul. Welcome you to join the Hong Alliance. From now on, you are an official member of the Hong Alliance. Cosmic crises are lurking, and the race needs to survive, so it needs the strong of the race to fight. Fight for the Hong Alliance, fight for humanity. This is the mission of every human powerhouse, and it is also your mission. The light and shadow gradually dissipated, but the sound continued to echo in Xiao Yu's consciousness, and the entire living room was silent for a long time. Regarding this human light and shadow, Xiao Yu guessed that it should have been left by the giant axe founder. This existence's light and shadow is still so oppressive and cannot be looked at directly. This is the case every time a new person is accepted, the silver-armored human man said softly. Xiao Yu looked down at the star mark on his arm guard. I guess this counts as 1 star. Yes, anyone who joins the Hong Alliance for the first time is 1 star. 1 star is the lowest level of formal membership in the Hong Alliance. Everyone has to get through it from 1 star. Xiao Yu, you don't have to think too much, the silver-armored human man explained. Everyone, the matter is settled, let's have a banquet together, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Haha, how can we refuse the banquet set up by His Highness Xiao Yu? A rare opportunity. The 9 king-level powerhouses also intended to make friends, and the banquet was naturally lively and enjoyable. After the banquet, Xiao Yu checked the relevant information about the Hong Alliance in the study. After joining the Hong Alliance, his permissions had been improved to a certain extent compared to before. The main camp of the Hong Alliance is a plain space specially opened up in the virtual universe, a floating ancient city surrounded by countless stars, Hong Alliance City. The hierarchy of Hong Alliance City is strict, and the status is determined according to the level of strength and the amount of contribution. The higher the status, the more rights are enjoyed. The strength of Hong Alliance members is uniformly confirmed based on their battle achievements. The stronger the battle achievements, the more they are divided into 1 to 7 stars. 1 star, everyone who joins the Hong Alliance for the first time is at this level, generally the most ordinary level of king-level immortals. 2 stars, considered strong among kings. 3 stars, the limit of kings. 4 stars, the initial level of universe venerables, like True Yan King can also be classified into this level. 7 stars, the initial level of universe lords, Palace Lord Tianxi can also be classified into this level. Above are the mysterious Palace Lords. The 7th battlefield, in the 039 barracks base on Hubo Island. Xiao Yu took out one world ring after another, studying all the gains of the past 100 years. I killed the mechanical clan king, and I obtained his main treasures, such as the 9 pyramid spaceships that can perform space blockade, as well as 243 G-level mechanical puppets, and nearly 30 million F9-level mechanical puppets. There is even a heart of evolution. Xiao Yu carefully checked everything in the world ring. Wu, come and check all the gains. Xiao Yu ordered. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wu responded. Wu, is this heart of evolution still useful to you? Xiao Yu took out the heart of evolution. The heart of evolution is very important to intelligent life, just like the body and soul. With the heart of evolution, intelligent life can truly integrate into the body. After 100% fusion with the body, they can sense the origin law and improve their strength. As their strength increases, the body will continue to strengthen, and the flexibility, toughness, and other aspects of the body will be perfected, and finally, it will be like a real flesh body. But Xiao Yu was not sure whether Wu, as a soul-type intelligent life, could do so. Xiao Yu, I think it can be used, but once I use the heart of evolution, I will abandon all the abilities of a soul-type life and become a special intelligent life, a mechanical clan person with a soul, Wu explained. If you become a mechanical clan, you will really break the record of the original universe. Will something happen? Xiao Yu hesitated. The mechanical clan has no souls, and Xiao Yu was not sure whether the original universe did not allow it, or whether it evolved naturally. Not sure. Wu also did not know. I checked various materials in the virtual universe, and there are no related records. Then what do you think? Do you want to have your own body, or stay as you are now? Xiao Yu respected any choice of this old partner who had followed him for thousands of years. I want to have a body. Wu pondered for a long time before speaking. Then don't hesitate. After cracking these G-level mechanical puppets, you choose one as your body, and then integrate the heart of evolution. Well, thank you, Wu said. Can you crack these G-level mechanical puppets, Wu? Xiao Yu asked. To be honest, he really looked down on those mixed-element units that sold G-level mechanical puppets. Xiao Yu, don't force yourself to crack those intact G-level mechanical puppets. Wu shouted, especially these intact G-level mechanical puppets, they all have anti-cracking measures. Once you force a crack, it will trigger the self-destruction program. Well, then leave it to the virtual universe company to crack it. Isn't it just spending some handling fees? Xiao Yu made a decision. A moment later, the inspection is complete, Wu said. This time, the spoils from the mechanical clan king are divided into 6 types of items. Chapter 223. 23.9%. Number 223. Chapter 223. Repairing the G-class puppet. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. First, a damaged pyramid spaceship. This is an F9 class spaceship with extremely high energy defense, better than your custom-made F9 class spaceship in terms of energy defense. Of course, it can't compare to one fused with a metal lifeform. Unfortunately, the damage is severe and not worth repairing, but the F9 grade metal of the hull alone is worth about 8 million chaos units. Second, a complete set of 9 pyramid spaceships. These are enhanced F9 class pyramid spaceships, comparable to G-class spaceships. Moreover, the 9 spaceships can jointly release a spatial blockade. This set of spaceships is worth at least tens of billions of chaos units. Third, G-class metal puppets. Most of them use top-tier G-class metal. Even as wreckage, each one is worth over 100 million chaos units. Fourth, F9 class metal mechanical puppet wreckage. There are a total of 29.5 million units. The relatively intact wreckage has damaged energy cores and can only be sold as F9 class metal blocks. Each one is worth about 200 chaos units, for a total price of about 5.9 billion chaos units. Fifth, the most valuable, is a set of top-tier probes. The exchange price in the virtual universe company's treasury is 300 billion points, equivalent to 300 billion chaos units. Sixth, is the heart of evolution, worth tens of billions of chaos units, but difficult to evaluate precisely. Seventh, are the various weapons, spaceships, equipment, and treasures harvested over the past 100 years, with a total price of approximately 180 billion to 230 billion chaos units. This harvest is comparable to all the income of the past 100 years, Wu said. Well, the harvest is not bad. It shouldn't be a loss. Xiao Yu nodded with satisfaction. I'll ask the virtual universe company later. Xiao Yu first used the probes to completely scan all the items, recording all the data, and then simulated them in the virtual universe. Virtual universe, primitive zone. Respected Prince Xiao Yu, it is an honor to meet you. To be invited by you, Your Highness, truly makes me, Mu Xianxia, overjoyed beyond words. A chubby immortal god wearing a gorgeous green robe bowed, expressing his respect to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was a personal disciple of the City Lord of Chaos, and his status in the virtual universe was extremely high. These are all my spoils of war. As the head of the acquisition department, what price can you offer? Xiao Yu waved his hand, and a pyramid spaceship, mechanical puppets, various weapons, and instruments appeared on the open space. Of course, the heart of evolution and the G-class metal puppets were not included. These are mechanoid spaceships, as well as F-class mechanical puppets, and G-class metal weapons. Mu Xianxia carefully inspected them back and forth for a long time. After the inspection, Mu Xianxia was already shocked. Even a king-level immortal only had assets of tens of billions of chaos units, while this transaction was worth hundreds of billions of chaos units. These mechanical puppets are severely damaged and cannot operate, but there are enough of them. After some repairs, nearly half of them can be used. 29.5 million units, at an average price of 400 chaos units per unit, for a total of 11.8 billion chaos units. This pyramid spaceship is severely damaged and not worth repairing. We will purchase the F9 grade metal at the top for a price of 6 million chaos units. Of course, the most expensive are these massive weapons and various instruments, totaling 580 billion chaos units. Including those miscellaneous items, let's round it up to an even number, for a total of 595 billion chaos units, Mu Sengxing said with a smile. Take a look at these G-class metal puppets. I would like to ask the company to help decipher and repair them. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu summoned 243 huge G-class metal puppets into the open space. G-class metal puppets, these are good things. Mu Sengxing's eyes lit up. Your Highness, these G-class puppets are not easy to decipher. Even the headquarters, exclusive puppet deciphering department will need to spend a considerable price to safely decipher them. Well, tell me the approximate cost, Xiao Yu said with a smile. As long as the headquarters could decipher them, the cost wouldn't be higher than buying new ones, would it? Mu Sengxing's gaze swept back and forth among the 243 puppets and said, 10 million chaos units per unit. That's really expensive, Xiao Yu thought to himself, but he had a system that could decipher and repair them. Your Highness, would you like to sell all of these to the company? Mu Sengxing respectfully asked. Sell them, Xiao Yu nodded. Your Highness, please confirm the item handover time and address. A mechanical voice sounded. Xiao Yu followed the prompts, filled in the handover time and address, and then signed his name on the agreement. Thank you, Your Highness, for your support of the company, Mu Sengxing bowed and then left. 7th Battlefield, Lake Island in the 039 Barracks Base. Xiao Yu took out all 243 G-class metal puppets from his world ring. System, decipher and repair these 243 G-class metal puppets. Open black lens bracket. 19.5 billion wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. 243 invisible energies entered the 243 puppets, and the internal intelligent programs of the puppets were deciphered, turning into unknown mode. Then, 65 invisible energies enveloped 65 damaged puppets. Pieces and structures were dissected. The damaged parts began to melt, and after a while, brand new parts appeared. All the parts and structures were like new. Even the energy core was completely repaired. After a while, pieces and structures were reassembled into G-class puppets. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Wu, I'll leave these mechanical puppets to you. Xiao Yu pointed to the 243 new G-class puppets in the open space. Okay. Wu entered a purple giant's body and nodded. All 243 mechanical puppets were controlled by Wu. In this, Xiao Yu took out a heart of evolution from his space ring and handed it to the purple giant. The purple giant took the heart of evolution and inserted it into the energy core. The heart of evolution immediately melted into the purple giant's body like a liquid. I'm starting to fuse with this body. Once the fusion reaches 100%, I can sense the origin laws and quickly increase my strength, the purple giant said. I'll put you into my inner world first. Xiao Yu waved his hand and put 243 G-class puppets into his inner world. Half a month later, Mu Sengxing, the acquisition director of the Virtual Universe headquarters, personally led a group of staff to hand over the money. After all the items were handed over, Xiao Yu's Universe Star River bank account had 595 billion chaos units more. To be honest, he really didn't lack money. Not to mention the huge wealth he obtained for the human race through his contribution treasures, just the current operation of Earth alone generated astronomical dividends every year. Currently, Earth receives more than 50 billion pregnant women every year. Although the price has been reduced tenfold, charging only 100 billion universe coins per couple, the annual income exceeds 5 billion chaos units. After deducting the various operating expenses of the Virtual Universe company, Xiao Yu receives an annual dividend of 1 billion chaos units. In addition to Xiao Yu, Hong, Luo Feng, and the four Lei Shen brothers, who can obtain huge dividends every year, Xiao Ling, Xu Xin, Luo Hua and others can also obtain massive dividends. Xiao Yu also has time to check the current situation of Earth through the Virtual Universe. Today's Earth has undergone great regional changes. Countless floating islands float in the sky above the Earth, and all kinds of buildings have been built on the sea, in the ocean, and even on the seabed. These buildings use the origin laws of space, and all buildings will not block the sunlight or hinder the survival of marine life. Chapter 224. 24%. Number 224. Chapter 224. Holy Soul Fruit. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The lives of Earth's humans have also undergone tremendous changes. Almost every newborn on Earth will receive 1 million Chinwu coins annually as a childcare allowance from birth, and the growth fund they receive will increase with age and strength. These are just a small portion of the dividends obtained by Xiao Yu and his 3 brothers, which have been used to establish a fund with the primary goal of strengthening the Earth lineage. In the number 039 military camp base, Xiao Yu planned to rest for a while. During this time, he met many king-level powerhouses, such as his neighbor, Mystic Blade King, Nigel, a very enthusiastic and outgoing human king-level powerhouse. Xiao Yu, dressed in a black battle suit, was clinking glasses with a man in cyan armor. 3 eyes, how's the harvest? Mystic Blade King, the man in cyan armor, asked. Mystic Blade King Nigel asked this because he saw a spaceship from the Virtual Universe Company headquarters flying over a few days ago. Nigel, so, you know, after becoming a marquis, one gains an undying body, making them all hard to kill, Xiao Yu said lazily, reclining in his chair and looking at the calm lake surface. In over 100 years, I've only killed a little over 1,000 marquis-level undyings. Having an undying body does make it difficult. What did you say? You're a freak. Mystic Blade King Nigel's face turned red with shock, and he took a big gulp of fruit wine to recover. Killing over 1,000 marquises in 100 years, that's more than 10 marquises a year. Your efficiency is insane. By the way, in which area are you fighting to have such high efficiency? Nigel used his undying divine power to refill the wine bottles for himself and Xiao Yu. Yan Sacrifice Continent, Xiao Yu said. Yan Sacrifice Continent. Nigel stared. You're already king level in combat power, why are you still in Yan Sacrifice Continent? You can go to the Star Tower. I'm in the Star Tower. Star Tower, huh, Xiao Yu smiled. The Star Tower is currently one of the most dangerous areas in the 7th battlefield. It is a supreme treasure refined by the previous incarnation of Mountain Guest, a treasure that can be used as a divine king's main weapon. Although that place is dangerous, it also has many treasures. Let's go together sometime and cooperate, Nigel advised. If I have the chance, I will definitely go. Xiao Yu also wanted to see what the divine king's treasure looked like. Since Xiao Yu moved into the island that day, he got to know Nigel, and the two often drank together. Xiao Yu also gained a better understanding of the 7th battlefield. During this time, Xiao Yu's human main soul was exceptionally relaxed, cultivating, relaxing, occasionally visiting the virtual universe, spending time with family, and gathering with friends. Visiting the virtual universe naturally meant going to Hongmeng City. Virtual universe Hongmeng space. In the boundless and vast starry sky, surrounded by stars, an ancient and majestic city floats, which is Hongmeng City. With Xiao Yu's arrival, one of the countless stars in the starry sky lit up slightly. This is the living room. Xiao Yu appeared in a living room of less than 1,000 square meters. Having lived in the manor in the primitive area, he suddenly felt uncomfortable and cramped here. This is your residence in Hongmeng City. All official members in the outer city of Hongmeng City have the same residence, occupying an area of 3,200 square meters. Xiao Yu's virtual assistant, Wu, received a message. As an intelligent life, Wu could spare a wisp of consciousness to serve as a virtual assistant, which was very simple. Hongmeng City is divided into 3 parts: the outer city, the inner city, and the Hongmeng Palace. The outer city is mainly the residence of king-level powerhouses, with over 3 million residents, bustling and lively. The inner city is inhabited by universe venerables, with fewer people and relatively deserted. As for the Hongmeng Palace, only universe lords and a few top universe overlords reside there. Leaving his residence and walking on the streets of the residential area, Xiao Yu felt like he was back on Earth. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, with humans, bizarre-looking creatures, and even rock lives and energy lives walking together. In a clearing ahead, there were many chairs and tables, and groups of powerhouses from various races were chatting and laughing with drinks in hand, with hundreds of powerhouses at a glance. Hi, new here, never seen you before, just joined Hongmeng. Come, have a drink together. Many powerhouses greeted him enthusiastically. As a king-level undying god, remembering the faces of millions or even tens of millions of people was nothing, and Hongmeng followed an elite route, so new people rarely appeared. Xiao Yu greeted them enthusiastically. They were all in the same residential area, and they might meet often in the future. After leaving the residential area, Xiao Yu continued to stroll around Hongmeng City, looking at the most top-tier social gathering place of the human race. The minimum requirement to enter Hongmeng City was king level, and scenes that were rare elsewhere were common here. Large-scale spaceship transactions, plant life and metal life transactions, powerhouse employment services, special item appraisal services, large auction houses, and new types of gambling businesses. These were commonplace in Hongmeng City. However, those who could open shops in Hongmeng City had deep backgrounds, such as the only casino in Hongmeng City, Puya Palace, which had a deep background. It was said that it was jointly opened by one or several palace lords. Even ordinary shops were opened by at least universe venerables. King-level undyings in Hongmeng City were not qualified to open shops. The best large-volume goods store in Hongmeng City, Yu Treasure Hall, was owned by the Dragon Travel Master. Yu Treasure Hall covered several kilometers in length and width, and was divided into 2 floors. Xiao Yu entered Yu Treasure Hall and saw countless treasures densely packed all the way to the end of his vision. Each treasure was accompanied by a blueprint with videos, pictures, and text information, detailing the origins, special features, and prices of the treasures for sale. The treasures on the first floor of Yu Treasure Hall ranged in price from millions of mixed yuan units to hundreds of billions of mixed yuan units. The treasures on the second floor were even more precious, with only some available for purchase with mixed yuan units, and most being traded for goods. Xiao Yu strolled around on the first floor, and found some treasures that suited him. This Saint Soul fruit is good, very suitable for you, Wu reminded. Xiao Yu looked at the illustrated introduction next to him. The Saint Soul fruit, which looked like a purple dragon fruit, emitted a purple crystal glow, was produced in an ancient battlefield within the barren universe secret realm. It was a treasure that increased soul power and enhanced control, with an average production of 1 fruit every 900 epochs within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius. Each one costs 1 billion mixed yuan units. Xiao Yu looked at the price. Not cheap. It is said that this Saint Soul fruit contains rich soul power. Even if a universe venerable's divine body is severely damaged, they can use it to quickly replenish their soul power, and then combine it with other treasures that replenish divine power to quickly restore their divine body, Wu said. Come here, Xiao Yu summoned a waiter. What would you like to buy, sir? The waiter approached. These Saint Soul fruits, 1,000 of them. I'll take them all, Xiao Yu said casually with a smile. All of them? The waiter widened his eyes in disbelief. The price of 1,000 Saint Soul fruits was 1 trillion mixed yuan units, and even 4-star powerhouses rarely spent so lavishly. Please wait a moment, sir, the waiter said repeatedly, while also calling for the person in charge of the first floor of Yu Treasure Hall, a 3-star powerhouse, a slender human woman with golden curly hair. The blonde woman smiled at Xiao Yu and said, "Let's talk inside." The blonde woman led Xiao Yu into a reception room behind the store, and they sat facing each other. Chapter 225. 24.1%. Number 225. Chapter 225. The Soul Stone. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kanxing Wang, the deputy head of Yubao Hall, the blonde woman said. Space-Time King, Xiao Yu named himself. Are you sure you want to buy 1,000 sacred soul fruits? Even if a universe venerable is recovering their divine body, at most 1 sacred soul fruit is enough to assist them. This sacred soul fruit can only restore soul power and cannot restore divine power, the blonde woman confirmed again. Yes, just 1,000. If you have any other similar or better treasures for restoring soul power, you can also introduce them to me, Xiao Yu asked with a smile. He only saw this one on the first floor that was suitable. There are quite a few that are inferior to the sacred soul fruit, but there is one that is thousands or tens of thousands of times better than the sacred soul fruit, but that is a treasure and does not accept mixed yuan unit transactions, the blonde woman smiled slightly. Oh, Xiao Yu was slightly surprised that there was even a treasure that could replenish soul power. That treasure is a bit special, and I don't have the authority, the blonde woman said. Then let's complete this transaction first, Xiao Yu said. The blonde woman smiled slightly. This is the purchase agreement, supervised by the virtual universe system. Both parties sign, and after signing, you, the guest, will directly remit the money to my Yubao Hall. If my Yubao Hall fails to deliver the treasure to you, the funds will be returned, and we are willing to compensate 10 times the amount. Xiao Yu and the blonde woman signed the agreement. Xiao Yu directly remitted 1 trillion mixed yuan units to the Yubao Hall general account. Leaving the reception room, please come with me to the second floor. The blonde woman led the way. With your financial resources, you can also go to the second floor yourself. With a single transaction exceeding 1 trillion mixed yuan units, the blonde woman didn't mind leading the way. Okay, Xiao Yu followed closely. The 9 beauties of various races standing next to the staircase did not come up to stop them, as Xiao Yu had the blonde woman leading the way. The number of treasures on the second floor was significantly reduced, but each one was a masterpiece. Those that could be purchased with mixed yuan units basically exceeded 1 trillion mixed yuan units, and more were bartered. Various treasures, top treasures, weapons, armor, etc. This is the treasure I mentioned, the Karma Soul Stone. The blonde woman pointed to the distant wall cabinet. What? Xiao Yu was stunned. He saw a necklace inlaid with a fist-sized gemstone floating in the wall cabinet. The gemstone emitted a faint light from time to time and was a standard icosahedron, with each face being a triangle. The entire necklace was extremely strange. Isn't this the soul stone? Why is it here? Shouldn't it have disappeared? Countless questions swirled in Xiao Yu's mind. Space-Time King, this is the treasure I told you about, but it cannot be recognized as its owner. It can only be inlaid on necklaces and armor. Even so, as long as you wear it, you can still quickly restore soul power, the blonde woman said. Xiao Yu's thoughts were interrupted, and he quickly calmed down, looking at the introduction next to him. This Karma Soul Stone was accidentally discovered by Venerable Lanshan in the Luyu Universe Secret Realm 300,000 epochs ago. There is only one in the entire universe, and there is no second one. How to trade? Xiao Yu asked. Regardless of how this soul stone appeared or why it appeared 300,000 years ago, he would buy it first and then explore it. Although it cannot be recognized as its owner, it is still a soul-type treasure and requires 8 top-tier heavy armors or treasures of equal value to exchange, the blonde woman said solemnly. If you really want to buy this treasure, you need the hall master to talk to you. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, suppressing his excitement. Please come with me, the blonde woman said. Xiao Yu followed the blonde woman to a reception room and knocked gently on the door. Come in, a Kanglong voice came. The blonde woman gently opened the door. Space-Time King, please come in, the hall master is inside. Xiao Yu approached and looked at the old man. From the aura emanating from him and the distorted space around him, he could be sure that this must be a venerable. Please sit down, the old man said softly. Xiao Yu sat opposite him. I have heard from Kanxing Wang that you want to buy the Karma Soul Stone, is that right? The old man asked. That's right, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The old man glanced slightly at the star on Xiao Yu's wrist in surprise, but he also knew that Kanxing Wang would not bring anyone to see him casually. Before seeing him, she must have explained the conditions. Then let's sign the agreement, the old man said with a smile. I don't have any treasures. I want to ask if I can buy it with treasure points. Xiao Yu asked. You have treasure points? The old man asked in surprise. Yes, if you use treasure points to trade, you need 1150 treasure points. There are only 2 ways to obtain treasure points. One is to donate treasures or even supreme treasures to the race, and the other is to be given by strong people. Generally, even venerables would not directly give treasure points to juniors. Under normal circumstances, a king-level powerhouse would be considered very well off to have 1 or 2 treasures, and even if they were not suitable for their own use, they would at most exchange them with each other, and rarely would they donate them to the race. Okay, then let's sign the agreement, Xiao Yu nodded. No mistake, 1 first, 1 send, 1 content, all in 619 book bar to see. Xiao Yu and the old man signed the agreement, and then Xiao Yu, through special channels, under the monitoring of the virtual universe system, transferred 1150 treasure points to the other party. Xiao Yu then got up and left directly. When he went down to the first floor, Xiao Yu saw the golden armor that was more than 8 meters tall, priced at 5 billion mixed yuan units, took a few more glances, and then left directly. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island Chaos Hall. A figure suddenly appeared outside the hall gate. He had a mountain-like physique, a long dragon tail, and a pair of eyes that seemed to contain the entire universe. Just standing at the hall gate, the invisible domineering aura was causing the virtual space to tremble and distort. He is the Lord of Dragon Walk. Lord of Chaos City, the Lord of Dragon Walk said directly, standing outside the hall gate. Dragon Walk, now that you've arrived at the door, why not come in? A calm voice came from the depths of the palace. Without your permission, how dare I break in? The Lord of Dragon Walk said in a deep voice, entering the palace with a teasing smile. The Lord of Dragon Walk walked directly to the first throne below the Lord of Chaos City and sat down. I'm here for that Karma Soul Stone. Karma Soul Stone. Any discoveries? The Lord of Chaos City's eyes lit up. No, the Lord of Dragon Walk shook his head. To this day, I still don't know how the Karma Soul Stone was produced, or what the principle behind it is. Then why are you here? The Lord of Chaos City asked in confusion. Someone bought the Karma Soul Stone, the Lord of Dragon Walk said. It's your disciple, Xiao Yu. Although the transactions of Yubao Hall are monitored by the virtual universe system and confidentiality is done very well, there are very few real secrets for the real high-level figures of the virtual universe company like the Lord of Dragon Walk. Oh, the Lord of Chaos City guessed that it would be his disciple, but he didn't expect it to be Xiao Yu. However, when he mentioned Xiao Yu, he thought of the function of the Karma Soul Stone and Xiao Yu's previous exchange of many soul-type treasures in the primitive area. He understood why Xiao Yu wanted to buy this Karma Soul Stone. I won't interfere too much with your disciple's affairs. You, the teacher, will take care of it yourself. The Lord of Dragon Walk said in a deep voice, if you discover any important secrets, it may be a great achievement. The existence of the Karma Soul Stone is very peculiar. When the Karma Soul Stone was discovered, the Lord of Chaos City had already gone to the Luyu Universe secret realm to reverse time and space to check, but he did not find anything. The Karma Soul Stone appeared abruptly, without any signs, and suddenly appeared in front of Venerable Lanshan without causing a trace of spatial fluctuations. Chapter 226. 24.2%. Number 226. Chapter 226. Transforming Hundreds of Souls. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. The City Lord of Chaos even reversed the spacetime within a range of tens of millions of light-years around, but still found nothing. Thus, the soul gem became a mystery. Okay, the City Lord of Chaos nodded, leave it to me. Has your true body returned? The Lord of Dragon Travel suddenly asked, his expression a bit grave. Not yet, the City Lord of Chaos shook his head. Be careful, the Lord of Dragon Travel said in a low voice, don't fall. If I fall, I'll just use a clone to condense a true body again. It'll just take more energy and more time, said the City Lord of Chaos. Don't go too crazy, know when to stop. The Lord of Dragon Travel laughed. The City Lord of Chaos nodded. I'm leaving. The Lord of Dragon Travel stood up and disappeared into thin air. The Lord of Dragon Travel had been gone for a long time. I wonder if Xiao Yu can solve this mystery. The City Lord of Chaos murmured. 3 days later. No. 039 Barracks Base, 7th Battlefield. The Saint Soul Fruit and Soul Gem that Xiao Yu bought from Yubao Hall in Hongmeng City had been delivered. Sir, these are the goods you purchased. A virtual universe company employee delivered the goods to outside the island, identity confirmed, confirmation complete. Thanks. Xiao Yu took the spatial ring. The delivery person respectfully saluted and then left. A wisp of Xiao Yu's world force penetrated into the world ring, easily discovering the items inside. 1,000 stone boxes, each engraved with profound secret patterns, blocking all exploration. Besides these 1,000 stone boxes, there was also a jade box. He flipped his right hand, and a stone box appeared in his right hand. He gently opened the stone box, and a purple dragon fruit, only the size of a walnut, appeared before his eyes. Then, a refreshing aura came, and just taking a breath made him feel his soul grow stronger and his mind become clearer. Don't waste it, quickly cover this Saint Soul Fruit with world force, don't let the aura of the Saint Soul Fruit dissipate. Wu reminded. The method of using the Saint Soul Fruit had been clear since he bought it, and he immediately covered the entire Saint Soul Fruit with world force. The world force touched it, and the Saint Soul Fruit immediately began to melt, turning into a purple streamer, flowing back into Xiao Yu's life core along with the world force. The purple streamer contained rich energy, and after entering the life core, it quickly increased Xiao Yu's soul power. Boom, 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 The soul power in Xiao Yu's body was rapidly increasing. The soul power increased by 1 Saint Soul Fruit was even higher than the soul power gained from hunting 100 peak Marquis level beings before. The 8,000 layer origin core structure immediately sent out countless energy rays, merging into the soul cloud, and then the core 9 layer origin core immediately ran rapidly. In less than a moment, another layer was added, and soon the 8,000 second layer structure was derived, followed by the 8,000 third layer. After an hour, the movement in the life core finally ended. The origin core had increased to 8,040 layers. 1 Saint Soul Fruit provided enough soul power to derive 40 layers of structure. Alas, it's a pity that after using one, I have to rest for at least a year. This feeling of expansion from the soul is really unpleasant. Xiao Yu sighed. Everything in the world has opposing forces, and this Saint Soul Fruit is both a treasure and a poison. According to the Virtual Universe Company's past usage records, those below the Universe Venerable level must rest for at least 1 year after using 1 Saint Soul Fruit. Otherwise, using 2 in a row within a year will cause minor injuries or soul annihilation, Wu said, and the shorter the interval between uses, the greater the harm. I know, but I feel a bit sorry, otherwise I could have cultivated the third layer of Origin Soul to completion in less than a year. Xiao Yu said regretfully. The feeling of expansion from the soul made him have to give up the idea of using the second one continuously. Let me see if this soul gem is really the soul stone. Xiao Yu thought to himself, rubbing his hands, suppressing his excited mood. A wisp of world force penetrated into the world ring, and the jade box appeared in his hand. Easing his mood, he carefully controlled the world force to gently open the jade box. A familiar aura came. That's right. This familiar aura is definitely the soul stone. Xiao Yu's thoughts suddenly soared. He still remembered the difficulty of obtaining this treasure back then. In that battle, he almost lost his life. He also remembered the battles after obtaining the soul stone. The endless soul power provided by the soul stone brought him so much convenience. Xiao Yu firmly grasped the soul stone that had followed him throughout his previous life. Easing his emotions, the world force was re-decomposed into spiritual power, and then the soul stone was recognized as its owner in a specific way. After recognizing its owner, there was no flamboyant scene, everything was as plain as water. The regular icosahedral soul stone instantly detached from the necklace and flew into the life core. Under Xiao Yu's operation, the soul stone established a connection with the origin core, and a stream of soul power continuously poured in. In just 1 day, the 8,041st layer structure was derived and completed. Time passed, and 7 years had passed in the blink of an eye. It's already completed 9,999 layers, only 1 layer left. Xiao Yu thought to himself. For more exciting content, please visit 69shu.com. In more than 7 years, Xiao Yu had only used 8 Saint Soul Fruits, and was able to derive 1,999 layers of structure, mainly relying on the Soul Stone. Xiao Yu didn't know what the upper limit of this Soul Stone was. The phantom of the 10,000th layer structure gradually solidified. As time passed by every second in the intelligent optical brain, the phantom became more and more solid, and finally turned completely purple. At a certain moment, when a new day arrived, the 10,000 layer structure in the life core kept shaking, and the reality and illusion were constantly changing. Boom! The 10,000th derived structure was completely solidified. The third layer of Origin Soul was cultivated to perfection. The 10,000 layer origin core structure formed a resonance, as if it were one system, and the second wish. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. A total of 5 million wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu felt that his soul strength was even deeper, and the soul calculation speed suddenly increased tenfold, reaching a terrifying 100,000 times the calculation speed. Many laws that used to take 10 days to analyze and understand can now be solved in less than a quarter of an hour. The main soul did not quickly distribute the overflowing calculation speed, but quickly cultivated the second layer of transformation of all things in Origin Soul. It was completed in less than 10 days. The basic conditions had been met, and he could attempt the second layer of transformation of all things. In the inner world, Xiao Yu's human body endured unbearable pain. Xiao Yu once again tasted the pain of soul separation, and tried it nearly 100 times. After completing the cultivation of soul transformation into hundreds, Xiao Yu immediately began to plan his future cultivation. First of all, the human main soul increased to 4,500 times the calculation speed. The world tree soul increased to 10,000 times the calculation speed, exerting its strengths to mainly cultivate the origin of spacetime law. The virtual universe number 2 soul mainly cultivated true understanding of the universe, obtaining 10,000 times the soul calculation speed. In addition to the world tree soul, the number 3 to number 10 souls, a total of 8 souls, also entered the origin of the primitive universe, each comprehending the 8 origin laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. Each of the 8 souls obtained 3,000 times the soul calculation speed. The number 11 soul obtained 5,000 times the soul calculation speed, and cultivated control of spacetime in the primitive area. The number 12 soul obtained 10,000 times the soul calculation speed, and continued to create and improve secret techniques in the training field of the primitive area. Chapter 227, 24.3%. Number 227. Chapter 227, Decades of Life. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Afterward, Xiao Yu redeemed 8 kinds of profound insights into the origin laws from the Virtual Universe Company's treasure trove, such as true explanation of thunder element, complete analysis of light, etc., a total of 8 sets of secret techniques. Since they were all auxiliary secret techniques for comprehending the lower origin laws, the price was not high, totaling only 8 million points. Exchanging with military merits only required 800 billion military merits, less than a fraction of the military merits Xiao Yu obtained. These 8 soul clones mainly drew on various secret techniques and comprehended the essence of the lower origin laws in the 8 origin lands of the universe's origin place. The 13th to 20th soul clones, a total of 8 soul clones, each gained 2,000 times the calculation speed and respectively comprehended a set of dedicated secret techniques for the origin laws within the primitive region of the virtual universe. The 21st soul clone gained 5,000 times the soul calculation speed and continued to cultivate the origin soul secret technique. The 22nd soul clone gained 5,000 times the soul calculation speed and studied the I am time and space secret technique imprinted in the depths of the soul. Although Xiao Yu could not use this secret technique yet, it did not prevent him from starting to study it. The 23rd soul clone gained 10,000 times the soul calculation speed and continued to study the Phantom Slash secret technique, constantly improving the Phantom Slash and providing assistance to the soul clone that created its own secret technique. The 24th soul clone gained 5,000 times the soul calculation speed, and Xiao Yu specifically exchanged for a time-space fusion secret technique, Evolving Universe, for it to study. The fusion of the origin laws of time and space was extremely difficult. With Xiao Yu's current authority, he could only exchange for this unfinished secret technique, and it cost 100 million military merits, equivalent to 100 billion points. The 25th soul clone gained 2,000 times the soul calculation speed and comprehended palm prints in the inner world to assist in creating its own secret technique. The 26th soul clone gained 5,000 times the calculation speed and comprehended the virtual image of the universe chaos monument beside the world tree in the inner world to increase the comprehension speed of the origin laws of time and space. The 27th soul clone gained 1,000 times the calculation speed and controlled the time-space origin law simulator in the inner world, constantly verifying its own time-space origin. Under mutual verification, the comprehension speed of the origin laws of time and space was greatly accelerated. The 28th soul clone gained 2,000 times the calculation speed and cultivated Plundering Universe in the virtual universe, while constantly optimizing the time-space wings flying secret technique. The remaining 71 soul clones evenly divided the remaining 500 times the soul calculation speed, either accompanying family members in the virtual universe or handling administrative work, or watching miscellaneous talks in the virtual universe to expand knowledge, or meeting friends in the virtual universe to expand contacts, or sitting in the inner world, comprehending the changes in the origin of the universe according to the changes in the inner world. In the virtual universe, did His Highness cultivate a clone technique? He has turned into dozens of clones all at once. All the servants who had entered and exited the primitive area manor were filled with doubts. Even Nick was slightly puzzled, but as an immortal from the Doomsday Secret Realm, he had a lot of knowledge and understood that there were some Avatar's secret techniques in the universe. With the soul transformed, Xiao Yu continued to fuse divine crystals, this time no longer limited to time crystals and space crystals, but mainly the other 8 divine crystals. The 51st divine crystal was a thunder crystal, and the fusion went quite smoothly. The 52nd divine crystal was a light crystal, and the fusion was still quite smooth. The 76th divine crystal was an earth crystal. When fusing, Xiao Yu's soul felt a trace of impact, but it still could not shake the resonant integrated 10,000-layer core structure. The 91st divine crystal was a thunder crystal, and the 10,000-layer core structure vibrated violently, as if it was about to fall apart. The 100th divine crystal was a light crystal. The 10,000-layer core structure was impacted, and the baleful aura rushed into the first 1,000 layers, but then it was unable to continue and the fusion was successful. The 149th divine crystal, fused with the earth crystal, the baleful aura rushed into the soul, Xiao Yu kept roaring. When fusing the 155th divine crystal, Xiao Yu's will could not bear it, and the fusion failed. Having successfully fused 154 divine crystals, Xiao Yu's body could very clearly sense the fluctuations of the universe's 10 origin laws. Even if his consciousness did not enter the origin land of the universe, he could still sense it. And the comprehension speed of all 10 origin laws was increased by 65 times, increasing the speed by 65 times on the basis of the domain lord's comprehension of the laws. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Yu had been in the military camp base for 30 years. Suddenly, inside the 039th military camp base. Haha, spatial strangulation is complete. Xiao Yu laughed loudly, the entire system of time warp has also been completely comprehended. Teleportation, spatial strangulation, time suspension, and time warp, all 4 major time-space mysteries were completely understood. Now Xiao Yu felt confident of victory even when facing an invincible king. For the origin laws of time and space, Xiao Yu was now only short of time reversal and spatial blockade, and the combination of the 3 mysteries into one after comprehending them, then he could completely comprehend the laws of time and space. Boom! The origin laws of the universe descended. Xiao Yu obtained the recognition of the origin law of thunder. Soon after, the other 7 origin laws also descended one after another. Without exception, read it first on 69shu.com. The origin laws are descending. This is the direction of three-eyed king. Isn't he a king? Has he broken through? Looking at the scale of the origin laws descending, it doesn't look like a breakthrough to become a venerable. Could it be that the three-eyed king's realm is not yet immortal? But this doesn't look like the formation of a domain lord breaking through to become immortal. 8 consecutive times, could it be the recognition of the origin laws? Seeing the origin laws descending, many king-level powerhouses speculated. In 30 years, Xiao Yu became familiar with the various king-level immortals in the 039th military camp base. With the cultivation of the human main soul coming to an end, Xiao Yu prepared to leave the military camp base. The treasure 1,000 faces had already been refined. With a thought from Xiao Yu, the aura emanating from himself changed to the aura of an immortal god. Now 1,000 faces had only collected a trace of Moyun Vine's immortal divine power as a sample of the immortal god's aura to simulate it. After the aura changed, Xiao Yu continued to rush to Xianxia continent, starting to hunt alien king-level powerhouses, experimenting with his gains. In the 136th year on Xianxia continent. On the edge of Xianxia continent, on a majestic mountain range millions of kilometers high, a golden-armored, silver-winged youth was leisurely lying on a large rock, with a battle blade placed beside him. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air on the side. You've come. The golden-armored, silver-winged youth sat up. Three-eyed, you are quite leisurely. Yuhuang King teased. This Yuhuang King wore dark red battle armor, had a pair of wings, and had a pair of golden eyes. Yuhuang King was someone Xiao Yu had met before in the military camp base. He was also a member of the Hongmeng, a 2-star member, a human Phoenix Clan King level peak immortal, with the ability to teleport. Just stealing a moment of leisure occasionally. Xiao Yu's eyes were like lightning, faintly flowing with baleful aura. Over the centuries, Xiao Yu had killed an unknown number of domain lords and immortals, and even 5 king-level immortals. Speak, what's the matter for looking for me, not saying it in the virtual universe, but specially running here? Xiao Yu looked at Yuhuang King. Big matter, great good thing. Yuhuang King said solemnly. What great good thing? Xiao Yu looked at Yuhuang King with interest. Three-eyed king, you should know some legends about Yanji continent. Yu Huang King transmitted his voice. All conversations between you and me are transmitted by voice to prevent any powerful existence's detector from being more advanced than yours and mine. Are you talking about the Sacrificial Tower? Xiao Yu was startled. Could it be that the Sacrificial Tower had appeared now? Chapter 228. 24.4%. Number 228. Chapter 228. Sacrifice Tower. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. When the 7th battlefield was opened, some powerful individuals from the 4 peak races swept through many areas, opening up the battlefield. The natives of Yanji continent naturally fled in panic, not daring to resist the 4 peak races, because there was no time. It seemed that only a portion managed to escape, while many more were slaughtered. The most famous thing about Yanji continent is the Sacrificial Towers. These towers were the survival bases of the natives. Many of their treasures were placed inside these Sacrificial Towers, and then they would quickly escape with the towers. In the past, some Sacrificial Towers were directly seized by the 4 peak races, but some still remain hidden somewhere on Yanji continent. Nether Bamboo King nodded with a solemn expression. Great, let's go take a look together. Xiao Yu looked at Nether Bamboo King seriously, but even though you and I are good friends, there's no need to offer such a heavy gift, right? You're right, friends wouldn't give away such wealth and treasures. Nether Bamboo King transmitted his voice. The reason I'm inviting you is because I value your strength and ability to fly and dodge. If the space is sealed at a critical moment, we'll have to rely on your flying ability to escape. I've sparred with you so many times, and your flying ability is just too amazing. Haha, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Let me tell you in detail. Nether Bamboo King explained how he discovered the Sacrificial Tower. Some time ago, Nether Bamboo King was fighting a foreign race's king-level enemy. During the battle, the ground collapsed, and the space shattered, accidentally revealing a Sacrificial Tower. The Sacrificial Tower was mysterious and unpredictable. Even universe venerables couldn't destroy or explore it. It was a survival base for the Yanji continent natives fleeing. There was no way to forcibly take it into a world ring. Nether Bamboo King and the foreign race's king level each obtained some tokens to enter the Sacrificial Tower, a total of 6 tokens, each taking 3. With his 3 tokens, Nether Bamboo King not only invited Xiao Yu, but also planned to invite Dragon Cut King. Let's go, we'll invite Dragon Cut King. Nether Bamboo King said. Alright, let's go, Xiao Yu said. Nether Bamboo King transmitted the coordinates of Dragon Cut King to Xiao Yu, and then teleported over. According to the coordinates, Dragon Cut King's location was 300 billion kilometers away from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu communicated with the origin of space and teleported several times in succession. In another remote area of Yanji continent, Dragon Cut King and his team were stationed in a mountain cave. Inside a large hall, Nether Bamboo King and Xiao Yu appeared one after another. Three-eyed King, Nether Bamboo King, what good news brings you here? Dragon Cut King transmitted his voice. Naturally, it's great news. Nether Bamboo King transmitted his voice. Then, Nether Bamboo King retold the story of the Sacrificial Tower. Go, Dragon Cut King slammed the table. How can we miss such an opportunity? Even if we venture into extremely dangerous universe secret realms, risking our lives repeatedly, we probably wouldn't obtain treasures of this level. Good. Nether Bamboo King seemed very excited. I'm good at teleportation. Tiger Thorn King, you're good at space blockade and strong attacks, and Three-Eyed is good at space block, teleportation, and flying. With the 3 of us working together, and all of us having auxiliary plant life, we'll definitely be able to seize the treasures. Let's distribute the treasures according to a ratio of 2-1-1, how about that? Nether Bamboo King looked at the 2 of them. The 3 of us will work together to seize the internal treasures. I get 2, and you 2 each get 1. Dragon Cut King and Xiao Yu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. These are the tokens. Nether Bamboo King took out 2 triangular, crystalline, translucent stones covered with complex secret pattern. Integrate your spiritual imprint, and it will be considered acknowledge the Lord. Only with a token can you enter the Sacrificial Tower. These secret pattern contain the laws of space and the laws of water. What magical law secret pattern? Dragon Cut King took the token and carefully observed it, unable to help but praise it. Xiao Yu merged his spirit into the token, and the token directly merged into Luo Feng's skin. Let's go, let's set off. Whoosh, The three powerhouses of the human camp instantly disappeared from the cave and arrived deep underground, trillions of kilometers away. Deep underground, Xiao Yu felt the space shift, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the dark underground. In front of them stood a massive object in the mud and rocks. Because of the mud and rock covering it, they could only see a few hundred meters. It was a circular aisle door on a huge building, but the aisle door was completely closed. Wu, scan the sacrificial tower. Xiao Yu instructed. I can't scan the sacrificial tower. I only found mud and rocks within a 20-kilometer radius. Wu said. He hadn't expected this sacrificial tower to be so peculiar that even micro-detector couldn't detect it. World power permeated through, but there wasn't a trace of discovery. It's clearly right in front of me, but my divine power detection can't even find it. Dragon Cut King's voice was deep and filled with amazement. That's the magic of the sacrificial tower. Without being in front of the sacrificial tower, even universe venerables couldn't find it. Without a token, even ordinary universe venerables couldn't enter. These corpses. Xiao Yu looked at the corpses in front of him, emitting the pressure of undying gods, not decaying after hundreds of millions of years. The pressure is quite strong. These undying corpses clearly have extremely high cohesion of divine power. They should be king level. Dragon Cut King examined them from the side. Xiao Yu also carefully observed. The expressions on the faces of these corpses were peaceful, without a trace of anxiety. They just died like that, obviously not suffering when they died. Probably the universe venerables used soul attacks to sweep across the entire Yanji continent, wiping out all life on the entire Yanji continent. Let's wait here for the foreign race. Nether Bamboo King said. Xiao Yu nodded. In just a moment, three figures appeared in front of them. Nether Bamboo King, you appeared quite fast. The one in the middle was nearly 3 meters tall, covered in black scales, with a long, narrow head, and eyes like venomous snakes. These are the helpers you invited. The one with dragon scales on his body should be Dragon Cut King. The one in golden armor and silver wings, I've never seen him before. Let me introduce you first. Nether Bamboo King introduced. I am Nether Bamboo King. I am Dragon Cut King. Dragon Cut King said domineering. Call me Three-Eyed King. Although Xiao Yu hadn't officially received the king title, his name was already circulating throughout the entire Yanji continent. Xiao Yu recognized the three powerhouses on the opposite side at a glance. All three of them were from the mechanical race, and one of them was a mechanical tribe. My alias is Ice Blade. The Chi-Chong race powerhouse, who was 3 meters tall, laughed strangely. Lapis Lazuli King, the Chi-Chong race, who was 1 meter and 6 tall. Purple Gold King, the silver-armored mechanical tribe, who was 3 meters tall, stared at Xiao Yu for a moment. We can be considered acquainted now. Ice Blade laughed shrilly. Let's go in together. Let's go. Nether Bamboo King also said. Yu Lan World, inside a mechanical temple. Purple Gold King, who was just introducing himself in front of the sacrificial tower, suddenly descended and immediately bowed respectfully. Master, that three-eyed has appeared, and we are about to enter the sacrificial tower with them. Three-eyed, he's finally appeared, the mechanical race venerable said. Good, I'll head over there immediately. Keep him in check. Yes, Purple Gold King immediately disappeared. The mechanical race venerable wasn't the least bit interested in the sacrificial tower that had just appeared. He understood that the punishment he would face for intruding into the 7th battlefield would definitely be severe, even death. Even if he died, he would still be resurrected by the mechanical race's super powerhouses, but he would have to lose the treasures on his body. In the original universe, within the mechanical race's territory, a huge planet floated above an ancient hall. A mechanical race venerable placed most of the treasures on his body into a world ring, sealed them in a treasure vault, and disappeared into thin air, taking only a heavy treasure weapon with him. Chapter 229. 24.5%. Number 229. Chapter 229. Anyone who enters the 7th battlefield without permission will die. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Yanji Continent, deep underground. Xiao Yu, Nether Bamboo King, and Dragon Slayer King were about to enter the sacrificial tower. Three-Eyed King, I know a sector lord named Three Eyes. Could it be you? Purple Gold King stared at Xiao Yu and suddenly said. Oh, Xiao Yu was puzzled. Why was this mechanical race being so attentive to him, staring at him all the time? Purple Gold King, what do you want to do? Hurry up and enter the Sacrificial Tower, Nether Bamboo King said. Yes, the main thing now is to explore the Sacrificial Tower, Ice Blade advised. Haha, one of my junior brothers was killed by 3 eyes, I'm just confirming, Purple Gold King said casually. Suddenly, a ferocious mechanical being over 3 meters tall appeared out of thin air, sealing the space. A vast pressure pressed down on Xiao Yu and the other 2, and at the same time, a blade of light that cut through the sky rushed towards Xiao Yu. Mechanical race Venerable, is this trying to kill me? Xiao Yu felt a chill all over his body, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly understood the purpose of Purple Gold King's actions just now. This was to delay time, to buy time for the universe Venerable to arrive. Instantly, time within 100,000 kilometers was paused. The golden armor on Xiao Yu's body merged into the black armor, with the Venerable God armor on the outside and the Moan armor on the inside. Nether Bamboo King and Dragon Slayer King's horrified expressions froze on their faces. Purple Gold King revealed a smug look, and Ice Blade and Lapis Lazuli King were stunned. The mechanical race Venerable's action of swinging his blade froze, even the blade light that contained the Venerable's endless divine power, including the shattered space, all solidified. Boom! The time pause was broken in just an instant. As expected of a Venerable, I can only pause for an instant, Xiao Yu sighed, accelerating his own time by 10 times, while slowing down the surrounding time by 10 times. Then he dodged at lightning speed. Even with such blessings, he barely managed to dodge that blade light. The opponent was definitely not an elementary universe Venerable, at least a middle level, or even a high-level universe Venerable. Not bad, as expected of a genius from the human race in billions of eras. In such a short time, you have even comprehended 2 types of time mysteries. The mechanical race Venerable sighed. In the next instant, space solidified, and Xiao Yu was sealed in space. The binding force was extremely strong, even a Peak King level expert burning their divine body would be easily suppressed. Not only was Xiao Yu restrained, but even Nether Bamboo King, Dragon Slayer King, and others next to him were also restrained. This was the power of controlling the complete law of space, far beyond normal people's imagination. Ah, break for me! Xiao Yu instantly displayed the world projection with all his strength. The world with a diameter of 400 billion kilometers was fully displayed, and then extremely compressed, increasing the power of the world projection, while integrating all his insights into the laws of time and space. Crack, crack, crack. The space was trembling, and the sound of glass breaking was heard. The space that was originally completely sealed was directly broken open by force. Don't resist, I'll put you into the world ring, Xiao Yu transmitted his voice. The ground began to collapse. With a wave of his hand, he put Nether Bamboo King and Dragon Slayer King into the world ring. The wings behind him suddenly slashed, entering the turbulent flow of time and space. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Xiao Yu's voice spread underground, instantly reaching the mechanical race Venerable's ears. As expected of the human race's super genius Xiao Yu, I didn't expect that even I couldn't kill you with one blow, the mechanical race universe Venerable sneered. You don't think you can escape like this, do you? Suddenly, an icy voice came, Venerable Pu Xian, you've crossed the line. Space shattered, and a human race universe Venerable wearing silver armor tore open space and stepped out from it. The extraterritorial battlefield prohibits any Venerables or higher-level experts from entering. Venerable Pu Xian, you trespassed on the extraterritorial battlefield, and you want to kill my human race's genius. Such behavior deserves to be punished. As soon as the human race universe Venerable in silver armor finished saying the word, kill, the surrounding time and space shattered, and a huge, kill, character, reaching tens of thousands of kilometers, rushed towards the mechanical race universe Venerable Pu Xian. The extraterritorial battlefield has a total of 11 major battlefields. In each battlefield, the 4 major peak races have several Venerables guarding it at all times to prevent any Venerable level or higher level experts from entering. Venerable Pu Xian also slashed with a blade, and the blade light rushed towards the kill character. I didn't expect it to be you, Venerable Pojun. For a Xiao Yu, your human race is really willing to spend a lot of money. Venerable Pu Xian said, however, you alone cannot kill me. As long as I can complete the task assigned by my master, what does it matter if I abandon this clone? Haha, although I can't kill you, I can delay you for an instant. Just an instant is enough. Venerable Pojun said. Suddenly, time and space shattered, and a beautiful human woman with silver hair, crystal skin, and black eyes appeared from it. The moment she appeared, she seized the dominance of this space and time. Trespassing on the 7th battlefield, wanting to kill my human race's genius, die. Before she finished speaking, the surrounding time and space bound Venerable Pu Xian and completely sealed him. It's actually Palace Master Qiyu. Hasn't she been staying in the human race's secret realm, and hasn't moved for billions of eras? Venerable Pu Xian. The time and space around Venerable Pu Xian quickly contracted, instantly becoming as small as tiny particles, and still shrinking. Boom! A shock wave appeared out of thin air, compressed within 100 meters. After entering the turbulent flow of time and space, Xiaoyu had been hiding in the depths of time and space. The time here was chaotic. An instant outside might be decades here. Xiaoyu moved forward continuously along the turbulent flow of time and space. Facing a universe venerable, Xiaoyu felt a sense of powerlessness. He didn't know how many billions of kilometers he had traveled along the turbulent flow, when suddenly a jade palm passed through the turbulent flow, grabbed Xiaoyu, and pulled him out of the turbulent flow of time and space. After Xiaoyu came out, he saw a familiar face, although he had only seen it once, the memory was deep. Palace Master, Venerable Pojun, Xiaoyu immediately saluted respectfully. Alright, let's go. Palace Master Qiyu disappeared out of thin air in an instant, and reappeared in the primitive secret realm. Xiaoyu was still stunned. He had just fled into the turbulent flow of time and space in a mess, and after being pulled out of the turbulent flow of time and space, the incident had calmed down. Venerable Pojun briefly explained what had just happened. The mechanical race's Venerable Pu Xian trespassed on the 7th battlefield and wanted to kill my human race's genius and has been killed, but that was his clone, and there is also a more powerful main body. You must be careful in your actions in the future. Venerable Pojun glanced at the 3 mechanical race king level experts next to him and said, if it was just trespassing on the 7th battlefield, a slight punishment would have been enough, but if you want to kill my race's genius, then you must die. The voice was vast and spread to the distant places. When the 3 mechanical race king level experts saw that there was no space seal, they immediately fled. Venerable Pojun didn't even look at them. Want to run? Xiaoyu instantly erupted, pausing time in an instant. Phantom 100 slashes activated, hundreds of figures appeared around the 3 people respectively, each performing a heaven opening. With Xiaoyu's current strength to perform heaven opening, even an invincible king level expert would have 10% or more of their divine body slashed away by Xiaoyu's blade, not to mention the 3 mechanical race king level experts, whose highest realm was only king level limit. With an average of 33 heaven openings per person, their divine bodies were instantly shattered. Xiaoyu took the 3 symbols and put the spoils into the world ring. Then time resumed. Venerable Pojun glanced at Xiaoyu, his eyes full of fear. He hadn't been able to break free from the time confinement instantly just now. Thank you for saving me, Venerable. Xiaoyu bowed slightly again. Are you leaving with me, or? Venerable Pojun asked. In his opinion, Xiaoyu had just been attacked, so it was best to return and hide for a while before coming out again. Thank you for your kindness, Venerable. I'd better leave on my own. Xiaoyu shook his head. Alright, a Venerable has just died, although it was a clone. I believe that no universe Venerable will dare to trouble you in a short time. Venerable Pojun nodded slightly and then disappeared out of thin air. A remote area of the 7th battlefield. Inside the Zerg's base camp. Inside a huge temple. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to grow so fast. The mechanical race's universe Venerable didn't manage to kill him with one blow. And that Xiaoyu, besides the city lord of chaos protecting him, there are actually other experts protecting him. A charming Zerg Venerable said. The mechanical race's Venerable Pu Xian has already startled the snake, so it will be more difficult to kill him by surprise again. And according to the human race's protection of that Xiaoyu, there is only one chance to strike, and we must ensure a one-hit kill. Mechanical race territory. Inside a huge temple. Venerable Pu Xian, who was 13 kilometers tall, saluted respectfully. Master, this subordinate is incompetent and failed to complete the task you assigned. I already know the details of the matter. We will make plans later, a domineering voice echoed in the hall. Chapter 230, 24.7%. Number 230. Chapter 230, Flame Festival for the Aboriginals of the Continent. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. After Destroyer left, Xiao Yu waved his hand and released Yuhuang King and Dragon Slayer King from the World Ring. Thank you, Three-Eyed King, for saving my life. In the future, if there is anything you need, I will not hesitate to die. Dragon Slayer King bowed slightly. Thank you for saving my life. From now on, Three-Eyed, you are my sworn brother, Yuhuang King. Yuhuang King said boldly. No need to be so polite. You were also implicated by me. I should be the one apologizing. Xiao Yu smiled and said, the tokens of the 3 alien kings have already been obtained by me. Are we going to break into this sacrificial tower or not? Break in, why not? Yuhuang King said, alright, then I will risk my life to accompany you. Xiao Yu smiled. Although the encounter just now was dangerous, if he wants to become a strong person who leads the human race in this universe, how can he not encounter various life and death crises? One cannot retreat because of encountering some crises. People with such thoughts cannot walk the path of the strong. But this sacrificial tower requires 6 strong people together. Yuhuang King said. Okay, then let's immediately call for people. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Wait a moment, I'll go find 3 more people. Yuhuang King said, and then disappeared into thin air. Okay, Xiao Yu and Dragon Slayer King nodded. After a while, Yuhuang King returned with 3 more king-level powerhouses behind him. The 3 of them were all acquaintances of Xiao Yu, namely Zan Dao King, Hong Yi King, and Yu Dao King. All 3 were human king-level powerhouses. The 6 of them recognized each other, so there was no need for further introductions. This is the token. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and 3 tokens flew towards Zan Dao King, Hong Yi King, and Yu Dao King. The 3 of them integrated the tokens into their bodies. Let's begin, Yuhuang King said. The 6 human powerhouses walked directly towards the passage door. The passage door was already closed, but when Yuhuang King's body touched the passage door, the originally hard material slowly flowed like a liquid, and Yuhuang King walked into the sacrificial tower. Afterwards, Xiao Yu and Dragon Slayer King and others entered the interior one after another. The 6 of them directly appeared on a huge circular passage about 1 kilometer wide, with the passage door behind them. The space inside this sacrificial tower is completely sealed. I cannot teleport and cannot directly enter the core area. Yuhuang King said. Xiao Yu also noticed this situation. Let's go to the core area. If there are any treasures in this sacrificial tower, they must be there. Yuhuang King scanned the surroundings. Okay, Xiao Yu and the others nodded slightly. The 6 of them flew around the circular passage. The length of this circular passage was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, occasionally connecting to large halls. In each hall, some corpses and skeletal remains could be seen. These corpses were all the corpses of immortal gods, and the skeletal remains were of World Lord level and Domain Lord level. The 6 of them walked while communicating through voice transmission. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the core area of the entire sacrificial tower. This was a huge hexagram. The 6 corners of the hexagram were passages. According to the information we obtained, 6 strong people separately walk into the 6 passages, must pass through layers of obstacles, and then embed the tokens into the recesses, to open the passage to enter the core area. The treasure is in the core area, Yuhuang King said. Let's go, Xiao Yu, Dragon Slayer King, and the others nodded slightly. Poof, Xiao Yu stepped into a passage, stepping into a water curtain. Although this water curtain had resistance, it could not stop Xiao Yu's power. Poof, poof, he broke through layers of water curtains in one breath. Although each layer was stronger than the last, Xiao Yu's power had already reached 1,000,000 times that of a world lord, and he easily arrived at the end of the passage. On the wall at the end of the passage, there was a triangular recess, which perfectly matched the token Xiao Yu had obtained before. The token appeared in Xiao Yu's palm, and he gently inlaid it into it. Ding! The token merged into it, and some of the laws and secret patterns in the entire passage gradually lit up, and the space made a trembling sound. Ding! Similar vibrations came from other passages. After a while, the 6 passages vibrated at the same time, and all the secret patterns in the passages became brighter and brighter. This scene made Yuhuang King and Dragon Slayer King nervous. Exploring treasures was inherently risky, and no one was completely sure. The 6 passages trembled at the same time and began to rotate, slowly rotating, gradually coinciding with a smooth passage, and then stopped. The passage was completely opened. Xiao Yu leapt out of the passage and landed on the ground. This was an empty hall, and Yuhuang King, Dragon Slayer King, and others were already standing there. The sacrificial tower has been opened. Aliens have broken in. Whoosh. In the core control room of the sacrificial tower, 15 king-level powerhouses suddenly appeared, led by a golden-robed old man. These were all survivors from the 4 major groups swept back then. The 4 major groups' main targets were the few universe venerables among the natives of the Yan Sacrifice continent. They also knew that they had no chance of survival. They quickly divided the treasures accumulated by the few universe venerables and the clan among the clansmen, dividing them into 10,000 teams, of which 9,900 teams were mixed in, and only the 100 teams were the real inheritance teams. It seems that these 6 people are together. We must leave all 6 of these people behind. According to the aura simulation, these 6 people are all king-level peak powerhouses, or even stronger. To leave them behind, we need to pay some price. In the core control room of the sacrificial tower, several natives of the Yan Sacrifice continent were discussing. This time, we must obtain the token. The golden-robed old man said. They had been trapped inside this sacrificial tower for hundreds of millions of years. The leader who originally possessed the token had been killed by the universe venerables of the 4 peak groups before he could enter, and the token was left outside. Although they were trapped inside the sacrificial tower, they could not enter the inheritance room because they did not have the token. 3rd and 6th, you 2 are king-level peaks. Each of you will lead 3 high-level king-level clansmen, and the 9 of us will stay here. As for 2nd, all 6 of you will return to the God Kingdom. The golden-robed old man instructed, you are not very useful, and this battle is also very difficult. We do not have as many powerful secret techniques as these aliens. We have lost our inheritance, and many powerful secret techniques are gone. You 6 must continue to lead our lineage. For the sake of the clan, go back. The 6 low-level king levels were very unwilling, but they could only leave. After the 6 low-level king levels left, the golden-robed old man said, this time, our first goal is to seize the inheritance room and send the inheritance room's secret technique to the God Kingdom. The second goal is the second treasure room. Entering the hall, Xiao Yu and the 6 others quickly flew along a corridor. Inside the sacrificial tower, the core area was only 10,000 kilometers in diameter, but the deep and winding corridor was as long as hundreds of thousands of kilometers, surrounding many areas of the core area. Some places were narrow, constantly twisting and turning, even with nearly 180-degree turns. It's really winding here. We have to decelerate and turn after only accelerating for 100 kilometers. Yu Dao King said speechlessly. Although the 6 of them were together, such bends greatly reduced the speed of treasure hunting. Xiao Yu and the 6 others flew along the corridor, quickly observing the large cabins next to the corridor. With the naked eye, it could be seen that all the cabins were empty. At the end of one cabin, Xiao Yu and the others discovered 3G-level metal boxes, as if there were treasures inside. Yuhuang King, you can keep them first and distribute them after we go out. Xiao Yu smiled. He didn't care about these treasures, and he didn't believe that Yuhuang King dared to be greedy alone. Moreover, who could say whether this was bait from the natives? No one could say for sure. Chapter 231. 24.8%. Number 231. Chapter 231, Sacrifice Tower Treasure. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Core area of the Sacrificial Tower. The real treasure of the Sacrificial Tower is definitely not these 3G metal boxes, Xiao Yu said softly. 1% of the treasure of a group with several universe overlords couldn't just be placed there openly without even arranging a secret room. Let's keep looking, maybe we can find something. Yuhuang King also felt the abnormality. Even his own private treasures were hidden in absolutely safe secret rooms, with various security measures taken over and over again. Xiao Yu and the other 5 continued to search the compartments along the corridor. That's not right, we've searched twice, how come we still haven't found the real treasure room? Dragon Cut King said. Xiao Yu and the other 5 searched thousands of compartments, but they still hadn't gained anything. Perhaps, the real treasure room is hidden somewhere, Silver Armor Mysterious Saber King guessed. System, search for the treasure room, Xiao Yu said silently. Open black lens bracket. 10,000 wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. An invisible energy swept across the entire sacrificial tower, and the mysterious Saber King and others beside him did not notice a trace. Immediately, A three-dimensional map appeared in his mind, with two bright spots, the closest one tens of thousands of kilometers away. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. That bright spot should be the location of the treasure room, right in the direction Xiao Yu and his party were heading, so there was no need to rashly change direction. After flying tens of thousands of kilometers, Xiao Yu walked directly towards a wall. There's something wrong with this wall, Xiao Yu pretended to say, and even hacked it twice with the chaos blade, making banging sounds. What's wrong? Isn't this just a wall? Dragon Cut King examined it, but found nothing unusual. Huh, that's right, the secret pattern on this wall are a bit different. Yu Huang King also noticed the abnormality. The Sacrificial Tower itself is a special law weapon refined from some F-grade metals. Just like many weapons can be big or small, this Sacrificial Tower can also be big or small, but it's a bit similar to weapons like God's Base and Star Fortress. The degree of defense in different areas inside is also different. Xiao Yu and the other 5 were all become a king experts, and each of them was very smart. According to the information obtained before, the natives of Yan Offering Continent mostly have 6 arms. You see, these runes also have 6 different places. Wouldn't it be necessary to press these 6 secret texture at the same time to open it? Yu Huang King said. Why don't we try it? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Yu Huang King, Mysterious Saber King, and Red Leaf King's 6 hands each pressed on the runes, and those secret texture immediately lit up. Sizzle. The 3 of them twitched for a while, being electrocuted, but fortunately, the 3 of them were all peak become a king experts with considerable strength. Damn, there's also a race detection function here. It's estimated that if you're not a native, you probably can't open it, Yu Huang King said leisurely. What to do? Hundreds of millions of years have passed, the natives have long been dead. Could it be that we're just leaving like this? Dragon Cut King was slightly disappointed. I'll do it, it's just F-grade metal. Xiao Yu flipped his hand, and the chaos blade appeared in his hand, with a great silver glow. Swinging the blade and slashing on the wall, a silver line cross, the wall made of F-grade metal was like paper, becoming dilapidated, and a 10-meter diameter hole appeared in front of everyone. The three-eyed king still has a way. Dragon Cut King laughed. Red Leaf King glanced at Xiao Yu, his eyes full of fear. Behind the hole was a passage, only 100 meters long. At the end was a door glowing with broken gold light. The lost secret texture on the entire door were even more profound, and the aura spread out. This is a G-grade metal door. Dragon Cut King rushed in first, stopping in front of the gold door. Apart from those 3 treasure chests, this is the first time we've seen G-grade metal, and it's a G-grade metal cast into an entire door. This door alone is probably worth hundreds of millions of mixed yuan units, Yu Huang King said with a light laugh. The door alone is so expensive, the items inside the door are even more precious. Inside the core control room of the Sacrificial Tower. They're going to the treasure room. Let's go, I'll go first. You guys look for an opportunity to snatch the inheritance room, the golden-robed old man said in a low voice. Then he disappeared into the control room. A ripple of water curtain in the core area, a powerful alien immortal god wearing golden armor and having 6 arms appeared, and then quickly moved forward along the passage. In front of the G-grade metal door. Everyone, let's see how to open the door of this treasure room. I don't know if the letter symbol is useful, Desire Saber King said. Red Leaf King, go and try, Yu Huang King said. Xiao Yu and the others watched from the side, only to see Red Leaf King walking to the door with a faint gold halo, touching the door with both hands, trying to push it with force, pouring in immortal divine power. The letter symbol floated in the palm of his hand, trying to touch the door, trying all kinds of ways to open the door that he could think of. The door remained motionless. Suddenly, a Kanglong voice came from behind. Everyone, I know how to open the door of this treasure room. Xiao Yu and the other 5 immediately became alert. Soon after, a powerful alien immortal wearing golden armor and having 6 arms appeared behind everyone. Who are you? Yu Huang King asked. This sacrificial tower is the property of my clan, the golden-robed old man said in a low voice. The door of this treasure room, 1, must have a letter symbol, 2, must be a member of my clan, the golden-robed old man said in a low voice. To open the treasure, you need to give me the letter symbol. Xiao Yu walked towards the door and said softly, let me try. You guys be on guard. Okay, don't worry, Three-eyed King, we're keeping a close eye on this old guy. Dragon Cut King said boldly. System, obtain the highest authority of the Sacrificial Tower. Xiao Yu said silently. Open black lens bracket 1 million wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Streams of invisible data rushed into the core control center of the Sacrificial Tower, and countless firewalls and defense nets were quickly breached. In less than a second, the control of the Sacrificial Tower was transferred. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Master, a voice rang in Xiao Yu's consciousness. Sacrificial Tower. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. This Sacrificial Tower is actually a mobile flying survival base, containing intelligence. The system can even crack the intelligence of mechanical puppets of the mechanical race, not to mention the natives of Yan Offering Continent who are obviously not good at technology. Sacrificial Tower, what's the situation on your side? Xiao Yu transmitted his voice. Master, there are 8 natives of Yan Offering Continent in the core control, monitoring the situation around the Master. They are preparing to create trouble and divert attention immediately after the treasure room is opened, and seize the inheritance room and the second treasure room as soon as possible, the Sacrificial Tower intelligence said. Okay, don't show any flaws for now. The golden-robed old man looked at Xiao Yu stunned in front of the door, and mocked, try it as much as you want. Haha, Xiao Yu laughed, and a letter symbol also appeared in his palm, printed on the door. Sacrificial Tower, open the door of this treasure room, Xiao Yu commanded in his consciousness. Yes, Master. Buzz. The secret texture on the door of the treasure room gradually lit up. Then, Titicaca sounded, and the entire door began to slowly rise. This scene made Mysterious Saber King, Red Leaf King, Desire Saber King and others reveal a hint of anticipation. How could it be? You are not a member of my clan, why can you open the treasure room? The golden-robed old man was stunned. The only answer he received was Xiao Yu's full-strength blow of, opening the sky, a blade light like a long river of time rushed towards the golden-robed old man. The golden-robed old man was imprisoned by the law of time origin, unable to move, not even able to think. Chapter 232. 24.9%. Number 232. Chapter 232, Split of Spoils. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The river of blade light, entirely submerged the golden-robed elder, without a trace of waste, all the power converged, all used to obliterate his divine body. Boom! The golden-robed elder instantly vanished, his entire divine body disappeared, leaving only his personal armor, weapons, and a world ring. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu used the power of the world to guide the spoils, storing them within his inner world. Three-eyed King, you're getting stronger and stronger. He annihilated a peak-level king in one move. Even if this move wasn't within the Sacrificial Tower, without the spatial blockade, that golden-robed elder wouldn't have been able to escape. King Yuhuang, King Xuandao, King Hongye, and King Yudao marveled at the power of Xiao Yu's attack. Inside the control room of the Sacrificial Tower. Elder, Big Brother, fight them to the death. The movements of the 8 kings of the natives were all transmitted to Xiao Yu in real-time by the Sacrificial Tower. The treasure room, entirely forged from G-grade metal, covered with countless secret patterns, the room is 20 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 10 meters high. At the same time, there are 12 iron chains on the metal floor, tightly locking an ancient treasure chest that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. This treasure chest cannot be taken away, but it can be opened. Master, they are trying to rush out and take revenge on you, the Sacrificial Tower's AI transmitted. Okay, let them out, then close the control room door. No one is allowed to enter without my permission, Xiao Yu ordered. King Xuandao, King Hongye, and King Yudao walked to the ancient treasure chest bound by 12 chains, sometimes using brute force, sometimes using various techniques, trying all sorts of methods, and finally unwillingly kicked the treasure chest fiercely, causing the space to collapse. They tried all sorts of ways, but still couldn't open the treasure chest. Three-eyed, why don't you try? King Yuhuang suggested. Alright, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Yu experimented with various methods, but still couldn't open the treasure chest. Without using the system or the supreme treasure Thousand Faces, Xiao Yu couldn't open it. This treasure chest must have the life aura and talisman of the natives to be opened. Everyone, I have just acquired the authority of this Sacrificial Tower, Xiao Yu suddenly said, I just discovered that there are still 8 native kings in the Sacrificial Tower, and they are already on their way. What? This Sacrificial Tower actually has intelligence. King Yuhuang was surprised. His personal AI lifeform hadn't discovered that this Sacrificial Tower had intelligence, let alone conquered it. That's right, according to the AI, this Sacrificial Tower is connected to the Divine Kingdom of the natives, and it's a fixed passage, Xiaoyu continued. Apart from the 8 king-level powerhouses coming over, the remaining powerhouses are at most early-stage kings. Suddenly, 8 powerful immortal auras attacked. The natives are here, 2 of them are peak-level kings. King Yuhuang tightened the giant axe in his hand. Leave these 8 to me. Xiaoyu turned around and rushed towards the passage. Now that I have obtained the greatest treasure of this Sacrificial Tower, I should put in more effort. King Yuhuang and the other 4 also followed closely behind, rushing out. Aliens, you all deserve to die, said the black-robed king among the 8 six-armed aliens. Avenge the elder. Revenge. Many of the black-robed aliens' clansmen shared the same hatred, and attacks of immortal divine power shot towards Xiaoyu. HMPH. With Xiaoyu's cold snort, the surrounding space was paused in time. Whether it was the king-level aliens or the attacks they launched, all were frozen. Then Xiaoyu wielded the Chaos Blade, unleashing 8 slashes. Under the acceleration of time, Xiaoyu was like unleashing 8 creation of the world slashes at once. The dark blade light cut through space, leaving a long black line, but this black line seemed to be solidified, and did not recover. The speed of the blade light exceeded the speed of light, instantly rushing into the target's body. Each river of blade light contained all of Xiaoyu's lifelong understanding. The 8 alien kings who were paused in time instantly disappeared, proving their existence were only piles of spoils on the ground of the passage. Xiaoyu communicated with the fluctuations of time and space, and the time pause was cancelled. These 8 aliens had interrupted inheritance, lacked secret methods, and lacked treasures. Their strength was only at the bottom of the king level. If Luo Feng encountered a time pause from a king, he might be able to break free from the shackles of the time pause with his powerful willpower. But these 8 aliens were indeed impossible. I say, Three-Eyed, if you use this time pause ability again next time, can you distinguish between friend and foe? King Yuhuang complained slightly. Yeah, fighting with you, I'm worried that I'll be killed by you one day. King Longzhan said. Last time when fighting the Venerable, the situation was urgent, so it was fine if he didn't pay attention, but now he was only facing 8 king-level aliens, and he had actually paused them 5 as well. Haha, my bad, Xiaoyu scratched his head, laughing apologetically. In this Sacrificial Tower, the spatial blockade was very unfriendly to those who comprehended the origin of space. And it was especially friendly to those who comprehended the origin of time. Xiaoyu pointed to the 8 piles of spoils on the ground and said, the items of these 8 will be my apology to you. Really? King Longzhan said, although these aliens are poor, a king's wealth is at least tens of billions of mixed yuan units. Three-Eyed King, you are strong and generous, I want to hug your thigh. King Yudao pretended to be coy. King Yudao, you're a gay, have you become stupid from cultivating? King Xuandao slapped King Yudao. Really, everyone, take it generously, Xiaoyu laughed. In fact, among the treasures of this Sacrificial Tower, the only thing he was really interested in besides the Sacrificial Tower itself was one thing, secret pattern weapons, or rather, the method of refining secret pattern weapons. King Yudao was the first to take the world ring of the peak-level king alien, and immortal divine power penetrated into the world ring. Not bad. Oh, there are quite a few treasures. Damn, you snatched it again. King Xuandao only snatched a world ring of a high-level king. The 5 quickly finished distributing the spoils. Xiaoyu returned to the treasure room, walked to the ancient treasure chest bound by 12 chains, and with a thought, the supreme treasure Thousand Faces simulated Xiaoyu's life aura to become a native. King Xuandao and the other 4 followed behind. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and gently stroked the treasure chest with his right hand. Beep. The sensing system inside the treasure chest began to identify. Life aura confirmed. Talisman confirmed. Snap. The originally locked lid of the treasure chest automatically loosened. Inside the box, there were 3 world rings. Three-Eyed King, quickly see what treasures are inside, King Yudao said anxiously. Xiaoyu's world power swept across, and these 3 world rings were all unowned. He checked them one by one. The first world ring contained a boundless world, with metal mountains standing, lakes formed by countless rare liquids, E-class spaceships, etc. All the items were massive. The first world ring contains various treasures used by world masters, domain lords, universe level, star level, and planet level. Xiao Yu said casually, I guess you may not need them, these are exactly what I need. Xiao Yu threw the first world ring to everyone to check. We are already immortal kings, and those basic cultivation resources are useless. Even if there is a whole world of resources inside, it's actually not worth much money, King Longzhan said, scanning the first world ring with immortal divine power. Chapter 233. 25%. Number 233. Chapter 233. Leaving Yuanji Continent. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Well, this one will go to Three-Eyed King. Afterward, Xiao Yu checked the second world ring. This world ring is full of resources used for cultivation by immortals, Xiao Yu said. The quantity is not bad. Xiao Yu roughly estimated that the various resources in this second world ring were worth at least several hundred billion mixed yuan units. Xiao Yu threw the second world ring to the 5 people, and then checked the last world ring. Inside, there was only one item, a secret pattern weapon. Like this, I will take the resources in the first world ring and the third world ring, and the rest you can divide, Xiao Yu said, feeling that he might have taken a bit too much. He casually threw the spoils he had obtained from the golden-robed old man to the others. Haha, this treasure hunt, we just followed along and obtained treasures worth hundreds of billions of mixed yuan units, which is enough. Desire Blade King laughed. Three-Eyed King, remember to look for me next time there is such a good thing. Indeed. Red Leaf King also nodded in satisfaction. Three-Eyed King, next time we explore treasures together, you can eat the meat, and we will drink the soup, Profound Blade King said with a smile, thinking that it was worth making friends with this neighbor. Nether Bamboo King and Dragon Cut King had no objections. Although this treasure hunt was thrilling, they suffered no losses and gained treasures worth hundreds of billions of mixed yuan units. It was almost equivalent to their net worth. Everyone, I plan to use this sacrificial tower as a treasure to protect my clan. Please give me the letter symbol. I can exchange it with treasures, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Xiao Yu planned to use the sacrificial tower as the core treasure of the Earth lineage and place it in the solar system. This letter symbol is an important token to open the core of the sacrificial tower, so Xiao Yu was naturally unwilling to give it to others. Haha, we have already gained enough. How can we ask for more gifts from you? Nether Bamboo King waved his hand. The 5 people handed the letter symbol to Xiao Yu. Let's go to the control room, Xiao Yu said. Okay, Profound Blade King and the 5 others nodded and followed Xiao Yu. Sacrificial Tower Core Control Room. Xiao Yu and the 6 others stood outside the fixed legendary passage. Do you want to go in? Profound Blade King asked. No, according to what Three-Eyed said, there are at least 6 king-level beginners on the other side. It's possible that the God Lord of this divine kingdom has never come out. If the God Lord is a king-level peak, we may not have an advantage in his divine kingdom, Nether Bamboo King said. For an immortal, exposing their divine kingdom is very dangerous, but rashly entering someone else's divine kingdom is even more dangerous. Within the divine kingdom, the God Lord has complete control and can even repel the laws of invading forces. A divine kingdom is where a God Lord possesses the rights of a god. Generally, divine kingdoms are destroyed from the outside, not from the inside. Then let's destroy the fixed passage, Xiao Yu said with a smile. He didn't care whether to attack the divine kingdom of a foreign race. Chaos blades slashed out, the fixed passage shattered, and countless precious treasures used to build the fixed passage scattered all over the ground. Let's go out first, and I will put away this sacrificial tower, Xiao Yu said. This sacrificial tower can be said to be a secret pattern weapon, so it can naturally be large or small. Xiao Yu and the others left the sacrificial tower. Sacrificial tower, shrink, Xiao Yu ordered. The sacrificial tower quickly shrank and was then taken into Xiao Yu's inner world. Nether Bamboo King and Dragon Cut King and the other 5 stood by and watched. It would be a complete lie to say they weren't envious. The matter here is over, let's go, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Of the 6 people, besides Xiao Yu and Nether Bamboo King who were good at teleportation, Profound Blade King was also good at teleportation. Nether Bamboo King teleported away with Dragon Cut King and Red Leaf King, Profound Blade King teleported away with Desire Blade King, and Xiao Yu teleported away alone. Xiao Yu teleported several times in succession, leaving Yan Sacrificial Continent and appearing in the nearest cleared area of Yan Sacrificial Continent. With a wave of his hand, an E-level spaceship appeared. He flew into the spaceship, and the spaceship continued to accelerate to the speed of light. Cosmic Shuttle, Virtual Universe. Three-Eyed King, are you finally preparing to go to the Star Tower? Profound Blade King picked up a glass of fruit wine, took a sip. The number of king-level experts in Yan Sacrificial Continent is pitifully small, all of them added together are just a few, but the Star Tower gathers hundreds of thousands of king-level immortals from the 4 major camps. In Yan Sacrificial Continent, there are not even a few king-level peak experts, but in the Star Tower, there are many king-level invincible experts. Having come to this 7th battlefield, how can I not go to the Star Tower? Xiao Yu said with a smile. 7th battlefield, in the control room of the blood-red triangular E9 level cosmic spaceship. With a thought, Xiao Yu took out the most core treasure of the Sacrificial Tower from the World Ring, the only weapon, the secret pattern weapon. This weapon is small and exquisite, similar to an arm guard. The main color of the material is silver, with a faint feeling of hazy stars. A trace of Xiao Yu's world power penetrated into this arm guard-like secret pattern weapon and began to investigate. As soon as it penetrated, the spiritual imprint contained in the world power automatically integrated into the arm guard, directly completing the recognition of the master. At the same time as the recognition of the master, a piece of information was transmitted into Xiao Yu's consciousness. This information described the secret pattern weapon in detail. This secret pattern weapon is called Locking Sky Wrist, a secret pattern weapon with less than 100 pieces in existence in the universe. The ancestors of the Yan Sacrificial Continent natives, the most powerful and mysterious was the Sacrificial Pattern Secret, which was a special path of advancement that their ancestors comprehended in a cosmic secret realm. Sacrificial pattern secrets are divided into 2 types, real secret pattern and virtual secret pattern. Real secret pattern must have a carrier, such as the Sacrificial Tower, which contains countless sacrificial texture secrets, eventually forming many abilities such as repulsion of exploration and space blockade. Virtual secret pattern does not require a carrier. According to the energy source provided, the virtual secret pattern can be dispersed in the void. The range of radiation is all within the control range. Within the range of the Locking Sky Wrist's virtual secret pattern radiation, space fluctuations in the area will be completely locked, and teleportation cannot be completed. The Locking Sky Wrist's radiation range can be divided into 3 levels. 1. An area with a radiation radius of 10,000 kilometers. 2. An area with a radiation radius of 100,000 kilometers. 3. An area with a radiation radius of 1 million kilometers. The larger the radiation range, the more geometrically the energy consumption increases. The Locking Sky Wrist was directly attached to Xiao Yu's left arm and partially integrated into the skin. At the same time, the hazy star-black surface suddenly cracked with a click, revealing an energy groove inside the Locking Sky arm. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu took out a Vulcan source crystal that he had exchanged for 400 million points and put it into the groove, which only took up half of it. The inside of the groove instantly tightened, the energy was smoothly poured in, and the surface closed again. A Vulcan source crystal exchanged for 400 million points, equivalent to twice the power of a king-level beginner's self-destruction, is only equivalent to half the energy. Now that he was in the dark universe, Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to experiment. He took out the first world ring and counted the approximate value of all the items. Although the most expensive item in the first world ring is only for realm lords, it is accumulated from mountains and lakes, and countless items piled up into a world, worth about 256 billion mixed yuan units, Wu said. Afterward, Xiao Yu took out the spoils from the 3 mechanical race king-level experts he killed before entering the Sacrificial Tower. World power penetrated into one of the world rings, and he was shocked. This one should be the world ring of the mechanical race person. There are actually 12 million F-level mechanical puppets inside, and another 1000 G-level mechanical puppets, all of which are intact. Xiao Yu did not have the idea of selling these mechanical puppets. After these mechanical puppets are cracked, they will be controlled by Wu. Chapter 234, 25.1%. Number 234 Chapter 234 Star Tower. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Mist, what is the degree of fusion of your body now? Xiao Yu asked. Almost 90%. The last 10% is more difficult, and it is estimated that it will take about 100 years, Mist said. Okay, then I'll leave these mechanical puppets to you, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Inside the world ring, there are not only all kinds of mechanical puppets, but also several F-class pyramids and E-class pyramids. There are also some F9 level metals, G level metals, and all kinds of things. The value of these metals alone has reached nearly 5 billion mixed yuan units. Afterwards, Xiaoyu checked the world rings of Bing Ren and Luli Wang, and the work of statistics was naturally left to Mist. The total price of various spaceships, weapons, materials, and treasures in the world rings of Bing Ren and Luli Wang is about 168 billion mixed yuan units. Well, this harvest is good. The resources for cultivating the clansmen and the Earth lineage in the future are enough. Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction and ordered, Mist, pick out the items you use, and gather the remaining resources suitable for cultivating my Xiao family and the Earth lineage. When I return to Earth next time, I have to give the clansmen and the Earth lineage a treasure trove. Xiaoyu's trip to the Sacrificial Tower was dangerous, but he gained a lot. System, change my life aura and soul aura, Xiaoyu said silently. The identity of 3 eyes has been exposed and cannot be used. Open black lens bracket 1 million wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Then, an invisible energy enveloped Xiaoyu's entire body. Afterwards, Xiaoyu's life aura disappeared, and he exuded a majestic aura. His appearance also changed from the appearance of the 3 eyes time and space to the appearance of an ape man with a height of 3 meters, covered with dense golden hair. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. From now on, this appearance will be called Ape 3 Blades. Xiaoyu said silently. Then, with a thought, the color of the Venerable divine armor immediately turned blue. In this way, Xiaoyu became an image of a blue-armored golden ape. The virtual universe system has been monitoring the changes in Xiaoyu's aura. Ripples arose in the void. The universe shuttle was successful. The exterior scene is virtual. Wow, this star tower is actually as high as 9 light years. It's so big. A tower is many times larger than the entire Yan sacrificial continent, Mist exclaimed. A towering star tower, as if covering half of the universe, was suspended in the starry sky. The star tower was shrouded in a nebula vortex. It was a peculiar sight of the star tower frantically devouring endless energy, forming a 9-spiral nebula. Even the universe Venerable would not dare to enter the depths of this 9-spiral nebula rashly, otherwise they would surely die. Only the universe master can enter the depths of the 9-spiral nebula. In addition, the star tower nurtures the treasure, town ceiling star. Each town ceiling star has the size of an ordinary planet. After refining it, you can seal the strong through the town ceiling star, Mist said. The star tower, which is as high as 9 light years, nurtures countless town ceiling stars, but unless the town ceiling star takes the initiative to be born or Pudi manipulates it, even the universe master cannot forcibly take away those town ceiling stars from the star tower. This star tower is really amazing. It doesn't look like a natural phenomenon, but rather like a man-made super treasure, Mist continued. Haha, Mist, you are really sensitive. This star tower is indeed a treasure, otherwise how could it nurture a treasure like the town ceiling star? Xiaoyu laughed. Most of the hundreds of thousands of king ceiling experts in the star tower have a trace of greed, hoping that they may be the lucky ones to obtain the town ceiling star. Over hundreds of millions of epochs, there are always a few lucky ones who happen to encounter the birth of the town ceiling star, but every time the town ceiling star is born, it will set off a bloody storm, and a large number of king ceiling experts will fall. The star tower is divided into 9 floors. The first floor at the bottom of the tower is not surrounded by a nebula vortex. The first floor has 9 entrances. Many human and alien king ceiling experts enter along one entrance at will, Mist said. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Not to mention these king ceiling experts, even those universe masters standing at the peak of the major groups are also very tempted, right? Xiaoyu smiled slightly. It's just that they have tried various methods and cannot make the star tower recognize them as its master, so they can only let it stay there. The star tower looked very close, but in fact, the spaceship flew for more than 10 days before reaching the bottom of the tower. During the 10 days on the spaceship, Xiaoyu constantly experimented with the various functions of the Lock Sky bracelet. The Lock Sky bracelet has already recognized its master. With a thought from Xiao Yu, the lock sky bracelet was activated. Minimum range, a 10,000 kilometer radius area, space blockade. Around Xiao Yu, there were faint void sacrificial secret patterns in the spaceship in the void. These secret patterns were all virtual secret patterns and could not be destroyed at all. If you punch these secret patterns, you would hit nothing. To destroy these virtual secret patterns, you must first destroy the lock sky bracelet. With the eye of law in Xiao Yu's right eye, he could clearly see that the spatial fluctuations within a 10,000 kilometer radius around him became consistent, forming a kind of resonance, which could not be broken unless you were a universe master. Bottom of the Star Tower. A blue streamer stopped, and Xiao Yu, the blue-armored golden ape, stopped in front of the entrance. Let's try, can it recognize me as its master? Xiao Yu chuckled. Facing the supreme treasure that even the God King could use, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. He stretched out his palm and gently touched the edge of the huge tower door that was millions of kilometers high. It was cold and there was no reaction at all. Xiao Yu was slightly disappointed in his heart, and comforted himself, haha, I'm still attached. Without cultivating the 9 tribulations secret technique, even if Xiao Yu was an earthling, it would still be impossible to succeed. Besides, even when Luo Feng recognized his master, he still endured inhuman pain. Xiao Yu now has a system and a magic weapon manufacturing system. He can completely manufacture better treasures, and the limitation of manufacturing magic weapons is the laws he comprehends. Waving away the distracting thoughts constantly surging in his consciousness, Xiao Yu prepared to explore this star tower properly. Xiao Yu walked in this vast star tower. Every step he took was hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Although he did not use teleportation, it was not much different from teleportation. With his current speed, even reaching the speed of light with his physical body is very easy. If he adds the time warp ability, he can even reach the actual speed of light in this primitive universe. The interior of the Star Tower is like a super skyscraper, with rooms inside. Each room is a forbidden space, and each forbidden space is secretly connected to other forbidden spaces. Countless forbidden spaces are constantly moving. That is to say, once Xiao Yu enters a forbidden space, even if he does not move, his coordinates will continue to change with the passage of time. In the forbidden space, neither detection instruments, world projections, nor law domains can penetrate the forbidden space, and even teleportation can only be performed in the same forbidden space. That is to say, once you enter the forbidden space, if you want to leave, you need to pass through the Divine Kingdom teleportation, otherwise you can only wander through one forbidden space after another. Xiao Yu stepped in and entered a forbidden space. At this moment, the entrance to the passage had been closed and disappeared. This was a forbidden space filled with endless oceans. Whoosh! The sea water rolled, and hundreds of thousands of meters of tide rose. Xiao Yu looked down, as if a huge monster was rushing out from the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yu, the Star Tower is full of dangers, and every forbidden space may contain dangers, Mist said. Chapter 235. 25.2%. Number 235 Chapter 235 Forbidden Space. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. It's not just the battles between races and the guardians of the forbidden areas, the inherent dangers within the forbidden space can be terrifying once they occur. Moreover, the greater the commotion, the more dangerous it is, Wu Lian said. Rumble, a bizarre creature forged from metal, over 1,000 kilometers long with tens of thousands of tentacles resembling an octopus, appeared. Its pair of purple eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu, filled with murderous intent. A guardian of the forbidden area at 1,000 kilometers. Xiao Yu thought to himself. I wonder what the mechanism is behind the appearance of these guardians. Some peak-level kings have wandered in this star tower for tens of thousands of years, and the largest guardian they've encountered was only 100 kilometers in size. The enormous blue, bizarre octopus looked down at Xiao Yu, as if a tiger were looking at a trembling rabbit, its attitude completely mocking. Hu! A piercing screech rang out, the sound like a shockwave, causing rhythmic ripples in the space it passed through. This shockwave attacked at the speed of light, directly impacting Xiao Yu's entire body. Xiao Yu's mind swayed, but he instantly regained clarity, discovering that the bizarre octopus had disappeared from the seawater and was now above Xiao Yu's head. The blue, bizarre octopus's massive body was like a cloud hanging from the sky, obscuring the entire space above Xiao Yu, as it swooped down. HMPH. Xiao Yu snorted coldly, disappearing from his original position and appearing above the blue, bizarre octopus, diving towards the creature below. In his hand, the Chaos Blade, he unleashed creation, slashing towards the octopus's enormous head. The bizarre octopus's senses were sharp, and it instantly detected Xiao Yu's movements. Tens of thousands of tentacles changed direction, attacking Xiao Yu from above, either entangling, striking, or piercing. Each tentacle attack was blocked by the purple wings behind Xiao Yu. Rumble. The dim blade light finally struck the bizarre octopus's head, unleashing the power of 1,000,000 times that of a domain lord, completely erupting. Now, Xiao Yu's creation contained all the laws of space-time origin that he had comprehended. The power of spatial strangulation, space-time turbulence, and other forces were perfectly integrated together, and a trace of the power of destruction appeared. The power of destruction was terrifyingly powerful. Even if there was only a trace, it surged into the bizarre octopus's head, and countless metal mechanisms were instantly destroyed. As the destruction spread, the power of destruction actually increased slightly. The bizarre octopus disappeared like a bubble, starting from its enormous head and extending to its tens of thousands of tentacles, revealing a golden, bizarre octopus. The aura of this golden, bizarre octopus was much stronger than that of the blue one, but once entangled by the power of destruction, the result was already fixed. These guardians of the forbidden areas, even invincible kings, could not forcibly tear apart their bodies, but faced with the power of destruction, this so-called unparalleled defense was just a joke. After killing the guardian of the forbidden area, the trace of the power of destruction that Xiao Yu released grew by a fraction. Without a target, it automatically dissipated. After the guardian of the forbidden area disappeared, the passage to the forbidden space appeared. In the center of the endless ocean, a huge vortex appeared, and within the endless vortex, there were faint starlight. This is the passage to the forbidden space. Xiao Yu thought to himself, fortunate that he had now completed the second stage of transformation of all things, soul division into hundreds. Several divided souls were constantly querying relevant information in the virtual universe, and the related records of the Star Tower were also massive. The types of passages to each forbidden space varied. Xiao Yu stepped in, and his whole body began to fall, landing on the surface of a stone bridge. Is this the passage? In the endless void, a stone bridge meandered and twisted, extending into the distance. This stone bridge had no supports, just floating in the void and extending endlessly. Under the eye of law, the entire void was covered with strange secret patterns, arranged in a peculiar way, and in addition to the original universe's origin law secret patterns, there were other styles of secret patterns. The Star Tower was originally refined from the body of the Jinn God King, containing the laws and rules of the origin continent, which were naturally more complete than the laws of the original universe. All of Xiao Yu's gains at this time were transmitted to the divided soul consciousness that was comprehending the true explanation of the universe, perfecting his comprehension of the origin of space-time. Xiao Yu stood on the stone bridge, looking down into the void below. In the depths of the endless void, there was a star slowly rolling. This star, comparable in size to an ordinary planet, had a palpitating aura, revolving endlessly at a constant speed in the endless void. Xiao Yu continued to walk forward, and soon he saw another suppressed star. Just as Xiao Yu was walking on the stone bridge, he received a call request in the virtual universe, which he immediately accepted. Ape 3 Blades, King Zhen Tian. Xiao Yu was surprised. Although Xiao Yu had only joined the Hong Alliance for a short time, he still knew most of the human kings. The remaining human kings were either in seclusion, or too proud, or in the secret realms of the universe. This King Zhen Tian was one of the human kings. Xiao Yu's current image had already been mentioned to his teacher, City Lord Chaos. Under his instruction, the army system under the virtual universe system naturally recognized Xiao Yu's current third identity. Among other comrades and allies, it was displayed as Ape 3 Blades, this name, like 3 eyes before. It would not display the real name just because it was in the virtual universe. I am in the Star Tower. I saw you in the army system, so I immediately contacted you, King Zhen Tian said. I just encountered 3 forbidden area guardians in a forbidden space. This is very rare, so I contacted some friends. They also encountered forbidden area guardians. What about you? In this Star Tower, the virtual universe system still covers, and the army system can collect the coordinates of each soldier, and then integrate them, and also see the coordinates of comrades and allies within 1 billion kilometers. I also just encountered a forbidden area guardian attack, Xiao Yu said. The matter is serious. It seems that the possibility of the suppressed star appearing is very high, King Gentian said. Three Eyes, you have to be careful too. I won't say more, I'm entering the next forbidden space. If the suppressed star appears, the countless forbidden spaces in the Star Tower, under the mischievous fun of some old schemer, will guide the powerhouses of all races to gather and converge towards the location where the suppressed star appears. Every time the suppressed star appears, there will be a great slaughter, and the powerhouses of the major races will fight on a large scale. Ending the call with King Gentian, Xiao Yu also received calls from more than a dozen allies in the same camp, such as King Zandao and King Yudao. They were all comrades and allies within a range of 1 billion kilometers, and the content was similar. They had also encountered various troubles. This meant that the possibility of the suppressed star being born was extremely high. Although the suppressed star was a treasure, it was not very attractive to Xiao Yu, who possessed the venerable god armor, wings of space-time, and heaven-piercing blade. However, the fight between the four major groups was something Xiao Yu yearned for. According to the timeline, the suppressed star should not appear for thousands of years. Why is it that a suppressed star is about to appear as soon as I arrive? Xiao Yu was a little puzzled. I am just a human from Earth, and I have not cultivated the 9 Calamities secret manual. I should not attract the attention of that existence. Perhaps a suppressed star should have appeared at this time anyway. Xiao Yu glanced at the suppressed star in the depths of the void, stopped thinking about it, and walked towards the end of the passage. This was an endless desert world. After Xiao Yu entered, the passage disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 236, 25.3%. Number 236. Chapter 236. The King of Morning. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Endless sand and gravel tumbled, and a flat-headed, golden giant snake-like metal monster shot out from the sand. Another guardian of the forbidden area. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Xiao Yu seriously suspected that this star tower was deliberately targeting him. In 15 consecutive forbidden spaces, each forbidden space attracted a guardian of the forbidden area, and each one had a different fighting style and varying degrees of danger. The guardians of the forbidden areas in the 15 forbidden spaces, the strongest of them completely exceeded the limit of a king, and even approached the invincible king. If they were true gods, burning their divine bodies and unleashing 1,000 times their combat power, even Xiao Yu might not be able to eliminate them so easily. After 15 forbidden spaces, Xiao Yu never encountered another guardian of the forbidden area. In the Star Tower, he continued to break through one forbidden space after another. The 45th forbidden space was a forest world. At this moment, two large groups of alien kings were gathering above the forest world. One group was from the machine race camp, with 32 immortal kings. The other group was from the bug race camp, with only 9 immortal kings. I didn't expect to run into this group of stinky bugs right away. However, in terms of momentum, the smaller bug race camp had the upper hand. The bug race immortal mother emperors are all unmatched existences. Not only do they have many immortal bug race warriors under their command, but they also control many immortal alien races. In the distance, a crack appeared out of thin air, and Xiao Yu, in the form of a blue-armored golden ape, emerged. It's a human, never seen him before, probably not a strong one. Neither of the opposing sides, the machine race nor the bug race, paid attention to this lone-appearing powerhouse. After Xiao Yu appeared, he noticed that one of the kings on the bug race side was the famous Skewer King. According to the pre-collected information, this Skewer King is the sole slave of the bug race Mother Emperor Immortal, Nan Cheng. The Skewer King is the one with the strongest defense controlled by her soul. Usually, the Skewer King acts outside, while Nan Cheng and her immortal bug race legion are in a world ring. This explains why the machine race has a large number of people, but is at a disadvantage, Xiao Yu thought to himself. He had a good grasp of the situation on the ground, and he could clearly judge the situation with just one glance. Who are you? A hoarse voice sounded. Xiao Yu turned his head to look. The voice came from the machine race side, from an alien powerhouse with a flat iron face, a black mouth, and a seemingly honest and simple appearance. Xiao Yu had seen the information of this alien king. His name was Chen Hun King. Ape 3 Blades, Xiao Yu said casually. Ape 3 Blades, never heard of him. If you know what's good for you, leave here quickly, Chen Hun King sneered. This is not a place for a small character like you to participate. Ha ha, there was a burst of laughter from the side. You're too overbearing. I'm just passing by, I'll leave when I find the exit. Xiao Yu frowned slightly. He felt an unknown hostility from the machine race towards him. Even though he had changed his appearance, he was still being targeted. Moreover, this Chen Hun King was only at the peak of the king level, yet he dared to shit on his head. Haha, this is the human race. Haha, Chen Hun King laughed wildly. Suddenly, found the exit. The powerhouses from both camps immediately flew towards the exit. Xiao Yu also flew towards the entrance of the passage. The entrance of the passage was located in the direction of the bug race, and Xiao Yu was closer, while the machine race was the furthest away. Ape 3 Blades, our machine race and the bug race will go in first, you should stay behind, Chen Hun King transmitted his voice and shouted. Humph, Xiao Yu snorted coldly, his momentary forbearance had allowed a monkey to climb on his head and urinate. Ape 3 Blades, Chen Hun King saw that Xiao Yu ignored him, and his face stiffened, followed by a burst of anger, roaring angrily. Courting death, Xiao Yu suddenly turned his head. A dark blade light river that covered the sky was emitted from his hand, flying towards the Chen Hun King not far away. Following the gap in the space-time fluctuations, the speed of the dark blade light river was faster than the speed of light. Chen Hun King's eyes widened, and he was locked by the law of time contained in the dark blade light. Even the surrounding space was in a state of time pause. Before Chen Hun King's consciousness could break free from the shackles of time, the dark river had already rushed into his divine body, and his divine body instantly shattered, with no possibility of reconstruction. The bug race side and the machine race side, the two large groups of alien immortals, watched blankly as the Chen Hun King's divine body was annihilated. They could not imagine that Chen Hun King, a peak king, had died just like that. He couldn't even burn his immortal divine body. Humph, who else wants to provoke me? Xiao Yu glanced at the many alien kings indifferently, and said coldly. Whether it was the machine race side or the bug race side, they were shocked by Xiao Yu's understanding of the origin of time and space. A peak king did not have a chance to fight back. This Ape 3 Blade's strength is definitely comparable to an invincible king. Why haven't I heard of the name of this Ape 3 Blades before? Perhaps he came from another battlefield. Doesn't the Star Tower often have powerhouses from other battlefields coming over? The machine race camp and the bug race camp immediately increased their attention to Ape 3 Blades, and no more idiots dared to arbitrarily bully Xiao Yu. Although they could be resurrected even if they were killed, there was a price to pay for resurrection, especially since many of them were vassal races, and the price they had to pay was even higher. Even so, Xiao Yu killed a machine race king in public without saying a word. The machine race camp was a group of immortal kings being bullied. How could they swallow this breath? If they didn't dare to say a word even if a teammate was killed, it would be too embarrassing. Ape 3 Blades, what do you mean by this? One of the two machine race people surrounded by the crowd, the one wearing black armor and with slightly cyan skin, shouted. What do I mean? Just killing you. Xiao Yu's chaos blade pointed at the machine race side, and he instantly used phantom 100 slashes, plus, opening heaven. All 31 machine race immortal kings were in a state of time stagnation, and no matter how their souls roared, they could not break the time stagnation. Xiao Yu's understanding of the laws of time and space is now profound, deepening the binding force of phantom slash. 31 machine race immortal kings faced 100 Xiao Yus, 100 opening heavens, and 100 dark rivers poured directly into the divine bodies of the 31 machine race immortals. Boom! The phantoms disappeared, time resumed, and shock waves rushed in all directions. Why bother? Xiao Yu sighed. He didn't want to start a massacre now, but someone thought their life was too long and didn't want to live. Ever since the universe Venerable of the Sacrifice Tower intercepted him, Xiao Yu had already planned to kill at least 10,000 machine race immortal kings in this star tower to retaliate. Originally, he planned to kill them slowly in the forbidden space, but who knew that he would encounter the birth of the town seal star, such a grand event. Xiao Yu changed his plan and wanted to start a massacre at the final moment. Who knew that Chen Hun King would stick his neck out and let him kill? Xiao Yu put away the world rings on the 31 machine race immortal kings inside. It really takes a lot of energy to release 100 opening heavens in an instant. If my inner world wasn't so big, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. If it were an ordinary world master, even if they had a deep understanding of the laws, they would not be able to withstand such consumption. So fierce. Who exactly is this fierce ape Three Blades? He's so strong, he killed 31 immortal kings at once, and 6 of them were peak king powerhouses. The aura of the bug race Mother Emperor Immortal Nancheng's bug race side of 9 people was instantly suppressed, and they no longer had the strength they had when confronting the machine race. Chapter 237. The two sides separately entered the next forbidden area through the passage. As soon as they entered, they discovered that there were 2 groups of alien race immortals in the forbidden area, divided into 2 locations, in a faint stalemate. One side was the human camp, and the other was the Zerg side. King Genshin. Xiao Yu recognized the 3-eyed man with loose brown hair and wearing black armor in the human camp at a glance. I am Yuan Sandao, from the 3rd battlefield. I have admired this star tower for a long time, so I came to try it, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Xiao Yu introduced himself. Haha, since you are from our human camp, let's be together. King Genshin said, although he didn't know this Yuan Sandao, more people meant more power, and the news from the military system also confirmed that this Yuan Sandao was a comrade in arms. King Xuandao, hello, I am Yuan Sandao. King Yudao, I am Yuan Sandao. Xiao Yu mixed into the crowd and became familiar with the various kings in the human camp. There were many he was familiar with before. But with a different identity, he naturally needed to get to know them again. This is the disadvantage of changing one's appearance. As time passed, they moved from one forbidden area to another. Every time they arrived at a forbidden area, they could converge with other strong individuals, causing the number of immortal powerhouses from all sides to increase. This scene also led all the powerhouses to believe that the sealed star was definitely about to be born. King Skull Needle. It's King Skull Needle. Without a doubt, this Nancheng was the leader among the Zerg immortals. Xiao Yu was standing in the sky above the desert with the human immortals. In one day, more than 3,000 immortals from various races have gathered, and more than 90% of them are king-level immortals. Xiao Yu silently observed the situation on all sides. Of these 3,000-plus immortals, the mechanical race camp had about 700-plus powerhouses, the Zerg camp had about 900-plus powerhouses, the monster race camp had about 600-plus powerhouses, and the human race camp had about 800-plus powerhouses. I wonder how many people will gather when we reach the destination. Xiao Yu sighed. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in the distance, and a large group of powerhouses poured in. A large group of immortal gods poured into this forbidden area. This group of immortals was divided into 3 camps, the Zerg, the human race, and the mechanical race. King Xuanmu, the core figure among the king-level immortals of the mechanical race arrived. Even the Zerg camp, which had the Zerg queen immortal Nancheng, was suppressed in terms of momentum at that moment. There are some extremely terrifying existences on the 7th battlefield of the extraterritorial battlefield. The Zerg queen immortal Nancheng is one, and that King Xuanmu is also one of them. Nancheng is able to run rampant on the entire battlefield, relying more on the Legion. And that King Xuanmu, however, relied on a blood tomb blade, endless slaughter, and created a great reputation. Nancheng and King Xuanmu are both existences close to king-level invincible. These people seem to be not much different from king-level invincible, but the further they go, the harder it becomes. It is too difficult to be more complete or improve further. Time passed, and the powerhouses continued to gather, converging in one forbidden area after another, and then advancing to the next forbidden area. The time spent in each forbidden area ranged from half an hour to half a day. Our human side alone has gathered more than 8,000 immortal powerhouses. Moreover, we have not yet reached the final gathering place. At the final place, the number of powerhouses from all batches will be terrifyingly large. King Genshin exclaimed beside Xiao Yu. Along the way, he also occasionally heard the powerhouses of the mechanical race mentioning Xiao Yu's powerful feat of killing King Chenhun. The core figure of the human side at present is King Seven Swords. This existence is close to king-level invincible, and is expected to catch up with King Junyan. King Seven Swords follows the spiritual master school, and his talent is much stronger than Bolin. King Seven Swords comes from the giant axe fighting arena and was accepted as a direct disciple by a universe lord. He is also ranked on the hunting lists of various alien races. Currently, he is ranked number 4, ranking behind Luo Feng. Luo Feng has been ranked number 2 since he passed the 13th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, and Xiao Yu has always been ranked number 1. The human camp alone has more than 8,000 people, and the four camps combined have as many as 20,000 to nearly 30,000 powerhouses. The mountains rumbled, revealing a huge, unfathomable cave, with faint starlight flowing within. Exit. Suddenly, the four camps became agitated. According to the distance, the immortals of the four camps entered the passage in a mighty manner. In the endless void, one stone peak after another floated, and each stone peak was very close to each other. One stone peak after another was like countless pebbles close to each other, forming a broad road in the void. Xiao Yu already had experience. Passing through this passage would allow him to enter the next forbidden area. Landing on a majestic mountain peak, Xiao Yu took a breath. In this void passage, there were more than 100,000 powerhouses from various races gathered. These were all the more powerful among the immortals. As the powerhouses continued to gather, those who considered themselves insufficiently strong had already left. The remaining ones were those who considered themselves to be quite good. Many extremely confident super powerhouses, including those from other battlefields, rushed over as soon as they heard that the sealed star had appeared. Such as the mechanical race's King Mingyun, the human race's King Seven Swords, and King Talong, etc., were all famous powerhouses. No mistake, no first, no hair, no inside, no capacity, all in 6, 1, 9, 1 book, read. Sealed star. Look, the sealed star. It's emerging. The sealed star is emerging. The originally bustling immortal powerhouses suddenly became agitated. Almost all the powerhouses looked down, including King Zhenshin and Xiao Yu. In the depths of the endless void below, vortex currents appeared, and in the depths of the vortex currents was a star, slowly rolling upwards. Rumble. The shock wave emitted by the vortex currents was only then transmitted to Xiao Yu's ears. So many sealed stars. There must be thousands of them. Whoa. Around the sealed star that was slowly rising in the vortex currents, faint sealed stars that were slowly rolling were revealed. Each sealed star had a diameter ranging from 9,000 kilometers to 90,000 kilometers. The King Zhenshin next to him even transmitted his voice, "Do you want to get the sealed star? Don't tell me you don't want to." Xiao Yu looked at King Zhenshin next to him and smiled slightly. "To be honest, I want the star tower more, but if I can't get it, I can only settle for second best." Haha, who doesn't want the star tower? Unfortunately, no one has obtained it for hundreds of millions of epochs. Let's not fantasize about it. The sealed star in front of us is more practical. King Zhenshin laughed. "I have just contacted several other king-level limit powerhouses and prepared to temporarily form an alliance with about 1,000 of our comrades in arms and allies to advance and retreat together and seize treasures together." Okay. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. King Zhenshin's idea was good. "I have already applied to the virtual universe system for a temporary conference room, so that we all have the right to directly enter." King Zhenshin said, "In the extraterritorial battlefield or the universe secret realm, immortal gods often encounter some special situations in emergency situations, and they need to make decisions through temporary meetings. They can spend some fees to apply to the virtual universe system for temporary conference rooms. Through discussions in a temporary meeting in the virtual universe, Xiao Yu, King Zhenshin, King Kanyu, and other 13 king-level limit powerhouses, as well as 8 king-level peak powerhouses who were good at soul aspects, formed a temporary alliance of more than 1,000 king-level powerhouses. This temporary alliance will only last until the sealed star is snatched. Once someone snatches the sealed star, it will be disbanded. Although it is impossible to kill each other, one cannot expect others to help." Chapter 238. Not only Xiao Yu and King Zhenshin formed an alliance, but various parties in the four camps also formed alliances. None of the immortal powerhouses who came here were willing to be supporting characters, and all wanted to take away a Junfeng star. Ape Three Blades, King Kanyu, we 9 are all humans, we should be more united. King Zhenshin transmitted his voice. "That's for sure," a short man with white hair and a white beard said from a distance. Xiao Yu, King Kanyu, and King Zhenshin were the strongest of the 9 humans, followed by the peak of the king, and none of the 9 were at the early stage of the king. "It's a pity that my brother Three Eyes didn't come." King Zandao sighed via voice transmission, "Otherwise, we..." Xiao Yu heard his previous neighbor mention him, and said in his heart, "I'm here." King Three Eyes was attacked by the universe Venerable last time, and it is estimated that he has retired. King Zhenshin said, "The story of King Three Eyes safely escaping the attack of the universe Venerable has spread, and the scope of the spread is not only humans, nor only the 7th battlefield, or even the extraterritorial battlefield. Among the kings of various races, King Three Eyes is very famous. The various races all recognize the strength of King Three Eyes as a King Invincible powerhouse. Look below. King Can Yu shouted via voice transmission. Xiao Yu and the other 9 humans all looked down. The Junfang star in the vortex was trying its best to float upwards, and invisible resistance was desperately blocking it. An invisible wave enveloped countless Junfang stars. Whether it was the Junfang star about to be born, or the other thousands of Junfang stars that were slowly rolling, all were suppressed by invisible fluctuations. Time passed by, and the power of the Junfang star to rush upwards became stronger and stronger. Pung! With a muffled explosion that shook the space, the Junfang star that had been trying its best to rush upwards suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a dazzling colorful light, flying straight into the sky. More than 100,000 immortal powerhouses of various races in the universe moved in a commotion, and various long-range attacks also broke out at the same time. The originally peaceful void was like fragile paper, instantly shattered, and countless space fragments were flying around like broken ice in the water. Space blockade. The moment the Junfang star was born, a large group of Peak King powerhouses used space blockade. Quick! Rush! Rush! The space has been blocked, teleportation is useless, we unite, quickly. King Genshin and others urgently transmitted voice commands. Xiao Yu was originally preparing to teleport, but found that the space had been blocked, so he could only fly over, but Xiao Yu was different from most kings, even if the space was blocked, his speed was much faster. Xiao Yu quickly rushed towards the Junfang star, and at the same time, thousands of other immortal gods also rushed towards the Junfang star. Block them! King Genshin shouted urgently via voice transmission. Xiao Yu and the other 1,000 immortal kings collectively released immortal power attacks, jointly forming energy shields and shields. Xiao Yu's world power was also transformed into immortal power by the treasure. Boom! The 4 camps fell into a melee, and no one wanted the other to obtain the Junfang star. Crazy! Xiao Yu couldn't even ensure whether his venerable god armor could completely defend against these combined attacks. He mixed in with the human race and occasionally launched an attack towards the mechanical race's forces. Today's Caitian looks like an ordinary attack, all the power is restrained, and it is not particularly noticeable. 33 Road. 56th. Xiao Yu kept attacking secretly, carrying out his revenge. In the mechanical race's camp, no one cared about such attacks, and no one cared about the disappearing allies around them. All they cared about was the Junfang star. The powerhouses in the 4 camps were completely crazy. In this way, as Xiao Yu followed the team to continuously approach the Junfang star, he solved nearly 100 mechanical races, hundreds of Peak King and even Limit King powerhouses, most of whom were mechanical race people. This was revenge from Xiao Yu, specifically targeting the mechanical race, especially the mechanical race people. King Feng Dao, King Tianqi. The exclamations from the mechanical race's camp made Xiao Yu happy from the bottom of his heart. Venerable Puxian, you wait, one day I will destroy you too, and it will be the kind that cannot be resurrected. As the various teams approached the Junfang star, the combined attacks of the various teams almost all landed on the Junfang star, but these combined attacks, which almost reached the level of destroying a universe Venerable, could not harm the Junfang star at all, but the upward speed was rapidly weakened. As the number of teams approaching the Junfang star increased, the Junfang star was finally no longer bombarded, and the Junfang star was bombarded by inertia and flew diagonally downwards. Seize the treasure! Immortals from various races rushed towards the Junfang star crazily, and almost instantly more than 10,000 alien immortals rushed to the surface of the Junfang star. After all, this is a star, even if all the more than 100,000 immortals landed on it, it would not be crowded. Immortals from various races were all trying to penetrate their immortal power into the Junfang star at the fastest speed, wanting to imprint their soul mark. But almost at the same time as the 10,000 immortals of various races, they all failed naturally. To imprint a mark on a treasure or even a supreme treasure, it must be done alone, without interference. Don't worry, Xiao Yu transmitted his voice, King Genshin, there are too many people now to imprint a mark, and the exit has not yet appeared. Even if you obtain the Junfang star, you will not be able to escape. The 9 great powerhouses have not yet taken action. We cannot let the snipe and clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. The speed of King Genshin and the other 8 slowed down a bit. King Genshin transmitted his voice, "With our strength, this is all we can do." There was a glimmer of hope just now. At this moment, terrifying combined attacks attacked the many kings on the Junfeng star from a distance. Xiao Yu looked back and saw that in the distance behind him, about 30,000 immortal kings were suspended in the void, divided into teams. Among them were King Talong, King Xuanmu, King Seven Swords, and other 9 terrifying existences. Their teams, as if they had reached a consensus, were all watching from a distance, waiting for the opportunity. King Seven Swords in the distance had been paying attention to the situation below, analyzing the timing of the entry, and at the same time, he discovered a peculiar phenomenon. A golden ape human below was secretly hunting down the mechanical race's immortal kings, and the efficiency was surprisingly high. Whether it was a high-level king or a limit king, it was 1 blade each. From the army system, it can be seen that this golden ape man is ape 3 blades. But where did this ape 3 blades come from? His strength is actually stronger than me. In a short period of time, he has killed nearly 1,000 mechanical race's immortal kings, and why does he specifically kill the mechanical race's kings? His strength is so strong, why haven't I heard of him before? With such strength, he can already be said to be invincible among kings, so why come to this extraterritorial battlefield? Questions emerged in King Seven Swords' consciousness, but no one answered him. The Junfeng star was bombarded and kept falling down, falling into the dangerous area. Once it touched the dangerous area, the king powerhouses fell one after another. Run away, run away, miserable voices came from the Junfeng star, and the kings fled the Junfeng star crazily. Relics, World Ring, Snatch, the legacy left by the dozens of alien immortals who fell immediately caused a scramble. Chapter 239. 25.6%. Number 239. Chapter 239. King of Life. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Haha, I came here waiting for this moment. That star ceiling formation, how could I possibly obtain it? But by using these dangerous areas, I can kill king-level powerhouses one by one and obtain their legacies. A giant human with 6 arms excitedly slaughtered. Whether humans, mechanicals, demons, Zerg, or the countless alien races within their respective camps, all were killing and plundering. Xiao Yu and the others had just lagged behind, not following the star ceiling formation into those dangerous areas. They've all gone mad. King Genshin felt a wave of fear. If not for Xiao Yu's reminder, they might have been like those immortals below. Ape 3 Blades, thank you for the reminder just now. Suddenly, a swirling emerald light wave instantly hung across the endless sky, instantly causing over 100,000 immortals from all races in the universe to freeze. Xiao Yu looked up and saw that on the mechanical race's side, the team led by King Mingyun, with hundreds of mechanicals, each holding a tower-shaped technological weapon about 3 meters high, while King Mingyun himself was inside an ultra-large tower nearly 20 meters high. That swirling emerald light wave shot directly towards the team led by Seven Swords King. Disintegration Tower. Xiao Yu recognized this terrifying weapon and thought, these mechanicals are really hateful. They sent a universe Venerable to kill me, and even arranged for people to hunt down Seven Swords King. The Disintegration Tower is a superior single-soldier technological weapon in the mechanical race's camp, with a price comparable to a heavy treasure. When deployed with multiple layers, its power is extraordinary. In the distance, Seven Swords King transmitted his angry roar, burn. Follow my defensive plan. All the king-level powerhouses under Seven Swords King didn't hesitate. They directly scattered the energy generated by burning their immortal bodies into the air. Seven Swords King suddenly opened his mouth, and a golden pool flew out from it. The moment it flew out, it frantically devoured the surrounding energy emitted by the human powerhouses. After the golden pool devoured all the energy, its power soared, directly spreading out an invisible golden shield, enveloping all the 1,000-plus powerhouses of Seven Swords King within it. The swirling emerald light wave shot from the Disintegration Tower bombarded the golden shield, causing ancient and powerful phantom images of strange beasts to emerge on the golden shield. This ancient golden pool from the ancestral god sect defended against the mechanical race's premeditated attack. At the same time, the 4 camps were in chaos, with nearly 100,000 alien immortals mixed together, fighting frantically. Xiao Yu was like a god of war within it, killing almost every king-level immortal with a single blade, specializing in killing mechanical race king-level immortals. As countless king-level immortals fell, the entire shattered void trembled. Thousands of exits appeared out of thin air. These thousands of exits could quickly reach the forbidden space along any one of them. Each exit represented a different forbidden space. Let's go quickly. A very small number of weak individuals were completely frightened by the madness of the struggle and flew towards the nearest exit, leaving one by one. Kill quickly. If they escape, there will be no chance. Some king-level limit powerhouses and king-level peak powerhouses, who usually didn't have the strength to kill king-level immortals, were now even more frantic, wanting to use those dangerous areas to kill more alien immortals and seize the wealth left behind after those alien immortals died. The 1595th, the 2196th, the 3654th. Xiaoyu also took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, frantically killing those mechanical race king-level immortals. The lowest level that Xiaoyu could hunt down were king-level peak, or even king-level limit, and he counted while killing. Yu Daowang, Kang Chi Wang, and Zan Daowang, the three human king-level powerhouses who were originally following Xiaoyu, witnessed Xiaoyu's strength. They kept following Xiaoyu, constantly hunting down mechanical race king-level powerhouses. Their gains certainly couldn't compare to Xiaoyu's, but they were still very amazing. Haha, in less than 10 minutes, I've gained 100 billion units of primal chaos. Yu Daowang exclaimed, it's good to be by the side of a powerhouse, even drinking soup is so refreshing. I didn't expect that Ape 3 Blades, you are still a hidden super powerhouse. Zan Daowang transmitted his voice. The fighting continued, and Xiaoyu had killed more than 2,000 mechanical race king-level powerhouses. I'm going to kill that King Mingyun. Xiaoyu transmitted his voice. Are you crazy? There are more than 1,000 king-level immortals around King Mingyun. Zan Daowang said. Haha, we can join forces with Seven Swords King. Since King Mingyun wants Seven Swords King's life, then Seven Swords King definitely wants to fight back. Besides, Seven Swords King also has more than 1,000 king-level immortals, which will definitely contain the many alien king-level powerhouses around King Mingyun. Xiaoyu transmitted his analysis. This is the extraterritorial battlefield. Although it's a bit chaotic, we are still not fighting alone. In fact, with Xiaoyu's open double-angle bracket phantom cut close double-angle bracket secret technique, he really didn't care about the number of opponents, and he could even use this secret technique even with space blocked. The instantaneous movement in the open double-angle bracket phantom cut close double-angle bracket secret technique seemed to be different from the instantaneous movement in Space Mysteries, and it could hardly be prohibited by the so-called space blockade. Okay. Let's go together. Yu Daowang agreed first. The feeling of hugging a strong thigh was very enjoyable, and he didn't want to let go. Besides, the current situation was chaotic, and following an invincible powerhouse was better than the three of them acting alone. Then Zan Daowang and Kang Chi Wang also agreed one after another. In the virtual universe, Xiaoyu sent a message to the other party through the army system, expressing his meaning. Seven Swords King subconsciously looked in the direction of Xiaoyu. The two looked at each other, and Xiaoyu gave the other a friendly smile. Okay. Seven Swords King's reply was extremely simple. Although he had never heard of the name Ape 3 Blades, he had been watching the situation in the field and had just discovered the peculiarity of Ape 3 Blades, who had been attacking mechanical race king level immortals. According to the previous plan, the time for the counterattack has come. Seven Swords King ordered the 1,000+ king level immortals around him. Burning their divine bodies, immortal divine power was released around them. The golden pool above Seven Swords King's head frantically devoured the immortal divine power released by the surrounding human race, and after devouring it, go. Under Seven Swords King's control, the golden pool instantly emitted seven-colored light, which instantly turned into seven swords. The seven-colored swords merged together, turning into a seven-colored giant sword, attacking King Mingyun in the distance. This giant sword formed by seven-colored streamers was like a substance, possessing incredible power. Looking at the power it emitted, even a king-level invincible would not dare to face it head-on. Faced with Seven Swords King's fatal blow, King Mingyun mobilized the hundreds of mechanicals king-level immortals around him at the first moment, and the thousands of alien king-level powerhouses instantly burned their divine power, providing the ability to release attacks for the disintegration tower. A stream of emerald light shot out from the disintegration tower's emission port, rushing towards the seven-colored giant sword. The emerald stream of light and the seven-colored giant sword bombarded each other, shattering the void and forming spatial turbulence. The attacks of both sides were deadlocked, and at the same time, Seven Swords King's side and King Mingyun's side were constantly providing immortal divine power for their respective attacks. Thousands of king-level immortals burned their immortal divine power at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The huge shock wave even shattered the surrounding space. King Mingyun, quickly think of a way. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore either. My divine body has only 60% left. The many king-level powerhouses around the mechanical race King Mingyun clamored. Chapter 240, 25.7%. Number 240. Chapter 240, Death of the King. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. The immortal divine power consumed by burning the divine body all entered the decomposition tower. After passing through the decomposition tower, all the consumption became real consumption, and their mental imprints were no longer in the immortal divine power. Although these immortal divine powers contained few souls, as long as they were consumed, the cost of restoring them in the future would be considerable. Seven Sword King, wasn't it just an ambush? There's no need to perish together. King Lifefall shouted, let others pick up the advantage. Humph, we've long been irreconcilable, why bother being so pretentious? The Seven Sword King snorted coldly and continued to command the input of immortal divine power. The human race and the mechanical race were fighting, and the other two major camps naturally enjoyed watching without any intention of joining in. However, the four major camps, human race, demon race, mechanical race, and Zerg race, disliked each other and were used to fighting each other. While the Seven Sword King and King Lifefall were fighting, the demon race and the Zerg race were also fighting together. None of the 9 near invincible kings were idle, attacking and crusade each other. Ape 3 Blades, act quickly, the Seven Sword King transmitted his voice. While King Lifefall's side was frantically consuming immortal divine power, the many king-level immortals beside the Seven Sword King were also suffering. This stalemate attack was very costly for both sides, and it really belonged to a suicidal tactic. Almost there, Xiao Yu had already rushed to King Lifefall's vicinity. King Mysterious Blade, King Hidden Oddity, and the other 3 had already joined the ranks beside the Seven Sword King. The reason why Xiao Yu was a little slower was entirely to avoid attracting attention, fighting all the way forward. After approaching King Lifefall's vicinity, the wings of time and space behind Xiao Yu instantly unfolded, the surrounding space shattered, and Xiao Yu's flight was like a ghost. With the addition of time acceleration, in the eyes of the Seven Sword King and others, Xiao Yu's speed instantly broke the speed of light. In an instant, Xiao Yu had already appeared in King Lifefall's camp. Mechanical race. Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice, instantly displaying phantom 1,000 slashes, plus, heaven opening. In an instant, 1,000 king-level immortals around King Lifefall fell into a state of time stagnation. In front of each king, a Xiao Yu appeared, and each Xiao Yu displayed the same heaven opening. Suddenly, 1,000 dark saber lights simultaneously appeared in King Lifefall's camp, and then the 1,000 king-level immortals instantly vanished into nothing. Their divine bodies shattered, turning into the purest source energy in the universe. Ah, what happened? This scene, in the eyes of the Seven Sword King and others, happened in an instant. They hadn't even recovered their senses yet, and the 1,000 kings who were burning their divine power were instantly annihilated. The 5,083rd, Xiao Yu chuckled inwardly. Lacking 90% of the immortal divine power supply, the power of the decomposition tower suddenly weakened, and the 7-colored streamer instantly gained a huge advantage. The emerald green streamer instantly shattered, and the 7-colored streamer rushed into the decomposition tower. Boom, boom, boom. The decomposition tower exploded violently, and the void within tens of thousands of kilometers nearby shattered, and King Lifefall fled out in a panic. What exactly happened just now? How could the immortal divine power released by burning the divine body suddenly decrease so much? King Lifefall was puzzled. Everything that happened just now seemed like a dream to him. That Ape 3 Blades is too terrifying. The mechanical race people around King Lifefall felt fear. Xiao Yu's instant killing of 1,000 king-level immortals made them incomparably fearful, especially since 23 of these instantly killed king-level immortals were limit-level kings, stronger than many of them. Immediately deploy defenses, King Lifefall ordered. Nearly 500 king-level immortals still survived beside King Lifefall, most of whom were peak-level kings, and a few were limit-level kings. Among these nearly 500 kings, more than 300 were mechanical race people. With the decomposition tower damaged, the 1000 King level immortals beside the 7 Sword King also stopped burning their immortal divine bodies, instead repeatedly launching combined attacks towards the hundreds of mechanical race people who were still alive. Defend. King Lifefall transmitted his voice. King Lifefall and the many alien immortals around him burned their immortal divine bodies, jointly forming layers of protective shields, resisting the repeated combined attacks. Who are you? King Lifefall shouted, instantly releasing millions of F-level mechanical puppets and thousands of G-level metal mechanical puppets. The 300 mechanical race people around King Lifefall also released a large number of mechanical puppets. More than 300 mechanical race King level immortals, the least released 1 million F-level mechanical puppets, and the most released as many as 9 million mechanical puppets. In addition, almost everyone released dozens or hundreds of G-level metal puppets. They were frightened by the strength Xiao Yu had just displayed, and these mechanical race people revealed all their trump cards. In just an instant, hundreds of millions of F-level mechanical puppets and nearly 10,000 G-level metal puppets gathered. Ape 3 Blades, Xiao Yu said in a low voice, remember this name. I, Ape 3 Blades, will be the one to kill you today. Haha, Ape 3 Blades, King Lifefall laughed, I'm not those wastes. If you want to kill me, wait until you break my defense shield. Your strength isn't that great, but you talk a lot of nonsense. Xiao Yu snorted coldly. Putting the Chaos Blade into the World Ring, Xiao Yu turned his hand and took out the sky-piercing blade. The source of time and space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was rearranged, and space blockade and time suspension were no longer effective within this range. This was all due to the second ability of the sky-piercing blade, seal breaking, taking effect. The sky-piercing blade possessed the ability to greatly amplify the power of laws. With Xiao Yu's current understanding of laws, the 10 major source laws had all been recognized by the source laws, and all were deep-level recognitions. The sky-piercing blade could amplify the power of laws 100-fold, and naturally, it could also amplify the heaven-opening secret technique 100-fold. The 7 Sword King in the distance quickly noticed the changes in the time and space laws around Xiao Yu, and a trace of puzzlement appeared in his eyes. The power of the world was simulated as immortal divine power by 1,000 faces, and was frantically devoured by the sky-piercing blade. A purple light flashed, and, heaven opening, displayed a different form on the sky-piercing blade. An energy vortex instantly formed on the sky-piercing blade in the void, and the source energy scattered from the previous battle and the immortal divine power that had lost its mental imprint were all sucked into the sky-piercing blade. All the energy within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was instantly devoured. This power is definitely comparable to the full blow of a high-level Venerable. The 7 Sword King's eyes were filled with dread. I'll break your tortoise shell now, Xiao Yu said in a low voice. In an instant, he appeared in front of the protective shield formed by immortal divine power, and the dense purple streamer plunged in with a poof, as if a sharp blade was cutting through thin paper, and the sky-piercing blade easily inserted into the protective shield. Boom! The protective shield instantly shattered, and the energy of heaven opening was almost not lost. The purple streamer flew towards King Lifefall at a speed of 3 times the speed of light. Defend! Defend! King Lifefall shouted, and the mechanical race people around him instantly launched a collaboration. Hundreds of thousands of G-level metal bodies condensed light spheres in front of them, and the colorful light spheres flew towards the purple streamer, constantly gathering in the void, and finally becoming a 5-colored light sphere of several thousand meters. Boom! The 5-colored light sphere collided with the purple streamer, mutually offsetting each other, bursting out with incomparably dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a faint dark thread flew towards King Lifefall at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Why does it make my energy core feel fear? King Lifefall was puzzled. The mechanical race, in essence, is intelligent life. Although they have integrated the heart of evolution and possess various emotions in a biological-like body, they still do not have a soul. Chapter 241. 25.8%. Number 241. Chapter 241. 100 Years of Hunting Part 1. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. The moment the dark power of destruction entered the body of the fallen king transformed into the purest source energy in the universe. The fallen king is dead. Run! Hundreds of members of the machine race instantly retracted their mechanical puppets and prepared to flee. HMPH. Still want to run? Xiao Yu coldly snorted, and once again used the combined attack of the 4th level of Phantom Slash, Phantom Thousand Slashes and Opening Heaven. Almost instantly, a Xiao Yu appeared in front of each of the more than 500 machine race kings. Their eyes widened, watching a purple stream of light rush into their bodies, but they didn't even have time to think. 5,638. Xiao Yu secretly noted the number, and then quickly collected his spoils. There were thousands of immortal kings around, but not one dared to fish in troubled waters and secretly collect Xiao Yu's spoils. Instead, they all hid far away, fearing that they might offend this killing god if they weren't careful. How terrifying. It seems that I have no hope for this sealed star. The Zerg Queen Nan Cheng thought to herself, then summoned her subordinates and ordered, "Go, let's retreat. With this killing god here, we can't possibly get the sealed star." The Zerg Queen Nan Cheng re-entered the Skull Needle King's world ring and flew towards the nearest exit with the 1,000 or so alien kings in her team. That Ape Three Blades is definitely an invincible king, comparable to a Venerable, and humans also have existences like the Seven Swords King. We have no hope at all. The Talon King also led the nearly 1,000 immortal kings around him to leave. One of the 9 near-invincible kings had died. Seeing that the opportunity to obtain the sealed star was slim, the other 7 super kings immediately flew towards the nearest exit. When Xiao Yu saw that the machine race's Zan Mu King was also about to escape, he immediately transmitted a message, "Seven Swords King, go collect the sealed star, I'll go after that Zan Mu King. Ape Three Blades, you should be the one to collect the sealed star." Although he also wanted to obtain this sealed treasure, he also understood that Ape Three Blades had already helped him avenge the sneak attack today, and he already owed him a favor. If he were to collect the sealed star, he would owe him an even bigger favor. It feels good to owe someone a favor, but it will be difficult when he has to repay it. That sealed star is not very useful to me, but it would be of great help to you. Xiao Yu transmitted. But, before the Seven Swords King could finish speaking, Xiao Yu interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. I need to hurry and hunt down that Zan Mu King. If you don't go now, the sealed star might be taken by someone else," Xiao Yu transmitted in a low voice. Seeing that the number of people on the sealed star was only a few thousand, the Seven Swords King immediately led the 1,000 or so immortal kings around him to fly towards the sealed star. During the process, waves of combined attacks rushed towards the crowd on the sealed star. After collecting all the spoils, Xiao Yu saw that the Zan Mu King was about to fly to the exit. Immediately teleporting with the sky-piercing blade, Xiao Yu instantly arrived next to the Zan Mu King, without causing a trace of spatial fluctuation. "Ape Three Blades, you and I have no grudges, and I have already given up on snatching it. Why are you making trouble for me instead of hurrying to collect the sealed star?" Zan Mu King whispered. "I just don't like you, machine race. What can you do to me?" Xiao Yu chuckled, and the sky-piercing blade in his hand had already pierced into the 15-meter-tall machine race's Zan Mu King. The power of destruction contained in Opening Heaven erupted in the Zan Mu King's body. Number 5639. After collecting Zan Mu King's relics, he teleported to the next target, his hand rising and falling like killing chickens and ducks. Number 5640. Number 5641. Number 6810. Run. Run. That Ape Three Blades is specifically targeting our machine race. As Xiao Yu killed more and more machine race members, those machine race kings who previously thought they were strong also fled one after another. In this void passage space, almost all machine race members fled out. "Ape Three Blades, thank you this time," the Seven Swords King transmitted. The Seven Swords King and the team he had bought off drove away all the immortal kings on the sealed star, and then successfully imprinted a mark on the sealed star. After imprinting the mark, this sealed star was basically considered to belong to the Seven Swords King, and he could easily manipulate it, such as putting it into his world ring. But if he wanted to perfectly control it, he would need to spend a long time refining it, and then cooperate with suitable secret techniques to exert its greatest effect. "Okay, later, we'll chat in the virtual universe when we have time," Xiao Yu transmitted, and then teleported to an exit. Hundreds of machine race kings had just left through this passage. Xiao Yu stepped into the passage entrance and instantly entered a forbidden space, a world of fire. Flames of various colors enveloped the entire forbidden space, as if he were inside a star. In the distance, more than 600 machine race kings huddled together, searching for the passage to the next forbidden space. That ape 3 blades is coming. A machine race king discovered Xiao Yu's figure. This is a forbidden space, the passage hasn't appeared yet, we can only fight to the death. Space blockade, don't let him teleport over. Space blockade. The space within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was blocked by more than 30 alien kings, making it impossible to teleport. Time stop. More than 10 alien kings used time stop to try to freeze the space around Xiao Yu. Why isn't it working? Their time stop had no effect at all and was passively broken by the sky-piercing blade in Xiao Yu's hand. 3 machine race members in the crowd immediately began to release mechanical puppets. As many as tens of millions of F-level mechanical puppets appeared, forming 9 arrays, each with 3 million mechanical puppets. They're all high-quality F-level mechanical puppets. After hunting nearly 1,000 machine race members, Xiao Yu was particularly familiar with the machine race's various mechanical puppets. He could distinguish even the slightest difference. Your time is up, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Before those mechanical puppets could launch a combined attack, Xiao Yu teleported close to them, and then used Phantom Thousand Slashes in opening heaven, rapidly consuming a large amount of world power from his inner world. More than 600 Xiao Yu instantly appeared in front of the alien kings, and at the same time used the opening heaven secret technique. More than 600 purple streams of light entered each alien king's body, and their divine bodies continued to be annihilated. 80%, 50%, 20%, 0%. More than 600 alien kings' bodies disappeared, leaving only spoils all over the ground. Xiao Yu quickly collected the spoils on the ground, and then waited for the passage to appear, heading to the next forbidden space. In such forbidden spaces, as long as he encountered machine race kings, no one could escape. The number of machine race members Xiao Yu hunted also gradually increased from 7,468. The 115th forbidden space was a world of water and fire, with fire on the upper level and water on the lower level. The fire was extremely hot, and the water was extremely cold. Here, Xiao Yu hunted 8 machine race kings. The number of machine race members Xiao Yu had hunted had reached 8,125. The 316th forbidden space was a world of wind, containing the core of the law of origin. The core of the wind, even space was shattered. The wind force here was so strong that ordinary world masters would die if they entered. In this world of wind, Xiao Yu encountered 3 machine race kings, all of whom were peak king level experts. The 3 alien kings had almost no power to fight back and were instantly killed by Xiao Yu. The total number of kills reached 8,256. Chapter 242. 25.9%. Number 242. Chapter 242, 100 Years of Hunting, Part 2. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Yu-Lan World. In a tavern on a bustling street, 7 or 8 alien race immortals were sitting together. It is said that in the Star Tower now, the number of our clansmen is less than 10,000. Many of the initial stage, high stage, and even some peak stage king-level powerhouses have left the Star Tower, a machine race person wearing golden armor said in a low voice. What? How could there be so few? Shouldn't it normally exceed 100,000? 3 or 4 machine race king-level individuals in the arena who had previously trained in other dangerous areas of the 7th battlefield were puzzled. Since the Seal Star was born, in these 30 years, our machine race has lost dozens of peak king-level experts in the Star Tower every year. There are even some king-level limit experts who have died here, an alien race king-level expert wearing a black robe said. It is already very difficult to kill king-level immortals, let alone peak king-level and king-level limit experts. To kill a king-level limit expert, even a king-level invincible might not be able to do it, requiring the strength of a universe Venerable. And to think of it, if I hadn't escaped quickly last time, if the passage to the forbidden space hadn't appeared right next to me, I would have been killed by that Yuan Sandow. An alien race king-level expert wearing emerald green armor said. King cowed, then you are really lucky. An alien race king-level expert who was 5 meters tall said. The tall alien race king-level expert picked up a glass of fruit wine, drank it all in one gulp, and sighed. Recently, more than a dozen king-level limit experts have died every year. I am also preparing to leave the Star Tower temporarily. King Yongku, your strength is considered strong among king-level limits, almost catching up with King Mingyu. Why do you want to leave? The black-robed alien race king-level expert asked. Although King Yongku is a king-level immortal of a machine race subsidiary race, his strength has reached close to king-level invincible. The black-robed alien race king-level expert did not expect that even King Yongku would want to leave. You didn't see the scene when the Seal Star was born that day. King Ming Yu, King Zan Mu, and existences like that were directly killed by that Yuan Sandao. The machine race alien race king-level expert Cowed said, after leaving the Void Passage later, we thought that Yuan Sandao would not be so crazy anymore. Who knew that even after 30 years, he is still constantly hunting our clansmen. Even King Ming Yu, an existence like that, with more than 1,000 king-level experts around him, was successfully killed by Yuan Sandao. It is difficult for us to escape if we encounter him. After all, who can guarantee that a lucky thing like what happened to King Cowed will happen to them? King Yongku sighed. In these 30 years, although he has been adventuring in the Star Tower, he still remembers the scene of that day, and for these 30 years, he has been praying not to encounter that Yuan Sandao. With our talents, although the race will revive us after death, the cost of that revival still needs to be borne by ourselves. It is not worth it to risk our entire fortune for a single experience, and even need to work for the race for tens of thousands of epochs to repay the debt, King Yongku continued. King Yongku, since you are leaving, and my strength is not as good as yours, I might as well leave too, the machine race person in golden armor said. Although what he is using to participate in the training in the 7th battlefield now is a puppet, it also carries most of his wealth, so he is naturally more cautious. Then we will leave too. I will leave too. I will not go to the Star Tower for the time being. In a forbidden area covered in ice and snow, Xiao Yu stood next to the corpse of an alien race king-level expert, murmuring, "This is the 9865th one. It's really getting harder and harder to encounter machine race immortals now." In 30 years, Xiao Yu has hunted and killed more than 3,000 machine race king-level experts. In the first 10 years, Xiao Yu could kill nearly 200 machine race immortals almost every year, but in the recent 10 years, the number of machine race king-level immortals he encountered each year was less than 50. In recent years, as long as Xiao Yu encountered machine race immortals, they were basically killed by him. Only occasionally a few were lucky enough to escape, totaling less than 10. No matter how difficult it is to kill, I will definitely kill enough 10,000, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Then he floated in the air in the forbidden space, quietly waiting for the appearance of the passage, and rushed to the next forbidden space. In the 50th year, Xiao Yu had killed 9,932 machine race king-level experts. In the 60th year, Xiao Yu's number of machine race king-level kills reached 9,966. In these 10 years, all the machine race king-level experts killed were king-level limit experts, and he had not encountered a single peak king-level expert. In the 70th year, Xiao Yu's number of machine race king-level kills reached 9,986. In the 80th year, Xiao Yu's number of machine race king-level kills reached 9,999. In the 99th year, Xiao Yu's number of machine race king-level kills was still 9,999. In just 20 years, Xiao Yu had passed through as many as tens of thousands of forbidden spaces, but he had not encountered a single machine race king-level expert. Virtual World, Thunder Island, Chaos Hall. Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air outside the palace gate, then strode into it, walking in the deep and endless hall, where the naked eye could not see the end, and stopped after a moment. "Teacher," Xiao Yu said respectfully, "the extraterritorial battlefield has lost its meaning of tempering for you. When are you planning to come back?" City Lord Chaos asked casually, his voice shaking the chaotic airflow. As the controller of the Virtual Universe Company, City Lord Chaos has the highest authority over the Virtual Universe system, and nothing that happens in the 7th battlefield can be hidden from him. City Lord Chaos naturally knew clearly that Xiao Yu had almost driven all the machine race out of the Star Tower by himself. "Teacher, after killing one more machine race king-level expert, I plan to leave the extraterritorial battlefield," Xiao Yu said respectfully. "Oh," City Lord Chaos was surprised, "you want to gather 10,000 machine race king-level experts?" "Yes," Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Haha, you brat are quite vengeful. That machine race Venerable Pu Xian only attacked you once, and you want to hunt down 10,000 of their clansmen. Not bad, really not bad." City Lord Chaos was very satisfied. He greatly appreciated Xiao Yu's approach of hating evil like an enemy. Especially since City Lord Chaos also knew that Xiao Yu had given a seal star to Seven Sword King, which fully demonstrated that Xiao Yu was very friendly to people within the human race, and he had already stood at the perspective of the entire human race to consider gains and losses. Since they can violate the rules and rush to the 7th battlefield to attack me, I can naturally retaliate 10,000 times within the rules. After I leave the 7th battlefield, I will entrust the teacher to announce my identity. I want these alien races to know the price they paid for attacking me. Xiao Yu looked at City Lord Chaos. Haha, naturally, after you leave, I will announce to the outside world that Three-Eyed King and Yuan Sandow are both you. Xiao Yu, City Lord Chaos laughed. Thank you, teacher, Xiao Yu said respectfully. Then I will wait for your good news, City Lord Chaos said with a smile. Perhaps it was to make up for the bad luck of the previous 20 years. In the 100th year, Xiao Yu entered an endless desert forbidden space and unexpectedly encountered 500 machine race king level limit experts at once. Yuan Sandow is here. Yuan Sandow, you're finally here. We 500 king level limits have been setting up here for 50 years, and finally waited for you. The leader, a black armored machine race person, shouted in a low voice. Activate, plan number 0125. In the sky above the desert, 500 pyramids floated around Xiao Yu, surrounding Xiao Yu completely. Chapter 243. 26%. Number 243. Chapter 243. Leaving the extraterritorial battlefield. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. What extravagance, these 500 pyramids are all made of G-grade metal. Although it's not top-tier G-grade metal, even within the mechanical race where G-grade metal isn't as expensive as among the human race, each pyramid must cost at least hundreds of billions of mixed yuan units, or even trillions. A full 500 pyramids, worth at least over 100 trillion mixed yuan units in the human race's territory, Xiao Yu praised. Crimson Purgatory Divine Kingdom, activate. A golden armored mechanical race member, towering 10 meters tall, commanded from afar. The 500 pyramids immediately emitted golden rays of light, intertwining and forming a unique golden world. The golden world enveloped Xiao Yu. The space shifted, and Xiao Yu found himself in a golden ocean world. This is a divine kingdom. The mechanical race's secret weapon. Xiao Yu recalled Luo Feng's encounter with the mechanical race, similar to his current predicament. Xiao Yu tried to connect his consciousness with the spatial origin fluctuations, but suddenly realized he couldn't teleport. He then retrieved the sky-piercing blade. Instantly, the space around Xiao Yu rearranged, the golden world vanished, and it returned to the void. Divine Emperor, attack! With the mechanical race member's command, the bases of the 500 pyramids opened, and 10,000 G-grade metal puppets flew out from the bottom of each pyramid. These mechanical puppets ranged in height from 1.5 meters to 50 meters. Some wielded battle knives, others wore swords, axes, or spears. Each of these G-grade mechanical puppets possessed strength comparable to a marquee-level immortal. 5 million G-grade mechanical puppets were enough to make even Xiao Yu temporarily evade their attack. The wings of space-time instantly unfurled behind him, shattering the space within hundreds of thousands of kilometers, creating a spatial turbulence. Xiao Yu instantly entered the spatial turbulence. Possessing the wings of space-time, Xiao Yu became the master of the spatial turbulence, able to control it. Xiao Yu manipulated the spatial turbulence within nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, surging it towards the surrounding G-grade mechanical puppets. Bang, bang, bang. The spatial turbulence didn't immediately destroy the G-grade metal, but the energy cores within the G-grade mechanical puppets were destroyed in the repeated collisions. Xiao Yu moved through the spatial turbulence with ease, leaving the G-grade mechanical puppets far behind. Divine Emperor, kill! The mechanical race member commanded from afar. Instantly, within the Crimson Purgatory Divine Kingdom, the weapons of the 4 million G-grade metal puppets glowed, and countless golden threads within the golden world were drawn into the weapons. Each weapon unleashed a golden phantom towards Xiao Yu, the phantoms continuously converging, finally solidifying into a blade 1,000 meters long. The blade was as solid as a real object, incredibly dense. The golden giant blade flew towards Xiao Yu in the spatial turbulence, reaching the speed of light. Xiao Yu immediately manipulated the spatial turbulence to bombard the blade, the 1,000-meter blade constantly shrinking under the collision of the spatial turbulence. From the original 1,000 meters, it continuously shrunk to 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-meter blade became only 300 meters, and it was already in front of Xiao Yu. Boom! The 300-meter giant blade struck Xiao Yu's chest. The power of the giant blade had reached the universe Venerable level. After being weakened 1,000,000 times by the Venerable armor, and then further weakened by the Moyan armor, Xiao Yu still felt a force equivalent to 5,000 times the power of a domain lord. However, with Xiao Yu's current 10,000 times gene level and 100 times body amplification, he wouldn't suffer any damage from an attack of 5,000 times the power of a domain lord, not even a minor injury. One after another, 1,000-meter giant blades formed, attacking Xiao Yu. Passively taking a beating isn't my style. Xiao Yu stabilized his figure in the spatial turbulence, and the world projection descended. The trillion-kilometer world projection carried immense pressure. The sky-piercing blade in Xiao Yu's hand briefly emitted purple light, then unleashed, sky opening. A purple blade, hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, slashed towards the divine kingdom, continuously growing larger. Sky opening could be condensed to 1,000 meters in size, or expanded to hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers long. If it wasn't big enough, how could it open the sky? Over the past century, Xiao Yu's understanding of the origin of space-time had deepened, and he had even comprehended most of the last space-time mystery, time reversal and space lock. The power of the first move of Genesis, sky opening, had become increasingly powerful. Rumble. The golden world was torn open from the inside by the enormous purple blade. Immediately, a golden stream of light rushed out, then teleported to the side of those 500 mechanical race members. Phantom 1,000 slashes was instantly unleashed, and the 500 mechanical race members seemed to be frozen in time. But Xiao Yu was in a state of accelerated time. In an instant, 500 Xiao Yus each slashed towards the mechanical race member in front of them, and purple streams of light poured into the mechanical race members' bodies along the sky-piercing blade. Boom, boom, boom. The 500 mechanical race kings were instantly destroyed by the successive sky openings. The space repaired itself. Xiao Yu stored all the spoils in his world ring. Finally achieved the goal, Xiao Yu sighed. Including these 500 mechanical race kings, Xiao Yu had killed a total of 10,499 kings, most of whom were pinnacle kings and limit kings, with only a small number being high-level kings, and only one elementary king. There were 3 who were close to being invincible kings. Little Mo, let's leave. Xiao Yu summoned the Moyan vine, reaching out to stroke it. Then, the Moyan vine shone with golden light, and Xiao Yu and the Moyan vine left the Star Tower together, entering the Moyan vine's divine kingdom. In nearly 500 years, the Moyan vine's divine kingdom had grown to 10 million kilometers in diameter. The Moyan vine's divine kingdom was full of vitality. After 500 years, various plants and animal life had appeared here. Return to the solar system, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Yes, Master, the Moyan vine responded. The Moyan vine had an immortal crystal coordinate point left on Mars. The entire divine kingdom shone brightly, the space shifted, and Xiao Yu and the Moyan vine appeared deep within a cave on Mars. Connecting his consciousness to the origin of space, the next instant, Xiao Yu appeared in the Xiao family's old house in the Zhongnan base city on Earth. Master, the 1,000-vine Star Eater left behind transmitted a message. The next instant, Xiao Yu appeared deep underground in the Xiao family's old house, the Star Eater's habitat, reaching out to stroke the Star Eater's golden vines. You've worked hard, Xiao Yu whispered. After comforting the Star Eater, Xiao Yu returned to the Xiao family's old house on Earth. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Xiao Yu called out. Although Xiao Yu didn't say he was coming home in advance this time, he knew that his parents had been living on Earth during this period. In 500 years, Earth had become one of the core planets of the Qinwu Universe country. Not only did the 5 major forces have offices on Earth, but many inter-universe country companies had also settled on Earth. Xiao Yu, 500 years, you're finally back, Mother Shu Jingyi said. How long are you planning to stay at home this time? Mom, Xiao Yu didn't say a specific time. After dinner, Xiao Yu took out a space ring and handed it to his father. Dad, this space ring contains many resources, enough for you and Mom to cultivate to the domain lord level. The various cultivation resources in the space ring were specially exchanged by Xiao Yu from the Virtual Universe Company, and they were also the best. Xiao Ling of the Xiao family now heads a first-level subsidiary of the Virtual Universe Company, and the annual revenue is astronomical. Chapter 244. 26.2%. Number 244. Chapter 244. Beast God Inheritance Order. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. For the current Xiao family, wealth is naturally not lacking, and various cultivation resources can also be bought, but most of the resources that can be bought with wealth alone are ordinary, mass-produced goods, which naturally cannot be compared with what Xiao Yu exchanged in the treasure house. Okay, good son. Father Xiao Donghua nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you're back. Our family needs a good rectification, otherwise some of the younger generation will be too unscrupulous. Yes, Dad, don't worry. I will arrange for someone to manage it properly. Xiao Yu responded. He planned to arrange this matter for Wu. At the highest point of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, the palace shrouded in chaotic airflow is where the City Lord of Chaos is located. Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air outside the palace, and then strode into the palace. Teacher. Xiao Yu saluted respectfully. A figure in a golden robe walked out of the chaotic airflow. The faint powerful aura made Xiao Yu hold his breath. Even after seeing it thousands of times, the aura still made him feel apprehensive. The matter is completed. City Lord of Chaos's eyes were like an endless starry sky, revealing a trace of a smile. In 500 years, you have grown to such a degree. City Lord of Chaos already knew about Xiao Yu's feat of killing 500 limitless kings with one move. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Xiao Yu said respectfully. Your ambition is really not small. In just 500 years, you have already gained the recognition of the universe's 10 original laws. City Lord of Chaos exclaimed. At the World Master level, World Masters can comprehend any original law, but most World Masters will specialize in one original law, instead of advancing in all 10 original laws like Xiao Yu. Teacher, I want to lay a good foundation for the future. Xiao Yu answered truthfully, which was exactly what he thought. If the Lord of the Universe wants to become a true God, there are only two paths to choose from for the time being. One is the law route, and the other is the divine power route. For Xiao Yu, if he only wants to take the divine power route, it is very simple. With the system, he can rely on the power of the system to break the perfect genetic limit. But Xiao Yu's ambition is great. He wants to take both routes at the same time, so that when he becomes a true God, not only will his divine body be strong, but his understanding of the laws will also be stronger than others, so that he will have no shortcomings. It seems that you want to take the path of law fusion, and it is the path of the fusion of the 10 original laws. This path will be extremely difficult, and no one has ever walked through it. Are you really confident that you can walk through it? City Lord of Chaos asked. Confidence. Xiao Yu is really not sure, but now that he can comprehend the original laws to such an extent in just a few thousand years, he will naturally not waste his talent. Yes, Xiao Yu replied firmly. Oh, whether you can walk through it or not, even if you can't, it is easy to become an immortal with your talent. City Lord of Chaos nodded with a smile, and then asked, how is your law comprehension? I estimate it's comparable to the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Xiao Yu said respectfully. Speaking of the space or time law alone, Xiao Yu's law comprehension is equivalent to the 20th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, but when the origin laws of time and space are combined, plus Xiao Yu's self-created secret method, Genesis, passing the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge is no problem. 21st floor. City Lord of Chaos glanced at Xiao Yu with approval. Your progress is really great, and you are even better than the most outstanding geniuses in the history of our human race, such as KD and Shi Huo. I'm just lucky, Xiao Yu said. Luck and opportunity are also part of strength. City Lord of Chaos smiled. Since your law comprehension is already so high, find some time to try to break through the World Master level Tongtian Mountain. If you succeed, your reputation will naturally be greatly enhanced, your status will be even higher, and your family will also get better development. What the teacher said is naturally the original Tongtian Mountain, which can be broken through with a law comprehension of 20 levels. Those who have been able to break through this level in history are all the most peak geniuses of the human race. Only by breaking through the World Master level original Tongtian Mountain can one be truly comparable to a group of geniuses in history such as KD and Shi Huo Venerable. Yes, Xiao Yu responded. Restrain when you should restrain, and publicize when you should publicize. City Lord of Chaos said, Only when you fully demonstrate your strength will the race value you more. Even if I am a little biased, no one will say anything. I won't make things difficult for teacher. Xiao Yu said. Since you want to take the path of law fusion, the teacher has nothing else to help you with, so I will apply for a beast god inheritance token for you, so that you can use the fusion path of the two original laws, and the road ahead will be easier. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Yu said respectfully. Although it is normal for you to be granted after you reach the immortal stage, I believe that after the public reveals your Ape 3 Blade's identity, the high level of our human race should also agree to give you a beast god inheritance token at this stage. City Lord of Chaos said. There are also some people in the human race who follow the path of the beast god, such as True Yan King, Luo Feng and Seven Sword King, etc. Your current strength is stronger than Seven Sword King, and the most basic threshold of the inheritance land should be passable. Although that inheritance land is dangerous, it is some elimination dangers in the process of inheritance, but it will never be assassinated by alien races. After all, that is an important place of the ancestral god sect, and no one dares to assassinate you there. City Lord of Chaos smiled, so the beast god inheritance token is likely to be approved. But I am not 100% sure, this is the resource of the entire race. I can at most lead the virtual universe company's faction, and then the high-level internal discussion may also be rejected. After all, this is to go to the immortal stage. I can only say that there is a 50% chance. City Lord of Chaos said. There are also mutual struggles between the 5 major forces of the human race, and it is not up to City Lord of Chaos to decide alone, but Xiao Yu is very grateful that City Lord of Chaos can be so inclined to him. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Yu saluted respectfully. City Lord of Chaos's face changed, and then he was overjoyed. Without a mistake, the first song, the first issue, the first content, all in 69 books, let's read it. Teacher, what happened? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Just now you have another junior brother. City Lord of Chaos said with a smile. Luo Feng's first layer of the derivation of the God's 7 transformations, the Scale Armor chapter, has been completed. Xiao Yu said happily, congratulations to teacher for accepting another good disciple. Well, Luo Feng's talent is indeed good. City Lord of Chaos sighed. There are really many geniuses in your class. You, Luo Feng, and Hong are considered the first echelon. Although Hong's talent is not as good as you two, his state of mind is high, and his future achievements are equally limitless. In addition, Rong Jun and Bo Lan are also good. Teacher, I want to ask, is there any relationship between Rong Jun and the Giant Axe founder? Xiao Yu took advantage of the teacher's happiness to ask the question in his heart. Stinky boy, why are you so gossipy? Don't inquire about other people's private affairs if you have nothing to do. You can ask the Giant Axe yourself when you stand at the same height as the Giant Axe one day. City Lord of Chaos scolded with a smile. Although City Lord of Chaos did not say specifically, he also revealed a lot of information. Virtual Universe Rain Phase Mountain Public Area. In a private room of a tavern, Xiao Yu and Hong, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and Bo Lan were sitting together, drinking fruit wine. Luo Feng, congratulations, become the teacher's 33rd personal disciple. Xiao Yu raised his glass to congratulate. Congratulations, congratulations. Hong and Rong Jun, Bo Lan also raised their glasses to congratulate. Chapter 245. 26.3%. Number 245. Chapter 245. Identity revealed. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Cheers. Luo Feng raised his glass and drained the fruit wine in one gulp, laughing, delicious. Third brother, you've really struck it rich, treating us to Netherworld Dragon Crystals, at 50,000 Universe Crystals a glass. Netherworld Dragon Crystals cost 50,000 Universe Crystals a glass in the virtual universe, with a bottle costing at least 200,000 Universe Crystals. In the original universe, a bottle costs at least 200 million Universe Crystals, and even then, it's hard to find an overpriced. Third brother is really generous. Hong also praised. Haha, I just had a decent haul from the outer domain battlefield, Xiao Yu said with a smile. But the outer domain battlefield is also extremely dangerous, especially the most dangerous places in each battlefield, where there are more king-level experts than dogs. Haha, then we'll take advantage of your wealth, Rong Jun laughed. I've finished this bottle, give me another. Give me another bottle too, Bolin said softly. I want a bottle too, Luo Feng and Hong also chimed in, each asking for another bottle. Xiao Yu called over a waiter and ordered 10 more bottles of Netherworld dragon crystals. He's just rich and generous. Thousands of years had passed since Xiao Yu first left the solar system. The Xiao family had also experienced repeated growth due to Xiao Yu's rising status in the universe, and had now become a large family within the Qinwu universe. In terms of wealth alone, even those king-level families couldn't compare. Xiao Yu quietly spent nearly a month with his parents, allowing them to fully enjoy family happiness, and Xiao Yu also fulfilled his filial duties. Xiao Yu accompanied his parents, touring around Earth and Mars, not only to various continents, seas, and seabeds of Earth, but also to the Sky City. The footprints of the 3 people were also left on the North and South glaciers. After the tour, Xiao Yu spent some time with his parents at home. In the Xiao family's old house, in a quiet room, Xiao Yu sat in a chair, sipping tea. Wu, has the harvest been sorted out after a month? Xiao Yu asked. Since leaving the Star Tower, Xiao Yu had instructed Wu to sort out the harvest from his 100 years in the Star Tower. It's been sorted out. The harvest from these 100 years is really too rich. Wu exclaimed. Oh, tell me, what are the gains? Xiao Yu asked, picking up a cup of tea and drinking it. In the Star Tower for these 100 years, I have killed over 12,000 king-level experts, killed over 20,000 mechanical race immortals, and all the gains can be divided into 5 types, Wu said. The first type is the Decomposition Tower, a super-grade single-soldier technology weapon of the mechanical race, which is more valuable than ordinary heavy treasures, but this single-soldier weapon has been damaged, but the damage is not great, and there is still a possibility of repair. The estimated value is about 3 heavy treasure points. The second type is Heavy Treasures. A total of 3 heavy treasures were obtained from King Mingyun, King Xuanmu and others. 2 of them were ordinary heavy treasure armors, and 1 was a heavy treasure axe weapon, all of which are ordinary heavy treasures, with an estimated value of 2.5 heavy treasure points. The third type is various cosmic spacecraft pyramids. The most valuable are the 500 G-class pyramids, each with a value of about 500 billion universe crystals, and the total value of the 500 ships is about 250 trillion universe crystals. Xiao Yu's expression remained the same. These pyramids were all within his expectations. The next is about 100,000 F9 class cosmic spacecraft and pyramids, each with a value of about 18 million universe crystals, and the total price of F-class spacecraft is 1.8 trillion universe crystals. Finally, there are E-class cosmic spacecraft and pyramids, with a total number of up to 2 billion ships, each with a price of 1,200 universe crystals, and the total price of these E-class spacecraft is about 2.4 trillion universe crystals. The total value of all spacecraft and pyramids is about 254.2 trillion universe crystals. The third type is various mechanical puppets, with a total number of about 700,000 G-class mechanical puppets and up to 16 billion F9 class mechanical puppets. Among them, the size of G-class mechanical puppets varies, and the average price of each G mechanical puppet is about 140 million universe crystals, while the price of F9 class mechanical puppets is relatively much lower. Each one is only 1,000 universe crystals, and the total number of all mechanical puppets is about 114 trillion universe crystals. The fourth type is various cultivation resources and materials, including time, space and other 10 cosmic origin law materials, various metal materials, and various cultivation resources, with a total value of about 380 trillion universe crystals. Xiao Yu nodded with satisfaction. He didn't care about the previous spacecraft, heavy treasures, and mechanical puppets, but he had to care about these resource materials, many of which couldn't be bought even if you had money. Such as Millennium Light, a strange substance that is a precious material for making time-based weapons. It is generally produced occasionally in the core of a black hole, and also exists in some peculiar cosmic secret realms. A 29-centimeter section of Millennium Light is worth 3 billion points, and the 1-meter-long section in Xiao Yu's hand is worth more than 10 times that amount. Although Xiao Yu hunted mechanical race immortals in the past century, the mechanical race still has many flesh and blood-affiliated life races, so there are also various cultivation resources, many of which are suitable for human use. The fifth type is various instruments. There are as many as 100,000 various detection instruments alone. Among them, the most advanced detection instrument has an exchange price of up to 800 billion points in the Virtual Universe Company's treasure house. The total value of this piece is about 35 trillion universe crystals. Such as detection instruments, under normal circumstances, an immortal god will be equipped with two types. One is a detection instrument for ultra-large-scale detection, and the detection radius is generally 300 million kilometers and 1 billion kilometers. The other is for ultra-small-scale detection, generally with a detection radius of 20 kilometers and 100 kilometers. Of course, these four detection instruments were all harvested by Xiaoyu. The reason why the number reached 100,000 is because most of the king-level limit and king-level peak experts that Xiaoyu hunted in the Star Tower had been training in the Star Tower for a long time, some even for more than 100,000 years, and their harvest was naturally not small. All the harvests, added together, including the heavy treasure points converted into universe crystals, total about 818 trillion universe crystals, Wu said in succession. What are you going to do with so many harvests? Xiaoyu thought for a long time. Some of the materials and instruments he would use himself, and some of the cultivation resources, cosmic spacecraft, etc., would be left to the family and the Earth lineage. Thank you for your hard work, Wu. I plan to keep some for my own use, and leave some to cultivate the family and the Earth lineage. This is what I plan to leave behind. Please count it, Xiaoyu said, and passed a message to Wu. Xiaoyu planned to keep 100 G-class pyramids, 10,000 F9 class pyramids, all E9 class pyramids and cosmic spacecraft, all G-class mechanical puppets and the most advanced detection instruments, as well as all cultivation resources and most materials. Removing the resources, materials, spacecraft, instruments, etc. that you want to keep, the value is also 460 trillion universe crystals. This is still based on the harvest that can be obtained by selling to the virtual universe company. If it is sold in the Hong Alliance, it can probably increase the harvest by 50%, Wu said. Good, not bad, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Xiaoyu, the Xiao family meeting is about to begin, Wu reminded. After Xiaoyu left the 7th battlefield, City Lord Chaos announced to the Hong Alliance members that Ape 3 Blades and 3 Eyes were all aliases of Xiaoyu, and they were all Xiaoyu alone. At the same time, the virtual universe system comprehensively evaluated Xiaoyu's record and promoted Xiaoyu to 4 stars, the same level as King Junyan and other king-level invincible existences. Chapter 246. 26.4%. Number 246. Chapter 246 Family Meeting. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Instantly, the entire universe was shaken, especially the machine race, who wished they could send out universe lords to eliminate Xiaoyu. Ape 3 Blades is actually a world master. This is too crazy. Xiaoyu, Ape 3 Blades, and 3-Eyed King are actually the same person. Xiaoyu actually killed over 10,000 kings. Too arrogant, actually announcing his identity in such a high-profile manner. Venerable Pu Xian said indignantly. Everyone understood that although it was the City Lord of Chaos announcing the information, everyone knew that Xiaoyu was the direct disciple of the City Lord of Chaos, and the City Lord of Chaos must have consulted Xiaoyu before announcing the information. He is announcing that he will repay the hatred others have for him 10,000 times over, and if they want to deal with him again, they must consider the consequences. How laughable, a mere world master, even if his strength reaches the invincible level of a king, so what if he escaped from Pu Xian's grasp? Within the Zerg territory, this Xiaoyu is really vengeful. That machine race Venerable Pu Xian only assassinated him once, and didn't even succeed, yet he spent 100 years hunting down over 10,000 machine race kings, a Zerg Venerable sighed. In the future, if our Zerg race wants to target Xiaoyu for hunting, it's best to ensure a one-hit kill, so he doesn't have a chance to retaliate, otherwise the consequences will be endless. Yes, our Zerg race doesn't have as many core members as the machine race. Within the demon race territory, in the future, any actions against Xiaoyu must be cautious, and we must be fully prepared to ensure a one-hit kill, a demon race overlord level figure said. Virtual universe, in the Xiao family castle on Black Dragon Mountain Island. In a hall about 10 kilometers long, wide, and high, people were bustling, and the tens of thousands of seats were filled with the elites of the Xiao family. Those who could sit here were either high-level members of the Xiao family or geniuses. Now that the Xiao family has exceeded 1 billion members, to manage such a large family, it is naturally like a company or a country, with many departments established. The heads of these departments are mostly Xiaoyu's siblings and descendants. If a family wants to develop and grow, it must cultivate all kinds of geniuses, not only in the direction of cultivation, but also in other directions such as scientific research, business management, finance, etc., which are indispensable. In the last row of the hall, a young man wearing black battle armor asked, "Third brother, this is my first time participating in a family meeting, and the number of people actually exceeds 10,000. This young man is only about 20 years old, but the aura he exudes has already reached the universe level. 25th brother, you have just been evaluated by the family as a second-level genius, so you have the opportunity to participate in the family's intermediate meeting." Next to the black-clothed youth was a slightly older youth, also with a universe-level cultivation, wearing blue battle armor and with eyes somewhat similar to Xiao Yu's. Those who can participate in this level of family meeting are mostly high-level members of various levels, patriarchs of various branches, and those who have been evaluated by the family as second-level or higher geniuses. Among the hundreds of millions of Xiao family members in the entire Ganwu universe country, only 36,581 people are qualified to participate, the blue-clothed youth continued. "So many people are qualified?" the black-clothed youth asked in surprise. "Is that considered a lot? You have to know that my Xiao family has developed in the Ganwu universe country for thousands of years, and the family already has 8 world master levels, not counting the second ancestor in the original secret realm of the virtual universe company, and the third ancestor who manages a first-level subsidiary of the virtual universe company in the secret realm of heaven and earth." A youth in golden force armor, whose strength had reached the domain lord level, said from the side. "My Xiao family has more than 10,000 domain lord level members, more than 10 million universe level members, and almost all family members are at least star level upon adulthood." The golden-clothed youth looked at the black-clothed youth and continued, "You being a second-level family genius at the universe level means you have already crossed the threshold of the law." "Hee, I just stepped into the threshold of the law." The black-clothed youth scratched his head. "You guys have also arrived at a good time. The family has suddenly taken off in the last 500 or 600 years. The resources that each family member can obtain are 10 times more than in the previous thousands of years." The golden-clothed man sighed. Dong! The melodious bell echoed in the hall, echoing in everyone's ears. Silence. A world master wearing fiery red battle armor presided over the various affairs in the hall. This was Xiaoping's 5th-generation descendant, Xiaolei, who was proficient in fire-type law abilities and only a little short of being recognized by the origin law. The entire venue suddenly became silent, so quiet that a pin could be heard. Originally, the 3 thrones in the core of the hall were empty, but suddenly 3 figures converged. The person in the middle was only at the 9th rank of the domain lord level, and was the first ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Donghua. The 2 people next to him had both reached the 9th rank of the world master level, and were the second ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Yu, and the third ancestor, Xiao Ling. "Greetings, first ancestor. Greetings, second ancestor. Greetings, third ancestor." The juniors in the hall saluted respectfully. After the salute, the hall suddenly became noisy. The second ancestor actually came. The second ancestor has never participated in a family meeting before. He actually came this time. There must be something important to announce. In the middle of the hall, many core members of the family were very surprised by Xiao Yu's arrival. Although the discussions of these people were very quiet, and some were even using voice transmission, it could not be hidden from Xiao Yu. Even with voice transmission, the slight spatial fluctuations representing the information were very easy for Xiao Yu to decipher. "Everyone, you may be wondering why I am participating in this family meeting." Xiao Yu said softly, his voice like a whisper, but it clearly entered everyone's mind. "Just like some people have guessed, there is indeed a major matter to announce today. In the past 4,000 years, I have neglected the cultivation of the family's descendants. In the future, I will leave an incarnation in the family to guide the cultivation of the family's geniuses." The hall boiled over. Being able to get the guidance of the second ancestor made them very excited. Xiao Yu was someone who killed countless kings at the world master level. Being able to get his guidance, even a single word could save these Xiao family descendants hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation time. From today onwards, the treatment of my Xiao family's descendants will be improved. The basic treatment of all members will be increased tenfold from the original level. This was Xiao Yu's second measure. This time, the harvest was so great that he would naturally improve the treatment of family members. In addition, my Xiao family's children, as long as they reach the star level upon adulthood, will immediately be equipped with a C9 level spaceship. When their strength increases to the universe level, they will be equipped with a D9 level spaceship. When their strength increases to the domain lord level, they will receive an E9 level spaceship. All members who reach the World Master level will receive an F9 level spaceship. If the previous improvement in treatment made the universe and domain lord levels in the field happy, then this next measure made the Xiao family's 8 World Master levels extremely happy. Every F9 level spaceship is worth an astonishing amount. Without the undying level, there is no financial power to purchase one. If anyone can advance to the undying level, I will give them a G-level pyramid or spaceship. Xiao Yu continued. G-level spaceship, higher level than the spaceship that the undying level rides. Chapter 247. 26.5%. Number 247. Chapter 247. Xiao Family Treasure Library. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Although the people sitting here are core members of the Xiao family, not everyone has a clear understanding of the universe. For them, at most, they know that the best spaceship for an immortal is F9. Knowing about G-class spaceships, at most no more than 100 people in this room know, most of whom are heads of various departments dealing with the virtual universe company. Finally, a family treasure vault will be established, located in the family's secret realm. All qualified individuals will be granted access to the secret realm for cultivation. In addition, I have arranged various training missions for you, modeled after the virtual universe company. Completing these missions will earn you corresponding points, which you can use to exchange for various treasures in the vault. Creating a point system similar to the virtual universe company is extremely simple for Wu, but monitoring the points earned by family members in various secret realms still requires the virtual universe system to manage, which is a significant annual expense. Of course, these expenses are affordable and necessary for the current Xiao family. In particular, Xiao Yu plans to arrange for family members to enter the outer domain battlefield in batches, roughly arranging for 1 million universe level and 1,000 domain lord level members to enter the outer domain battlefield each epoch. He will not arrange for World Lord level members to enter the outer domain battlefield for the time being. Most of these members entering the outer domain battlefield may die, but those who survive will definitely become strong. This time, I obtained ample resources on the outer domain battlefield, enough for each of you to advance to the immortal level. I will put these resources into the treasure vault, including some special treasures. To obtain these treasures, you need to risk your lives. Xiao Yu announced his decisions one by one. According to Wu's calculations, as long as they are implemented, the Xiao family will have at least one immortal god-level powerhouse within 10 epochs. In 100 epochs, the Xiao family will have more than 100 immortals. After the family meeting, Xiao Yu built a huge temple deep beneath the Xiao family's old residence, placing the altar of sacrifice inside the temple and arranging for 3,000 vine star-devouring plants to guard it. System: create a fixed teleportation channel inside the altar of sacrifice, connecting to the 1,000 vine star-devouring plants' divine kingdom. Open black lens bracket. 30 billion wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. A room 10 kilometers long, wide, and high appears outside the core control room of the altar of sacrifice, containing a 3-kilometer long and wide water curtain, framed by purple metal. This fixed teleportation channel can be opened or closed, and each teleportation consumes a certain amount of universe crystals, but it is much cheaper than a single teleportation. Open black lens bracket. Wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu will always carry this 1,000 vine star-devouring plant with a fixed teleportation channel in its divine kingdom with him. A star-devouring plant will also be arranged to guard the divine kingdom, along with 100,000 G-level puppets and 10 million F9 level mechanical puppets to serve as guardians and maintain order. All cultivation resources for World Lord level and below will be placed in the altar of sacrifice, while immortal level cultivation resources and important treasures will be placed in the 1,000 vine star-devouring plants' divine kingdom's temple. At the same time, the divine kingdom will serve as the family's cultivation secret realm. For this purpose, Xiao Yu specifically released 10 billion mixed units of universe crystals into the divine kingdom. In addition, 1 million F9 level mechanical puppets will be placed in the altar of sacrifice. System: crack and repair all G-level mechanical puppets. Open black lens bracket. 7 trillion wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. 700,000 strands of invisible energy penetrate into the 700,000 G-level mechanical puppets, cracking all the mechanical puppets, and quickly repairing the previously damaged ones. Open black lens bracket. Wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Subsequently, Xiaoyu cracked and repaired all the mechanical puppets in various types of pyramids, even completing the repair of the decomposition tower using the system. Completing this series of cracking and repair work consumed a total of 270 trillion wish coins. Wu, I'll have to trouble you with family matters from now on, Xiaoyu transmitted. All these mechanical puppets, whether F level or G level, are commanded by Wu. Haha, these trivial matters are nothing to me, they won't take up much resources. The golden armored giant Wu's body is now gradually developing a bit of flesh and blood. Wu has now completely merged with his body. Although his cultivation level has dropped to the World Lord level, his soul is still at the immortal level, and he can now cultivate by comprehending laws. Due to Wu's powerful soul, even though his realm is only at the World Lord level, he can still precisely control 1 million F9 level mechanical puppets. Operating these mechanical puppets on a daily basis to complete the entire Xiao family's treasure exchange system is not a problem. In addition, Xiaoyu also plans to adopt the same approach for the cultivation of the Earth lineage, and the same treasure vault will be used. However, Xiao family members only need to pay 50% of the required points for exchange, while other warriors of the Earth lineage need to pay the full price. The Luo family, Hong family, and Lei Shen family members need to pay 70% and 80% respectively. The specific points required for exchange by the descendants of Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen families will depend on their contributions to the treasure vault. If they contribute the same amount of treasures to the treasure vault as Xiaoyu, then their descendants will receive the same treatment. Otherwise, it will be slightly worse, but still better than the treatment received by ordinary members of the Earth lineage. In the virtual universe, Xiaoyu discussed this matter with Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen, and all three of them agreed. They had previously taken a portion of the dividends from the Earth Commercial Alliance Company to cultivate the strong of the Earth lineage. However, the resources they took out at that time could not be compared to what Xiaoyu was taking out this time. 10 years later, Xiaoyu had completed all the work and was preparing to return to the primitive secret realm. No mistake, first release, content, at 6:9, read a book, C. System, obtain a human flesh clone at the 9th level of the World Lord. Open black lens bracket. 10 billion wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. A stream of blood-colored energy surged into Xiaoyu's body, replicating all of Xiaoyu's life aura, including life genes, etc. Immediately, a figure separated from Xiaoyu's body. The figure continued to solidify, eventually transforming into another Xiaoyu, radiating the aura of the 9th level of the World Lord, but without a trace of agility, like a puppet. Open black lens bracket. Wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Xiaoyu felt a sense of connection. This is really peculiar, Xiaoyu exclaimed. To be honest, he didn't know what the principle was. Go, Xiaoyu whispered, and the 99th sub-soul in his sea of consciousness immediately separated and entered the clone. From now on, the clone is Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu will know everything that happens to the clone, and the clone will also know everything about Xiaoyu. In the Xiao family's old residence, Xiaoyu said to his parents in front of him, "Dad, Mom, I have left a clone in the family treasure vault. If you miss me in the future, go there to see me," Xiaoyu said softly. "Clone, is that you?" Mother Shu Jingyi asked in confusion. "Mom, that's me. He will have all my memories, and I will know all his experiences. Our souls are connected," Xiaoyu explained. "Then, okay, son, be careful on this trip," Mother Shu Jingyi nodded. "Son, be careful in everything," Father Xiao Donghua said. In fact, the two elders knew that the safest place for their son was not Earth, but the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. After saying goodbye to his parents, Xiaoyu's main body teleported to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters through the Mo Yun Vine Divine Kingdom. The clone will permanently reside in the Altar of Sacrifice. Chapter 248, 26.6%. Number 248. Chapter 248. The World's Limits. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Even a universe Venerable couldn't break through the Avatar in the core control room of the Sacrificial Tower, let alone enslave him through the Avatar's soul. Besides, there is a universe overlord level expert in the solar system, so ordinary venerables can't possibly come to Earth. Even if the sacrificial tower is breached, Xiao Yu can actively abandon the avatar and instantly retrieve the soul fragment. This is the unique aspect of the transformation of all things secret technique. No matter how far apart, even across the universe sea, he can instantly retrieve the soul fragment, leaving no chance for the enemy. The Divine Kingdom teleported near the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, and then he boarded a G-class pyramid. The universe shuttle was successful. In the dark universe, the speed of the G-class pyramid kept increasing, reaching a maximum of 100 times the speed of light. This G-class pyramid is fast, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Virtual Universe, Hongmeng Plain, Hongmeng City. Everyone, I have a large number of mechanical race mechanical puppets, pyramid spaceships, etc. Those who need them can come to me to talk. Xiao Yu walked through the various taverns in Hongmeng City, releasing the news of selling a large number of items and materials. For the next half-month, Xiao Yu stayed in the tavern, waiting for the members of the Hongmeng to come and discuss prices. Soon Xiao Yu welcomed his first guest, the Desire Demon King, a foreign race expert with wings and golden eyes. F-class mechanical puppets, give me 10 million, I'll offer 1100 chaos units per puppet, a total of 11 billion chaos units, said the Desire Demon King. Deal, said Xiao Yu. F9 class pyramids, give me 500, I can offer 52 million chaos units per ship, a total of 26 billion chaos units, the Desire Demon King continued. Okay, deal, the total is 37 billion chaos units, said Xiao Yu. The Blackheart King left, and then came the Blackheart King, whose whole body was as black as ink, as if cast from black mud. I can offer 40 billion chaos units for this set of detection equipment, said the Blackheart King. The price of a set of detection equipment in the primitive secret realm is 50 billion points, which is naturally the full price. With Xiao Yu's identity as a core member of the primitive secret realm, he naturally doesn't need that much. The price of 40 billion is already much higher than Xiao Yu's estimate. Okay, deal, said Xiao Yu. I need a G-class pyramid spaceship, offering 950 billion chaos units. A G-class pyramid spaceship, offering 980 billion chaos units. 10 million mechanical puppets, 1200 chaos units per puppet. 10 million mechanical puppets, 1200 chaos units per puppet. A set of mechanical race detection equipment, offering 280 billion chaos units. It took Xiao Yu a whole month to sell all the items except for the decomposition tower set and 3 heavy treasures. Wow, Xiao Yu, you've made a fortune. After this last transaction is completed, the total transaction amount has reached 7.2 trillion chaos units, Wu sighed. This number is more than half higher than he estimated. 7.2 trillion chaos units worth of goods is definitely a large transaction. The number of kings who traded with Xiao Yu reached 10,000, and only then did they eat up all the goods. The transaction methods chosen by Xiao Yu and the other party were all through the Virtual Universe Company as an intermediary. The Virtual Universe Company was responsible for delivering the goods and confirming the goods. The highest fee for this kind of intermediary business is 1,000 chaos units, and the lowest fee is 1 chaos unit. Because most of Xiao Yu's transactions were outside the human territory, almost all the intermediary fees were 300 chaos units. For this reason, Xiao Yu spent a total of 3 million chaos units in intermediary fees. For Xiao Yu, who is about to earn a huge sum of 7.2 trillion chaos units, this is indeed a small amount of money, not worth mentioning. After negotiating the transaction, Xiao Yu hosted a banquet for these king-level customers. In the original universe, Xiao Yu had already completed the universe shuttle in the G-class pyramid to outside the Wuxian continent. Identity verification confirmed. Access granted. The G-class spaceship flew into the Wuxian space-time surrounded by 136 stars. Under the guidance of the Virtual Universe system, the G-class spaceship landed in the original number 114 manner. The hatch opened, Xiao Yu flew out of the pyramid, and with a wave of his hand, he put the pyramid into the world ring. Your Highness, Nick led the guards and servants to salute respectfully. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Then he disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the villa. His Highness is teleporting. Nick was extremely surprised. As an immortal, he was far behind his protectee. 3 days later, spaceships from the Virtual Universe Company landed one after another. Identity confirmed. No mistake. One first, one send, one inside, one contain, one at 6, one 9, one book, one bar, one look. Item confirmation. Transaction possible. The Virtual Universe Company took away a full 10 world rings of items and brought 7.2 trillion chaos units of universe crystals. The volume reached 720 billion cubic kilometers, about the size of a planet. In the villa, Xiaoyu sat cross-legged in the study, his master consciousness paying attention to the growth of the inner world. Since becoming a perfect gene lifeform, the growth of Xiaoyu's inner world has been relying on the universe origin energy absorbed by the world tree. Now the diameter has reached 100 billion kilometers. In the future, Luo Feng's limit for becoming a perfect gene lifeform's inner world is 1 trillion kilometers. I wonder how big my inner world can be, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Now the total amount of universe crystals in my inner world has reached 7.28 trillion chaos units. Xiaoyu has stored all the universe crystals in his inner world. First, 100 million chaos units of universe crystals. Suddenly, 100 million chaos units of universe crystals turned into a universe origin energy mist, enveloping the periphery of the time-space island. Countless origin energy mists were absorbed by the inner world, and the inner world began to expand wildly. As the inner world grew, the time-space secret patterns densely covered on the time-space island became more complex, and the time sand and space sand produced on the island also became more pure. Another 10 billion chaos units. Rumble. The inner world expanded more rapidly, and the volume of the entire inner world increased by 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a world with a diameter of 100 million kilometers only consumes a few chaos units. A world with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers only consumes 1 million chaos units of universe crystals. A world with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers only consumes 1 trillion chaos units of universe crystals. Xiaoyu's inner world originally had a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, and it would only consume less than 1 trillion chaos units to grow to a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers. It's really child's play. Continue to devour 1 trillion chaos units of universe crystals. With Xiaoyu's order, a mountain of universe crystals with a volume of 1 billion cubic kilometers disappeared, turning into a dense fog of universe origin energy, and then was absorbed by the inner world. The inner world grew wildly. The diameter is 1 trillion kilometers, and it's still not over. The larger the inner world, the more stable and powerful the divine kingdom will be in the future. Xiaoyu became more and more expectant. I want to see how big the inner world can ultimately form. Another 1 trillion chaos units of universe crystals. Xiaoyu's inner world directly absorbed the universe origin energy, and the expansion was very rapid, but the process of devouring and expanding the inner world continued for more than 3 months. During these 3 months, Xiaoyu did not rest for a moment, and was constantly devouring crazily. The diameter is 8 trillion kilometers. Finally reached the limit. Too outrageous. Luo Feng's inner world limit was only 1 trillion kilometers, but now Xiaoyu's inner world has reached 8 trillion kilometers, the volume is 512 times larger. A sector lord world with a diameter of nearly 1 light year, unreasonable. Chapter 249. 26.7%. Number 249. Chapter 249, Realm Master Level Original Tongtian Mountain. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. While growing within his inner world, the world tree also absorbed the universe's origin energy, growing to its limit. His inner world absorbed 5.12 quadrillion units of primal chaos, and the world tree absorbed 88 trillion units of primal chaos to reach its limit. The world tree, towering at 30 billion kilometers, had a canopy diameter of 3 trillion kilometers, comparable to a star system, yet it only had a total of 36 billion leaves. Each leaf was 1,000 kilometers thick, with a maximum diameter of 1 billion kilometers. Under the shroud of the origin of space-time, each leaf nurtured a world, with the diameter of each world expanding more than tenfold. His inner world had grown to its limit, his genes had reached perfect genes, and it would be a long time before he could improve further. His body amplification had also been increased to 100 times due to the heavenly god transformation. For Xiaoyu, the future mainly involved comprehending the origin laws, studying secret techniques, and creating his own secret techniques. My teacher told me before to find time to try the Tongtian Bridge. Now is the perfect time, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Virtual universe, Tongtian Mountain plain space. The three towering Tongtian mountains were each taller than the last. As soon as Xiao Yu appeared, he flew directly towards the tallest and most majestic one, the primal Tongtian Mountain. As a member of the primal secret realm, he could naturally directly challenge the primal level Tongtian Mountain. At the foot of the majestic Tongtian Mountain, there were three figures sitting cross-legged, seemingly playing some obscure game. White-skinned ape, someone's coming. Someone is coming. Get up quickly. The three figures seemed clumsy in their movements, slowly standing up one by one. One of them, a burly and sturdy minotaur, looked at Xiao Yu and grinned, "Your Highness Xiao Yu, you've finally arrived. We were wondering when you would come to challenge our Lord-level Tongtian Mountain." Xiao Yu had previously passed the universe-level primal Tongtian Mountain and the domain Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain, and had also passed the 19th floor of the Tongtian Bridge before going to the extraterritorial battlefield. His challenge to the Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain was inevitable in the eyes of many higher-ups. They just didn't know when Xiao Yu would challenge it. "Has your Highness prepared well for this visit?" the Minotaur said with a smile. "Minotaur, what are you saying? When has His Highness Xiao Yu ever done anything without confidence?" The ape man also glared at Xiao Yu. "Your Highness Xiao Yu, are you ready to start the challenge?" The snake woman looked at Xiao Yu, her eyes seemingly like water. "Seeing the three of you, I feel very close." Xiao Yu smiled slightly. "Close?" The Minotaur, ape man, and snake woman were stunned. "I can start challenging now," Xiao Yu said with a smile, holding a chaos blade in his hand. Fighting in the virtual universe meant that things like the wings of space-time and the Venerable God realm were gone, and his perfect gene body was also gone. Xiao Yu still only possessed a normal Lord-level body, and the chaos blade in his hand was not as good as the one in the real world, but it was still usable for a Lord-level warrior. Challenging the primal Tongtian relied on comprehended laws and cultivated secret techniques. The secret technique to increase body amplification was naturally still usable. "Come on," the Minotaur waved his great axe. "Let's see how strong you are." The ape man's eyes shone brightly. "Your Highness Xiao Yu, this servant will show you mercy." The snake woman's invisible soul attack had already spread out. Boom! A towering river of dark blade light swept through, instantly killing the Minotaur, ape man, and snake woman. The battle ended instantly. The first level at the foot of the mountain was cleared. "The first level at the foot of the mountain is really easy." Xiao Yu sighed. Now Xiao Yu's comprehension of the laws was extremely high, and his self-created secret technique, creation, was also considered excellent among pinnacle techniques. The second level on the mountainside was still easy. Xiao Yu did not encounter any trouble at the summit level either. Xiao Yu's consciousness intensity was strong, and the snake woman's soul attack was useless against him. The perfect cooperation of the three was equivalent to a missing link, with obvious loopholes. "Congratulations, Your Highness Xiao Yu, for passing the Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain. In our human race, everyone who can pass the Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain is a peerless genius that only appears once every tens of millions of eras. Only by passing the Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain can one be considered among the most pinnacle geniuses in human history." The three gatekeepers at the summit revived again, and congratulated Xiao Yu with great joy and respect. At the peak of the towering Tongtian Mountain, Xiao Yu disappeared into thin air, his human main consciousness leaving the Tongtian Mountain plain. Just as Xiao Yu left the Tongtian Mountain plain, the higher-ups of the human race had already learned the news that Xiao Yu had passed the Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain. This news spread quickly like a hurricane. Initial universe, Chaos City. In the Chaos Ruins, the Chaos City Lord, who was sitting cross-legged there, sighed, "Xiao Yu's progress is indeed very fast, he can actually pass the Lord-level primal Tongtian Mountain." It was no wonder that the Chaos City Lord sighed, although Xiao Yu had said before that his laws were comparable to the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge. But when Xiao Yu really passed the Tongtian Mountain, he still felt shocked. Now that Xiao Yu has passed the Tongtian Mountain, the application for that Beast God inheritance token should be no problem, right? Outside Viscar Star, at the highest level of the Emerald Palace, which had been supervising and suppressing Viscar Star for hundreds of millions of years. Standing there, the figure seemed to have thousands of phantoms. It was the Emerald Palace Lord, who had an extremely high status in the virtual universe company and was respected by countless powerhouses. At this time, the Emerald Palace Lord laughed loudly. Well done. The Emerald Palace Lord looked at the infinite void, his eyes emitting a hazy light, as if recalling the past. Is he finally going to step onto the grand stage of the universe? Xiao Yu left the Tongtian mountain plain. Swish. Xiao Yu appeared in the Tongtian bridge plain space, in the center of that beautiful island. The gatekeeper Baffin smiled and said, "Your Highness Xiao Yu, how many levels are you planning to pass this time?" "I'll go as far as I can, preferably passing the 21st floor, Xiao Yu said. The 21st floor. The gatekeeper Baffin was stunned. Passing the 21st floor means you're a universe country lord. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Is there anyone on the universe Tongtian bridge? No, said the gatekeeper Baffin. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and flew directly towards the universe Tongtian bridge. The gatekeeper Baffin watched Xiao Yu leave and muttered to himself, this Xiao Yu is too confident. It's only been a few years since he passed the 19th floor of the Tongtian bridge, and he already wants to pass the 21st floor. Oh, there's an email. The gatekeeper Baffin quickly opened the email and was immediately shocked. He actually passed the primal Tongtian mountain. Perhaps, he really has a chance to pass the 21st floor. Universe Tongtian Bridge, 20th floor, still in the outer layer of the black hole, but much closer to the black hole than the 19th floor. Xiao Yu still chose the warrior path. The gatekeepers on the 20th floor had already comprehended the three great mysteries of space: instantaneous movement, slaughter, and sealing. They were only one step away from completely merging and forming the complete law of space. Generally, limitless kings and invincible kings were at this stage of law comprehension. Of course, as gatekeepers of the universe Tongtian Bridge, they had also comprehended a small part of the law of time. Your Highness Xiao Yu, the gatekeeper said. A towering river of dark blade light directly interrupted the gatekeeper's words and killed him. The 20th floor was cleared. Xiao Yu stepped onto the bridge surface of the 21st floor. The surroundings were infinitely dark and silent. The bridge surface extended continuously into the depths of darkness. Xiao Yu's heart was extremely fiery. Before, he told his teacher Chaos that his law comprehension was comparable to the 21st floor, but that was just his estimate. Now the result was finally about to come out. Chapter 250. 26.8%. Number 250. Chapter 250. The 21st floor of Tongtian Bridge. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. 21st floor Guardian. Complete law of space, Xiao Yu said silently. When facing the 20th floor Guardian before, Xiao Yu could directly kill him with one move, but Xiao Yu, who had faced a universe Venerable before, understood that the complete law of space was extremely terrifying. Although comprehending the three profound mysteries and fusing the three profound mysteries to become the complete law of space is only one step away, the gap between them is no less than the sum of the first 20 floors of the Tongtian Bridge. Those king-level limit and king-level invincible undying beings, with varying degrees of talent, have all been trapped for hundreds of millions of years, unable to take the last step. Why? Because this last step is too difficult. Like True Yan King, who can be comparable to a universe Venerable with various methods, he still cannot take the last step. Once you take this step, you will truly ascend to the sky. In the universe, even the most powerful king-level experts can only be considered strong in the universe, while universe Venerables are top-level existences that traverse the universe. And Palace Master Tianxi and Palace Master Qiyu are overlords in the universe. At the end of the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge, there is a sphere with a diameter of more than 2 meters. The space around the sphere is completely distorted and fragmented, with a large number of space fragments surrounding it. Black hole. This is the core of the black hole. Because this is just a background environment, Xiao Yu cannot feel the true gravity of the black hole, nor will the black hole deprive him of light. The real black hole celestial body cannot be seen with the naked eye. Choose your opponent, warrior, controller, illusionist, defeat them to pass the 21st floor and become a universe Venerable. A low voice came from the black hole celestial body. Warrior, Xiao Yu said. Whoosh, a large number of black spots suddenly floated above the black hole, and then condensed into a figure, a human in black armor and a black mask, with a giant sword on his back. Your Highness Xiao Yu, it is my honor to meet a world master. The Guardian appeared very elegant. But I will let your highness feel the power of the complete law of space. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. Your highness, please make the first move. If I do, your highness will have no chance. The guardian smiled and was very polite. Oh, good. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, without feeling annoyed. Boom. The chaos blade in Xiao Yu's hand suddenly swung out. Combining Xiao Yu's current understanding of the origin of time and space, the move, opening the sky, which is almost an ultimate technique, arrived in front of the guardian's chest in an instant like a teleport, far exceeding the speed of light. Ah! The guardian roared, breaking free from the influence of time stop, but was still affected by the slow time. Time-based abilities all act on a range of space, and everything within the space is affected. Humans with strong souls and wills can temporarily break free from time stop, but if they want to be completely unaffected, they must comprehend enough law of space. And the guardian possesses the complete law of space. Once he breaks free, he will naturally not be affected by time stop, but it is impossible to be unaffected by slow time. Seal. When the guardian broke free, he instantly cast the complete law of space. A powerful invisible binding force descended in an instant, and the dark river of sword light that had rushed to the guardian's chest was directly frozen in midair. Even Xiao Yu in the distance was instantly frozen and completely sealed. The complete law of space is more powerful than you can imagine. The guardian appeared very elegant. Your highness, you can be proud enough to reach this level, but the complete law of space is not something your highness can. What? The guardian looked at his chest in surprise. A strand of dark light suddenly burst out from the dark river of sword light that was frozen in midair, breaking away from the river of sword light and entering the guardian's chest. Boom! The guardian exploded on the spot. The 21st floor is cleared. On the central island of the Tongtian Bridge Plain, a screen floated in front of the supervisor, Baffin. The screen showed the scene of Xiao Yu fighting the 21st floor guardian. He originally smiled and wanted to see Xiao Yu's joke, and it was quite interesting to see the joke of a peerless genius, but soon, his expression changed. He actually passed. Supervisor Baffin opened his mouth wide, and almost 10,000 emails were sent out in half a second. The guardian was killed before he even had time to use his killing move. Passing the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge, the identity of this Highness Xiao Yu will change immediately. Supervisor Baffin thought to himself. In less than 10,000 years since embarking on the path of cultivation, he is about to have a place on Thunder Island. Xiao Yu stood at the end of the 21st floor of the Universe Tongtian Bridge for a long time before he came back to his senses. The difference between space blockade and space blockade is really big. Comprehending a single category and a complete law of space is more than 1,000 times different. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Both are space blockades, but the space blockade of a king-level expert can only prohibit teleportation, while the complete law of space can actually achieve the effect of time stop, and the binding force is many times stronger than time stop. There is no mistake, a first, a inside, a content, a as in 6, 1, 9, a book, a bar, a look. It seems that I am still lacking. If it weren't for the chance encounter and comprehending a trace of the power of destruction generated by the fusion of time and space, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pass. Xiao Yu was still somewhat self-aware. Although he has now comprehended 4 kinds of time and space profound mysteries, he still lacks one of the 3 space profound mysteries, let alone the fusion of the 3 major profound mysteries. But Xiao Yu has plenty of time. After returning from the Tongtian Bridge Plain, Xiao Yu received an email and immediately rushed to Thunder Island. In the Chaos Hall, the Chaos City Lord looked at Xiao Yu leisurely and said with a smile, "Not bad, you did a good job." "Just lucky," Xiao Yu said respectfully. "Now that you have passed the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge, within my virtual universe company, you will be treated as a venerable." The Chaos City Lord smiled and said, "In reality, you will leave Wuxian continent and move into the Qinbao River, where you will have a palace as your residence. In the virtual universe, you must also choose a residence on Thunder Island, on the mountainside. The company will also open up a virtual plane for you." "Thank you, teacher," Xiao Yu said happily. "Don't be too happy too soon. In my human race, passing the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge means you have the identity of a venerable. As a venerable, you must start contributing to my race." The Chaos City Lord continued, "But you are very special. You have already passed the 21st floor of the Tongtian Bridge at the World Master level. In the future, it is a certainty that you will be promoted to Venerable, and it is even possible to become a universe master. Your talent is so high that the human race will naturally pay more attention to you and increase your various permissions. With the increase in permissions, Xiao Yu can have free access to many resources, such as 100 drops of Beast God's blood, and a free supply of 10 billion chaos units of universe crystals per year. There are many such things, and Xiao Yu will only get them if he applies. Also, I have good news for you. Just now, your application for the Beast God Inheritance Token has been approved. The Chaos City Lord smiled and said, "Come and pick it up in person after you move into Qinbao River." "Thank you, teacher." Xiao Yu saluted respectfully. After leaving the Chaos Hall, Xiao Yu received an email stating that he now had permission to access a virtual plane. Xiao Yu can freely arrange and name this virtual plane. Xiao Yu applied to name this plane, Time and Space Plane. Then he said to Wu on his shoulder, "Wu, apply to transfer to the Time and Space Plane." "Okay," Wu said.